I own an 8-star hotel with a market value of $1 trillion. But I'm not happy at all, because when I experienced delivery on 3 wheels, but my blind date's girlfriend called me a GG and said that she is not only on the list of successful people who earn tens of thousands of dollars a month, tens of thousands of successful people, and is also the head of the 8-star hotel Lee Care. I was shocked when I heard that. What a coincidence. Isn't this hotel mine? Looking at his confident face, I turned my head and headed for the hotel, but Zhang Tingting grabbed my arm. Are you reluctant to end it with me? Do you want to get in trouble with my new boyfriend? Don't be impulsive. If you break anything inside, it's not something you can afford to pay for as a courier. However, I didn't pay any attention to his nonsense. I went on to the hotel. Just entered the hotel, a man in a suit strutted in front of me. He waved his hand at Zhang Tingting and said, "Tingting, you don't have to hold him back. I'd like to see what he'll do." As soon as he spoke, a couple of burly security guards with electric batons stepped out from behind the man in the suit and surrounded me. They surrounded me at the same time in a luxurious office on the highest floor of the hotel. Lu Ming, the general manager of the hotel, holds a share transfer document with a trembling hand. The hotel has a new owner, and this news is too sudden. He hadn't had time to inform everyone in the hotel. General Manager Lu Ming grabbed the phone. He dialed the number on the document. He said humbly, "Is this Mr. Su?" "This is Mr. Lu, the manager of the recall." I picked up the phone and said that I was at the entrance of the hotel. Lu Ming, the general manager, who had been informed of the incident, stood up in a hurry and headed out in a hurry. At that moment, the man in the suit looked at me and answered the phone. I can't help but be mocked by a phone call. The phone is shaking. "You're a courier. What kind of people do you call? This is Recall, and I'm the head of marketing here. I'm not someone you can mess with." Zhang Tingting stood beside the man in the suit. She's looking at me with a displeased look on her face. "Su Xian, stop it. Let's just get along. Get out of here. I don't want to see you get hospitalized. I don't give a damn about these two." I rubbed my forehead in frustration, but then I looked at the hotel. The LCD sign on the gate turned into a welcome to the chairman of the board, Mr. Su. "Mr. Su, the chairman of the board, is here to inspect the work." When I looked up, Zhang Tingting followed suit. She was shocked in the next second. How can Su Xian be the only chairman of Recall? How is this possible? It must be a coincidence. He's just a courier. He earns $7,000 to $8,000 a month for all his hard work. How could he own Ricard? At that moment, a middle-aged man with a strong aura rushed out of the hotel. As soon as they saw the man, the security guards saluted. They took the initiative to step aside. The man was Lu Ming, the general manager of Ricard. At this moment, the man in the suit was also like a lapdog, nodding and bowing to greet Lu Ming. Lu Ming does not care about these people. Looking around for my shadow. The next moment he saw me standing calmly in the distance. He hurriedly rubbed his hands on his high-class suit. He stepped forward and shook my hand with great enthusiasm. "Hello, Mr. Su." Then a group of people rushed out of the hotel's front door. They were the top management of Recall. As soon as they received Lu Ming's notice, they came right over. When the executives saw me, they bowed and saluted me, and shouted their welcome in unison. Their welcoming voices came together. It was so loud that it made your eardrums ring. The man in the suit saw the crowd's behavior, but he couldn't help sucking in a breath of cold air. The whole world was in a whirlwind. Who could he have pissed off? The only owner of the Recall. His body was shaking. He was on the verge of fainting. And Zhang Tingting was coughing. She looked at me straight in the eye. He didn't expect me to really. It's the owner of the Hotel Ricard. I was so blind to think that Su Xian is a qigong. What's even more ridiculous is that she did it for the sake of a small marketing director at the Ricard. She wants to abandon me. At this moment, Zhang Tingting suddenly took a step forward, tightly held my arm and sweetly, she said, "Hubby, I was wrong. You are deliberately teasing me. It turns out that you are a hidden tycoon." However, I didn't pay any attention to Zhang Tingting. After shaking his arm away, SS stared at the man in the suit. Lu Ming also saw this scene. Understanding, he asked in a deep voice, "Qian Zhixing, I think I just saw you were surrounding Mr. Su." Even though Qian Zhixing was quick-witted, he still couldn't help but shiver. He couldn't think of a perfect excuse to explain what just happened. He was so scared that his face turned bloodless. Suddenly Zhang Tingting pointed at Qian Zhixing and said, "I accompanied my husband to inspect the work. Not only did he not let us in, he even asked me to be his girlfriend. He even wanted the security guards to take care of my husband. It's outrageous." When Zhang Tingting said that, Lu Ming was shocked, and then it's angry. It wasn't just Lu Ming either. All the top management of Recall on the spot were also like this. They were all afraid that they wouldn't be able to please me. This little supervisor dared to beat up Mr. Su. This is simply a heifer on a plane. NP to heaven ah. At this time Lu Ming rushed to the security guards, waved his hand and yelled, "You guys beat up Chen Zhixing. He's no longer a member of Recall." The words have not yet fallen. The security guards, who were afraid of being implicated, immediately rolled up their sleeves and swarmed to stop it. The man in the suit who was being cleaned up shouted, "Mr. Lu, Mr. So, it's okay for you to beat me, but I have a family. I have a family to feed. Please don't throw me out of Recall, okay?" Chen Zhixing wailed and hoped that there's still room for redemption. But soon he couldn't scream anymore. He lay motionless on the ground, like a peach blossom in full bloom. Zhang Tingting was stunned when she heard this. "He didn't tell me he had a wife and child." I pushed away Zhang Tingting, who was pestering me, and said lightly, "Get lost. From now on, don't be so materialistic in your search." Zhang Tingting kept her head down, carrying his own dull luxury bag away. This scene was seen by Lu Ming's secretary. She couldn't help but feel admiration in her heart. Mr. Su is not only handsome, but also very manly in his treatment of women. Next I stepped on the red carpet. I walked into the Hotel Ricard surrounded by people. I didn't like the hotel's luxurious decoration. I didn't care to admire it. But when they saw what I was doing, they all booed inside. "Mr. Su must be a very wealthy man. Mr. Su must be a very wealthy man. He's not interested in the hotel he just bought." Lu Ming was even more humble in front of me. The man who bought Recall is not someone he can afford. He's not someone he can afford, and he couldn't afford to offend him. 20 minutes later, I finally finished my tour of Recall. I had a meeting with the executives in the conference room. I didn't have much to say. I just told them that if they could help me run Recall, I'd treat them well. I'll give them a raise. It's been a long time since we've had a raise. When they heard about the chance to get a raise, they all shouted with excitement. They looked at me more than they looked at themselves. The biological parents are even more warm and affectionate. Lu Ming's pretty little secretary. At this time she looked at me and couldn't help, licked her soft lips, thinking that this new boss is so charming. If he can be my boyfriend, I would be willing to serve him for the rest of my life. Lu Ming saw the secretary's little gesture and hooked his lips. He whispered, "Would you like to be Mr. Su's secretary? The kind that stays close to him." The secretary rubbed the corner of her coat with her soft and boneless hands. Lowering her chin, she shyly said yes. After the meeting, Lu Ming saw that I was a bit tired. He arranged for me to have a sumptuous meal. After the meal, he took me to the hotel sauna, wanted me to have a good relaxation. When I went to change clothes, Lu Ming quietly left. Suddenly I realized something was wrong there. I opened my eyes violently. In front of me there was a beautiful girl. She was wearing a light bikini. She looked like a fashionable version of Snow White. "This person is Lu Ming's secretary, Li Ranran." When she saw me open my eyes, Li Ranran said with a smile on her face, "Mr. Su, let me massage your shoulders." With that, she went up to me and gave me a massage. At this moment, Li Ranran smiled even more sweetly. "I've learned this skill before. This is the first time I've pressed a man." I asked him what it was called. "Has she ever pressed Mr. Lu?" She said calmly, "No, I'm just his secretary. I'm not responsible for his life." Suddenly Li Ranran lowered her voice. "Mr. Su, don't misunderstand my relationship with Mr. Lu. Let me tell you a secret. Mr. Lu actually doesn't like women." I couldn't help but cough twice. I cannot imagine that the appearance of masculine Lu Ming. "I can't believe there's such a secret." Li Ranran added, "Mr. Su, I'm no longer Mr. Lu's secretary. Mr. Lu asked me to be your secretary. He asked me to take care of your work and your personal life." Said his foot suddenly slipped. "Stick on my body to become a real TS secretary." The scene here no you do not like to see, so I won't show it. If you want to know, go to the original. After a few minutes I stretched my body. I said to Li Ranran about the hard work. I went to the dressing room to change into my courier uniform. Then I quietly left the hotel. But even so, I was seen by some of the staff as I was leaving. The noise of the farewell party made my ears ring. While walking out of the hotel to my tricycle, I heard the system's voice in my head. "Congratulations to the host for obtaining a supercar worth $100 million. Koenigsegg. The keys are in your pocket." When I heard the voice, I reached into my pocket, and there was something heavy. "But where's the car? Where is my car?" At this moment, Li Ranran looked at the roadside and said, "What's going on over there? Why are there so many people?" They were pointing at something. I realized what was going on right away. I was hiding Li Ranran's car. I didn't move and went that way. Li Ranran was also curious and followed closely. I squeezed into the crowd and saw a super handsome red supercar. She immediately exclaimed, "This car is so cool. I've never never seen such a car. One of the enthusiastic crowd trembled and shouted, "This is a $100 million Koenigsegg. There are no more than 10 of them in the world." Li Ranran covered her mouth. Her brain suddenly short-circuited. $100 million. That's enough to buy a small airplane. Who on earth is so rich? Who can afford such a horrible supercar? The crowd of spectators immediately shifted the conversation to the owner of the Koenigsegg. At this moment, Li Ranran suddenly handed me her cell phone. "Mr. Su, can you take a picture of the car for me?" I took the cell phone and Li Ranran. We stood next to the Koenigsegg. Li Ranran didn't dare get too close to the car. She stood 1 meter away from the car. She posed for a picture. "It's not interesting to take this picture. It's not vivid at all." I raised my hand and pointed to the Koenigseggs. I pointed my finger at the hood of the Cognac and said, "You sit on the hood and shoot." As soon as I said that, the crowd of onlookers heard my words, immediately sucked in a breath of cold air. "You two standing there taking pictures is enough. It's scary enough for people. You want to sit on the hood? What if the hood collapses? Did the owner of the car let you sit on it?" At that moment, a kind old man, he grabbed me by the hand, wearing a delivery suit. He said, "Look at you, you're so young. You have a bright future ahead of you. Don't do anything stupid for the sake of vanity." I curled my lips and took the car keys out of my pocket. I pressed the button on the car, the $1 billion Koenigsegg. Immediately, it chirped in a high pitch. "The car is mine. You can sit anywhere you want." The crowd gasped. "It's his car. It belonged to a courier." They looked at my cold delivery suit, and then they looked at the $100 million Koenigsegg. The expressions on their faces twisted up and they all went crazy. "You can afford to buy a Koenigsegg, and you're still working as a courier? You're a rich man pretending to be a courier, aren't you?" Li Ranran is relatively calm. "Mr. Su, can I really sit down?" Su Xian, the man who bought recall at the drop of a hat, owns a $1 billion supercar. It seems reasonable. I calmly said yes and raised my cell phone, ready to take a picture. Li Ranran took a deep breath. "Stand in front of the hood." She pressed the beautiful curve behind her onto the hood. Then she smiled at me. After taking a dozen pictures, Li Ranran left the Koenigsegg in a hurry, took the cell phone from me. Seeing that I was very down to earth, everyone gathered around me. They took out their cell phones and asked me to take pictures. After fulfilling everyone's wishes, I got into the car in front of the glittering eyes, and the next moment, I was driving the Koenigsegg. I drove the Koenigsegg away in front of the crowd. A few seconds later, I was back in my car. I walked over to the tricycle and put the rest of the deliveries into the Koenigsegg. I was going to finish the deliveries in my luxury car. This scene shocked the crowd. The crowd was shocked. "You're driving a $100 million luxury car. How dare you take delivery as your job? Don't tell me you make all your money from deliveries." 10 minutes later I came to Bishui Liyuan neighborhood gate. Just stopped and saw a man. A man and a woman were arguing in front of the gate. The man was my high school classmate, Zhao Ankang. The woman pointed at Zhao Ankang's face and shouted, "I want to buy this house, the one with $5 million. Borrow it or rob it. You must get the money for me. We won't get married without the house." The man lowered his head and whispered, "Xiaxia, let's look elsewhere. That's the first place I've seen. It's not a good idea for you to buy it. And don't you dare. It's a bad influence. Why do you think I'm embarrassing you? You can't even afford a $5 million house, and you think I'm a disgrace? If I don't buy it, I'll find a man who can." Then the woman turned her face away. I could see it clearly from the car. I thought, that's not right. Zhao Ankang's family owns a company. They make millions of dollars a year. When he was in school, he used to treat himself to big dinners. Now he can't even afford a wedding house. We need to ask Ankang what's going on. I pressed the gas pedal and pulled over to Ankang Zhao. I opened the passenger door and said, "Get in." But what I didn't expect was, Zhao Ankang didn't stop the car. His fiancée got into my car. Looking at the woman who was already in the passenger seat, I was confused. He hooked up with his old classmate's fiancée. What's going on here? Sitting in the passenger seat, the woman ruffled her hair around her ears. She smiled and said, "Did you overhear me just now? And you were so brave to drive over here. Let me get in your car. Aren't you afraid I'll turn you down?" I was about to say something when she interrupted me again. "Don't worry, I won't refuse you. In fact, I've already seen you. I saw you spying on me in the car. I can't imagine you like my type of woman. You've got good eyes. To tell you the truth, I said that to you on purpose, because I think you're not bad." I couldn't stand her. I told her to stop. I reopened the door of the car and said righteously, "Please get out of the car. Let me talk to Mr. Zhao for a moment." The woman's face changed. "Mr. Chiu, you're a friend of Zhao Ankang. Why didn't you tell me earlier?" The woman's face darkened. She got out of the car in anger and reluctance. She wanted to kick the car after getting out. But in the end, she didn't dare, because the car is too good. He was afraid he couldn't afford to pay for it. After the woman got out of the car, I saw Zhao Ankang standing there. I yelled at him to get in the car. Zhao Ankang scuffed the soles of his shoes on the ground. He dared to get into the car and said, "Are you Su Xian?" I laughed and cried and said to him, "Don't tell me you've forgotten me. You've already forgotten about me as your high school classmate." Zhao Ankang shook his head and said, "No, I haven't. I remember when we were in high school. I used to take you out to restaurants all the time. I just didn't realize that you've got such a nice car. I didn't think you'd be driving such a nice car." I smiled and lifted my hand on Zhao Ankang's shoulder. "That's not true. I've gained weight from eating you." Then I said, "I didn't mean to do what my sister-in-law did just now. I didn't do it on purpose. You can't be angry with me after being slapped by me." Zhao Ankang, who was a bit nervous, suddenly relaxed a lot and said with a smile, "I'm not even mad at you for dragging her to the hotel, because it's her destiny. This is not a joke," I said reproachfully. Zhao Ankang suddenly looked at the woman standing outside the car and said, "Take the car and get me out of here. I don't want to look at her anymore." When I heard that, I immediately started the Kony. CK is driving towards the neighborhood, because there are still deliveries to be made in the neighborhood. The security guard at the gate didn't even dare to question me. He just gave me a salute and let me go. I parked the car in a quiet corner of the neighborhood and said to Mr. Zhao Ankang. Zhao Ankang said, "Tell me your story over the years." Zhao Ankang cried and grabbed my brother. "I'm in deep shit. My family went bankrupt a few years ago, not to mention buying a multi-million-dollar house. I can't even afford health insurance now, especially when my parents are sick in their old age. They have been bedridden and can only wait slowly." Zhao Ankang held his head in his hands and cried his eyes out. "Brother, you're doing really well now. You must have spent a lot of money on this car. Can you help me out?" I said in a big way. "Tell me how much you want to borrow." Zhao Ankang shook his head and said, "I don't lend money. Brother, find a job with a bright future. That's the long-term solution." When I heard that, I didn't say a word. I took out my cell phone and called Lu Ming. "Ask him if the hotel is short of staff. I have an old classmate. He's good in every way. I'm going to put him in his place. Xian Shixing's position." Lu Ming said, "I was worried that I couldn't find anyone. You can report for duty now." I hung up the phone and said to Zhao Ankang, "To become the marketing director of the Ricard Hotel. Are you willing to do it?" Zhao Ankang was ecstatic. He held my hand tightly. He almost kissed my hand. He naturally knows what salary level. He knows what kind of salary the director of Ricard Marketing earns. It's like pie in the sky. No. It's like a brother feeding him pie. And this brother actually owns. What kind of connections do you have? How could he get such an important position for him? He was able to get him such an important position. After arranging for Zhao Ankang, I went back to making deliveries. When I was delivering the last one, there was a sweet but with a hint of sadness. "Who is it? Are you Yip Chin Chin? There's a delivery for you." The voice behind the door asked me cautiously. "Courier can't come in. We don't allow couriers in our neighborhood." But I said jokingly, "Because I'm too handsome." It wasn't long before the door to the room opened. A young girl with a double ponytail, wearing a light cartoon nightgown, with big, beautiful eyes. She looked at me with her head tilted. "You are indeed very handsome." Yi Chen Shen thought I was joking, but she realized I was telling the truth. "I am the most handsome courier. I am the most handsome one among all the couriers she has seen." When she saw me, it was as if the string of her first love was quietly plucked by an invisible force. Yi Qianxian took the courier from me and said with a smile, "Handsome, is your heart square? Otherwise, why are you so handsome?" Being teased by Yip Chin Chin, I said back calmly, "Are you a well in the desert? Why else would I want to jump into you? I want to jump into your well and drink your water." Yi Qianxian smiled like 100 flowers blooming. I tore up her signed bill. I said goodbye to her. Then I turned around and left. She held the door frame. She saw me into the elevator. She suddenly felt very sad. She thought, "Why am I so indifferent to her? Other men are always on their knees when they see me. If you talk to me a little more, my life would have been different." Just think of it as a beautiful dream I had just now. Yi Chen went back to her room and opened the courier. She took out a handful of artisanal tools. Then she filled the bathtub in the bathroom. She filled up the bathtub with water. She slashed her wrist. The bathtub was instantly stained with blood. However, I had just arrived downstairs. At that moment, the system's voice suddenly rang out. Ding! The host has just completed a super delivery. Rewarded $1 billion in cash. After receiving the system alert, I couldn't help but look up. Yi Qianxian's building. There's something wrong with Qin Lian Yi. She sounded so sad just now. She seemed very wary when she asked him, although she acted normal after opening the door. But in her beautiful eyes, she's so desperate that she can't hide it. I recalled the contents of the package. Suddenly, I realized something was wrong. She doesn't want to live, does she? I turned around and ran back to the building. I went straight to Yi Qianxian's house. I came upstairs and I shouted very sensibly. Time was passing like sand in an hourglass. The door was still open. This gave me a bad feeling. Then I took a step back. I turned my head and looked out the window. I went to the window. I took a deep breath and climbed out. I was going to enter Yip Qianxian's house from the outside of the building. I grabbed the cracks of the building. I stepped on the edge of the building. Little by little, I moved towards the balcony of Yip Qianxian's house. I looked down. All the objects on the ground have become smaller. A wave of dizziness washed over me. However, the crowd below was also full of people. Someone shouted, "There's a man climbing up the 20th floor. Look at his clothes. Looks like a delivery boy." The crowd downstairs is buzzing. Isn't he afraid of falling? Before I could say anything, my foot suddenly slipped. My body plunged downward. After falling more than a meter, I was lucky to catch a pipe. Air conditioner pipe. This scene caused the onlookers to catch their breath. They don't want me to fall. At least not in my own neighborhood. A cold sweat broke out on my forehead in the gale, but now my eyes glowed with wonder. How did I get so strong? In the past, I didn't have enough upper body strength. I couldn't even do a few pull-ups. But now I grabbed the air conditioning pipe with one hand. Not only was it easy, I even had a lot of strength left. Now I'm getting more confident. With one hand, my body surged upward, like a dexterous ape, climbed back to the position where I fell. Then with a few easy moves, I reached the balcony of Yip Qianxian's house. My amazing skill once again made the onlookers. The onlookers were amazed. This delivery boy must have practiced kung fu, just like Spider-Man in the movies. An old man in a veteran's uniform happened to pass by and saw this scene. He couldn't help but marvel at it. When he was young, he guarded the territory. He relied on his exceptional skills. He was able to escape time and time again. Meanwhile, I climbed outside the balcony of Yi Qianxian's house. Outside the balcony of Yi Qianxian's house, the balcony windows are closed. None of them could be opened. I took a deep breath and grabbed the balcony with one hand. I clenched my fist and smashed the glass. With a loud bang, the double-pane glass shattered. Then I quickly rolled over and got into Yip Qianxian's house. I searched 2 rooms. I couldn't find Yip Qianxian's shadow. Finally, I found her in the bathroom. She was lying quietly in the bathtub. Her long hair was floating in the water, like a beautiful flower in full bloom. I walked to the tub and picked up the wet Yi Qianxian. I picked up the wet Yi Qianxian. On Yi Qianxian's wrist, there was a deep wound on her wrist. What happened to her? What happened to a young and beautiful girl? To end her precious life, I laid her down on the sofa in the living room. Then he went into the kitchen and found a roll of plastic wrap. He wrapped Yi Qianxian's wound tightly with the plastic wrap. Then he carried her downstairs. When she got downstairs, she woke up with the wind blowing. She narrowed her eyes. She looked at my clean and handsome face and murmured, "Are you an angel?" I looked down at the pale Yi Qianxian. "Angels don't smash windows to save people." Yi Qianxian weakly said, "Even if you're not an angel. Even if you're not an angel, you must be a god. You're really charming." I purposely grimaced. I scolded Yi Qianxian. "Don't talk so much." But Qianxian said, "I'm so cool." He's still handsome even if he's cool. When I came downstairs, the onlookers, the people saw the problem at once. All of a sudden, they surrounded me. This made the onlookers realize that the reason why I risked my life to climb up the stairs, is to save Yi Qianxian. When Yi Qianxian heard the crowd's clamor, she buried her head in my arms. The smell of gardenia makes her more and more crazy. She has forgotten that she is also a goddess with incredible face. At this moment, I carried Yi Qianxian out of the crowd. I was heading for my own Koenigsegg. An old man in a veteran's uniform, looking at my back with a look of relief. "I knew you'd do something special." I came to a sudden stop in front of the car. I saw my Koenigsegg was blocked by a brand new Mercedes in the corner. "If you don't move the car, I couldn't get out." At that moment, a high-pitched siren sounded from behind me. I turned my head to see. It was a Volkswagen Touareg. I went to the driver's window and said, "My friend is in trouble. Can you help me take him to the hospital? I'll pay for your trouble. Just tell me how much." The Touareg driver took a look at my clothes. "You've got a lot of nerve for a delivery boy. I need $2,000. Are you willing to pay?" I said it's no problem. I was just about to open the door. The driver of the Touareg suddenly realized that something was wrong with Yi. The driver of the Touareg suddenly realized that something was wrong with Yi Qianxian's wrist. He said, "Are you trying to kill someone? I don't care how much you pay. It's bad luck to have to pull a S-man for the rest of your life." After that, the toucan driver kicked the gas and left. I looked at the toucan with regret. I looked around with Yi Qianxian in my arms. I didn't see any other cars coming. Then I looked over at the crowd and yelled, "Why don't you do me a favor? Push this Mercedes out of the way for me. Let my car out, okay?" The crowd was shocked. "You're a courier. Don't be ridiculous. You can't afford a car like this in 10 lifetimes." I pressed my hand. I pressed the key through my pants pocket. Koenigsegg's eyes suddenly glowed. It was like an overpowering monster bursting out of hell. The faces of the crowd immediately became very exciting. This car really belongs to the delivery boy. Yi Qianxian also picked up her pretty face. She looked at Koenigsegg with a look of disbelief. She took the delivery from me herself. I am a real courier, and he's got a supercar that's out of this world. I saw that people didn't want to touch that brand new Mercedes. I had to offer you money. As long as you help me push the Mercedes out of the way, I'll pay each of you $2,000 for your hard work. Okay? Those who have nothing to do. When the old men heard that they would get $2,000, they all rolled up their sleeves. Suddenly the old soldier stepped in front of them. He told them not to do anything. There are 10 old comrades here today. As soon as the old man finished speaking, I heard the sound of footsteps in the distance. A group of old men with gray hair. They're all dressed in plain old army uniforms. They're running towards us at a great pace. The old soldiers are carrying bags of vegetables in one hand. He's pointing at the Mercedes with one hand. Brothers, take him down. The veterans responded in unison. Then, like tigers, they surrounded the Mercedes-Benz. Looking at the old comrades who have been together through life and death, the old soldier's eyes are filled with tears. Came back. One by one they're all back. Roar. Ha! The Mercedes-Benz couldn't be pushed when it was parked. The old comrades worked together and actually lifted the Mercedes-Benz away. At their age, it can be called invincible. Su Xian wanted to thank these respectable and lovely old people, but they did not accept their thanks. They said they were very happy to be able to help Su Xian. They also want to be needed in their twilight years. Old brothers, let's go and drink. The old soldier in uniform carrying the vegetables waved his big hand and left with his comrades who had gone through life and death together. They were all smiles. They are in great spirits. But they are not sad in their hearts. Everyone is getting older. Maybe we can meet again next time. There will be one less person. 2 people missing. 3 people missing. In the end, everything turned into a handful of loss. Sit down. Su Xian put Yi Qianxian into the car, started the Koenigsegg, and drove out of the community. On the road, he held the steering wheel with one hand. I made a call to Lu Ming at Likel. And a chic figure holding the steering wheel with one hand while talking on the phone made Yi Qianxian fascinated again, and her beautiful eyes were shining with stars. Mr. Lu, help me with something. There are some veterans gathering in Bishui Liyuan community. Find out which building they live in, and then give them the best wine in the hotel, at least 20 bottles. I need you to finish it within 20 minutes, no delay. Xiao Lu understands. After giving instructions to Lu Ming, Su Xian was about to hang up the phone when Yi Qianxian suddenly spoke softly. Goddess, I know where that grandpa lives, building 16, building 201. Not only do I know, many people in the community know where he lives, because he is often eager to help everyone. Good. Su Xian conveyed this to Lu Ming. He then drove to a nearby hospital. The male god is not only handsome, but also very brave and caring. Yi Qianxian seemed to have forgotten the pain on her wrist. Looking at Su Xian's handsome profile, she said intoxicatedly, such a man, one cannot help but love him. Ah! Lu Ming is really efficient in his work. In less than 20 minutes, he brought a cart of wine to Lao Junyi's downstairs and personally delivered dozens of bottles of good wine to Lao Junyi's house. The old people didn't want the wine. But Lu Ming said that if they didn't want it, he would be unemployed and his boss would fire him. This day, the old people shed tears of contentment and bid farewell. At the same time, they also remembered a person's name, Su Xian. They were very grateful to Su Xian for sending wine to cheer them up. As for Su Xian's name, they strongly requested Lu Ming to tell them. They naturally thought that Su Xian was the handsome young man who heroically saved the beauty. Who else could it be but him? Plastic wrap? What kind of imagination is this? And this plastic wrap is so effective, the wound has healed a little. In the emergency room, several surgeons looked at the plastic wrap wrapped around their wrists. They were surprised and praised Su Xian. This method not only allows the injured to lose zero blood, it also prevents wounds from being infected by dust. Very good. Unlike some people who foolishly cover their wounds with sanitary napkins. For them, Yi Qianqian's wound was a trivial matter. They were sutured quickly and she was discharged from the hospital on the spot without even being hospitalized. Brother, the male god. After the treatment, Yi Qianqian pinched Su Xian's sleeve with her little hands, shook it gently, and said coquettishly, "Can you please send me back again? This man who saved her life. She is determined. No time." Su Xian saw that Yi Qianqian was fine and had wasted a lot of time on Yi Qianqian, so he said, "It's getting late, and I have to rush back to the express delivery point for a meeting. There will be a shopping festival in a few days. There will be a massive amount of express delivery to be delivered by then. The person in charge of the delivery point wants to hold a mobilization meeting for all the delivery boys. Don't be so cold." Yi Qianqian has never taken the initiative to pursue a man, and her words and deeds are quite straightforward. "If you don't send me off, I might lose my mind and commit suicide again. Only when I'm with you, I don't think about unhappy things." She blinked her beautiful big eyes and looked at Su Xian pitifully, like a cute cat. It was really irresistible. Save people to the end. Send Buddha to the west. In desperation, Su Xian had no choice but to take Yi Qianqian to the emergency room. Yi Qianqian relied on the wound, so she hugged Su Xian's arm and put her head on Su Xian's shoulder, looking very delicate. Wow, is this a celebrity couple? The man is so handsome and the woman is so beautiful. God, how could you let me see such a scene? My eyes were blinded by the flash. The patients who were coming and going couldn't help but marveled when they saw the appearance of the two people, and they forgot about their ailments for a while. An old man in a wheelchair almost had his eyes popping out of his eyes. He watched Su Xian and Yi Qianqian walk away. He stood up tremblingly while holding on to his wheelchair. His lips trembled for a while, and he said with tears in his eyes, "My youth has been eaten by dogs." The family members accompanying him were shocked when they saw the old man standing up. He is hemiplegic. I can't take care of myself. How come he miraculously stood up? Just as Su Xian and Yi Qianqian were walking to the parking lot. Something is happening. Hey, what kind of car is this? Why have I never seen it before? In the parking lot, a woman with heavy makeup and a face value of about 75 discovered Su Xian's Koenigsegg. She doesn't know Koenigsegg. Never even seen it on the road. There are no more than 10 cars in the world, and there are only 5 or 6 cars in China where there are many wealthy people. It's strange that she has seen it. Then, the woman took out her mobile phone and took a photo of Koenigsegg. After searching for it, her mouth suddenly opened wide. She could definitely stuff 5 or 6 bananas into it. Oh my God. It's incredible. It's actually a billion-dollar sports car. She recently hooked up with a rich man worth tens of millions and planned to marry him, so she secretly came to the hospital today to have her membranes repaired, so that the rich man would completely fall in love with her. She's not lying, either. But for love. But now, in the face of billion-dollar supercars, a rich man worth tens of millions is nothing. It can be called a poor batch. No. A woman's youth is extremely precious, I must choose a better one. When water flows to lower places, people move to higher places. I want to seduce the owner of this supercar. It would be perfect if he was a handsome guy. The woman quickly took out a small mirror, touched up her makeup on Koenigsegg's car glass, and then made a brilliant plan to hide. Beep. Not long after, Su Xian walked to the parking lot alone and got into the car. The reason why he came alone was because he didn't want Yi Qianqian to walk more, so he asked her to wait outside the parking lot. But he just started the vehicle. Something unexpected happened. Ouch, I feel dizzy. A woman suddenly appeared in front of the car, held her forehead, shook her body, climbed on the hood of Koenigsegg, and then became motionless. Yes. This is the woman's brilliant plan. She understands men's childish psychology very well. Men all want to be a hero and save the beauty. After saving the beauty, they will be beautiful again. This kind of thing can make a man laugh at the wine table for a lifetime. Touching porcelain? But she obviously didn't understand Su Xian's brain circuit. When Su Xian saw her like this, he thought she was a cheat. Su Xian frowned slightly and got out of the car. Oomph, he fell into the trap. The woman squinted her eyes and saw Su Xian getting out of the car, feeling secretly proud. She thought Su Xian had fallen into her trap. And this supercar owner is so handsome. He's so handsome that my heart skips a beat. I really want to give him the thing I just patched up. The woman is like a fallen sunflower, crawling on the hood and thinking wildly. But what she never expected was that when Su Xian just walked up to her and before he had time to say anything or do anything, there was a foot that suddenly stretched out in the air. A bang sound. Kick her to the ground. She was lying on the ground with her back stretched out, and when she opened her eyes, her expression became extremely complicated. She saw Yi Qianqian, whose appearance was above 90 points. Not good. This woman is a powerful enemy. Your sister is so brave. You actually molested my boyfriend's car. Are you allowed to touch his things casually? Yi Qianqian pointed at the woman lying on the ground with an angry look on her face. She is also very beautiful when she is angry. She also saw the scene of the woman in front of her pretending to be unconscious and crawling on the hood from a distance. Out of a woman's intuition, she believed that this woman definitely had ulterior motives. So she rushed over immediately. Forehead. Looking at the aggressive Yi Qianqian, Su Xian was dumbfounded. Unexpectedly, Yi Qianqian, who looks like a two-dimensional beautiful girl, also has such a fierce side. Moreover, Yi Qianqian is still injured. Why can't I control myself and get violent with others? Goddess, you don't have to worry about anything. Yi Qianqian glanced at Su Xian and said righteously, you saved my life, just let me do something for you. After all, she is like a guardian elf. He took a step forward and stood in front of Su Xian. You little bitch, what the hell are you doing? Dare you kick me? The woman crossed her legs and climbed up from the ground with great flexibility. She stretched out her hands to scratch Yi Qianqian's face and shouted, I'll scratch your face. Be sensible. Seeing this, Su Xian pulled Yi Qianqian to his side and pushed the woman with his hand. His physique has been strengthened by the system. This push is really no small matter. Laugh. The soles of the woman's feet scraped against the ground and she slipped back a few steps in the blink of an eye. Then there was a pop. Lying flatly on the ground. Fortunately, Su Xian didn't use all his strength. Otherwise she could fly out on the spot. The male god actually beats other women for me, hee hee. Yi Qianqian hugged Su Xian's arm contentedly and pressed her delicate body against Su Xian's body. Wow, you are so handsome, why are you so cruel to a weak woman like me? The woman calmed down, sat on the ground, fluttered her legs, and started crying. Some people passing by heard her cry and immediately gathered around to watch the excitement. Everyone, please help me comment. I passed here without incident, and they too hit me for no reason. If they don't give me an explanation, I will call the police to arrest them. I saw more and more people. The woman cried even harder. But what she never expected was that passers-by seemed to think a little strange about her. Wow, this woman is so embarrassed when she behaves like a naughty woman. You're like a golden child, but you can't bear to trample ants to death, right? How could I beat you? At first glance, you are making false accusations. The woman heifer drank foreign wine and suddenly became confused. What kind of world is this? Is it the way of the world to judge people by their appearance? Wouldn't good-looking people hit others? Husband, come here quickly, someone is bullying me, there is a large group of people bullying me. The woman took out her mobile phone and hurriedly called her multi-millionaire boyfriend. The rich man responded really quickly. A Land Rover arrived within a few minutes. Who the hell is bullying my Mimi? Don't you know that beating a dog depends on its owner? The multi-millionaire stood out with a huge beer belly, carrying a black bag in one hand, pointing at everyone with the other and yelling curses. When the woman saw her help coming, she became more arrogant, pointed at Su Xian and Yi Qianqian and said, It's them too. This little bitch kicked me, this handsome guy, he slapped me. The multimillionaire immediately set his sights on Su Xian and Yi Qianshan. Oh my god. The man looks like an immortal descended to earth. And the girl is simply a real little fairy. Two people stand together. It is simply a beautiful scenery. As soon as he saw Su Xian and Yi Qianshan, the millionaire's heart was filled with sweetness, as if he had returned to the time of his first love. Hello? The multimillionaire stopped his rude behavior and became polite. He politely said to Su Xian and Yi Qianshan, "Did you hit my girlfriend?" A beating is a beating. Su Xian did not deny it. He pointed at his Koenigsegg and said, "But there is a reason for everything. There is a driving recorder in the car. Go and take a look in the car yourself." What? Oh my god. Koenigsegg worth 100 million yuan. The multi-millionaire is in the business of buying and selling second-hand cars and is very knowledgeable about vehicles. When he saw Su Xian's Koenigsegg, he couldn't keep calm. He couldn't help but walk to the car and reached out to touch the paint. TSK tisk. Bop. It's great, it's great, it's great. He was excited and ran out of words. His lifelong dream was to buy a Koenigsegg, and his computer desktop was a red Koenigsegg. Unexpectedly, he would see it for real today. I even touched it with my own hands. And compared with this Koenigsegg, my Land Rover is an out-and-out agricultural vehicle. Can I really get in the car and watch? The multimillionaire took back his hand and looked at Su Xian pleadingly. He is more polite. He didn't dare to offend Su Xian. Anyone who can drive a Koenigsegg worth 100 million yuan, no matter young or old, must have super terrifying connections and connections. He is definitely not someone worth tens of millions of dollars and can afford to offend. If he is not careful, he will fall into irreversible danger. You can do it. Su Xian shrugged nonchalantly and opened the car door. Oh my, this is so inappropriate. The multimillionaire looked at his polished leather shoes. It would be bad if you stepped on the car and made it dirty. I can see it even from outside the car. Could you please call up the record? Bar. Also, Su Xian was about to sit in the car and adjust the surveillance system when the naughty woman suddenly went crazy and ran up to Su Xian and grabbed Su Xian hard. Can not look. Never let anyone see it. The secret is revealed at a glance. She didn't expect that Koenigsegg could record video even when the car was parked and the ignition was turned off. The multimillionaire was not stupid. He immediately realized something, grabbed the woman and said to Su Xian, "It's time to work." Su Xian got into the car and called up the recorded image on the central control screen. Then, the multimillionaire saw the woman standing in front of Su Xian's car, taking pictures, touching up her makeup, pretending to be fainted, and her face became ugly. Hey, whose medical record is this? Yi Qianshan suddenly found a medical record next to the car. I picked it up and opened it. It was Zhu Mini's. Let's look at the case content again. It turned out to be a patch on some kind of film. Give me back. When the woman saw that Yi Qianshan had picked up her medical record, she was shocked and reached out to grab it. She probably dropped it accidentally when she was pretending to faint. She thought she would just find a trash can and throw it away after leaving the hospital. Yi Qianshan immediately handed the medical record to the multimillionaire. "Let me show it to you. Don't be angry after reading it." The multimillionaire took a look at the medical records. Suddenly, I felt angry. Didn't you say you had a toothache? You actually came to the hospital to have this repaired? Didn't you say you've never given it to anyone else for the first time? You're in a big trough. The multimillionaire said nothing. Raise a heavy slap. The greeting hit the woman's face. At the same time, Su Xian's cell phone also rang. As soon as I saw the name of the caller, he frowned. Su Xian, come back to the meeting immediately. The call was from Lu Dachuan, the person in charge of the express delivery point. New. Su Xian hung up the phone, waved to Yi Qianshan, and the two got into the Koenigsegg. Kill you. Shameless green tea bitch. You actually want to deceive me with a fake body. I'll beat you to death, beat you to death. The multimillionaire was still beating the woman, blocking the car's direction. Beep. Su Xian had no choice but to blow the horn. Koenigsegg's horn sounds so nice. It's like a master playing an instrument. The multimillionaire raised his head when he heard the sound, and was shocked by the sound of the trumpet. Excuse me. Brother, let's see the joke. Then, the multimillionaire quickly pulled the woman aside and continued to beat her. He was so angry. Today I wanted to take this woman to see a 200 square meter wedding room. It's good now. Look at the chicken feathers. Thank you, brother. The rich man thanked Koenigsegg again as he drove away slowly. If it weren't for Su Xian, he might be deceived by this damn woman for the rest of his life. That woman is so miserable. Sitting in the billion-dollar supercar, Yi Qianqian smiled sweetly at Su Xian. I don't know if she has calmed down or not. His face is no longer as pale as before. Become more energetic. Don't mind other people's business. Su Xian said to Yi Qianqian while driving the car, I can't take you home. I have to go to the express delivery point for a meeting quickly, otherwise my salary will be deducted. Okay. Yi Qianqian was actually very happy. I just happened to go with you to see where you work. At the same time, she also liked Su Xian's attitude. Driving a billion-dollar supercar? I'm also worried about having my wages deducted. What a very enterprising man. Ha! Su Xian smiled. The place where I really work is not there, but every street, every neighborhood, every house, and I meet every strange and interesting person. Wow, so romantic. Yi Qianqian blinked her beautiful eyes. I really want to deliver express delivery with you. She couldn't help but imagine a picture in her mind. She is also wearing courier clothes. Accompany Su Xian through the streets and alleys to deliver express delivery. If Su Xian sweats. She wiped Su Xian's sweat. If Su Xian is tired. She gave Su Xian a squeeze on his shoulders and a pat on his back. But she had no idea. Su Xian is Liquor's boss. Before delivering the express to her, he had already steamed the sauna, had Filipino technicians massage it, and had Li Ran, who had learned Japanese techniques, massage it. She was not left alone to serve her. Oh, my God, you have something on your shoulder. Yi Qianqian didn't mind at all that she was leaning against Su Xian, stretched out her jade-like fingers, pinched a hair from Su Xian's shoulder, and said angrily, It must be that bad woman's hair. My boyfriend's clothes are all stained. Su Xian turned his head and glanced at Yi Qianqian. Is your eyesight bad? Yi Qianqian opened her eyes wide and showed them to Su Xian. It's very good. The vision is 2.0. Su Xian, that's your hair. Well. Yi Qianqian hurriedly compared it with her own hair and found that it was her own hair, and her face suddenly turned red. Then she regretted it again. If I had known it was my hair, I wouldn't have taken it off from my male idol. There is something of my own in the male god. Isn't it also very romantic and happy? Okay, let's get down to business. Su Xian glanced at Yi Qianqian, who was a little cute, and said, Looking at your weird appearance, you don't look like someone you can't stand. How could you do something like that? Yi Qianqian knew that Su Xian was asking her why she committed suicide. My cat disappeared. Yi Qianqian stammered, her name is Tong Tong. She is very well behaved, listens to my words, and is very considerate. But she suddenly disappeared and couldn't be found. Male god, do you think it was lost or stolen? Give you a chance to say it again. Su Xian naturally didn't believe Yi Qianqian's words. Then I really said it? Yi Qianqian looked at Su Xian's charming profile, pondered for a while, and told the sad secret that was pressing in her heart. She originally had a very happy family. Dad is the vice president of a company. My mother is a virtuous and beautiful woman. But just in line with the old saying, men become bad when they have money. Just last month, her father divorced her mother because he fell in love with another woman, and the good family fell apart. My mother was heartbroken and went on a trip alone to relax. As a result, he met an accident on a mountain and died. But she didn't think it was an accident. She thinks her mother betrayed her father and she doesn't want to live anymore. After taking care of my mother's funeral, she stayed alone in her once happy home. The more she thought about it, the sadder she became, and the thoughts of committing suicide became stronger and stronger. Finally today. Whoa, whoa! Yi Qianqian suddenly hugged Su Xian's arm and cried bitterly. Su Xian pursed his lips tightly, slowed down the car, and let Yi Qianqian cry. Yi Qianqian. After Yi Qianqian became quieter, he opened his mouth and said, "All potential dermas are like bubbles in a dream, like fog or lightning." The male god. Yi Qianqian raised her watery eyes. "I don't understand." Ahem. Su Xian had no choice but to change his explanation. "You know, God is very interesting. Cats like to eat fish, but cats can't go into the water. Fish like to eat earthworms, but fish can't go ashore. Life is about choosing and giving up, having and losing. Do you understand?" Ming, I understand. Yi Qianqian opened her mouth. This time she immediately understood what Su Xian said. My mood suddenly became brighter. Life is really like this. Always keep having. And keep losing. It is beyond human control. Do you really understand? Su Xian smiled, then from now on. I will live a good life from now on and never commit suicide again. Yi Qianqian said with force. What others say may not have such an effect on her. But Su Xian is different. As soon as she saw Su Xian, her heart skipped a beat. Su Xian saved her life again. She and Su Xian bully bad women again. It's so fun to be with Su Xian. Su Xian is what she has now. She must seize this precious possession. 10 minutes later. The courier station that Su Xian belongs to has arrived. In order not to make colleagues feel awkward, Su Xian deliberately parked Koenigsegg far away and walked into the delivery point. Yi Qianqian was like an elf, following Su Xian inseparably. Ha, Su Xian, I thought you weren't coming. As soon as I walked into the office of the express delivery point, the person in charge, Lu Dachuan, in front of more than 20 courier boys, point at Su Xian and scold him. At the same time, he also saw Yi Qianqian. His eyes immediately became gleaming. Swallowed hard. This girl is so on point. Out of this world. More than 24 courier boys also focused their attention on Yi Qianqian. Bliss. Bliss. Drooled. Hello, little girl. Lu Dachuan didn't know why Yi Qianqian came here, so he said to Yi Qianqian in a very gentle tone. Did you come here to complain about Su Xian? He is a person who often has a bad service attitude, especially towards girls. Don't be afraid, I will help you teach him a lesson. Little girl, I will help you teach him a lesson. As the leader here, how about I deduct his performance bonus this month? On his own territory, in front of more than 20 courier boys, Lu Dachuan showed his majesty. He is also afraid of mishandling customer complaints. Because the headquarters takes complaints very seriously. If it is not handled properly, the headquarters will directly hold the person in charge accountable. But the next second, he could tell something was wrong. Yi Qianqian went from frowning, to a solemn expression, to an angry look. Goddess Su Xian is my boyfriend. If you dare to deduct his bonus, I will never end it with you. I will also report you to the relevant departments. When Lu Dachuan heard this, he was stunned. All the courier guys were stunned. What's the situation? Haven't you heard that Su Xian is looking for a girlfriend recently? Didn't he always advocate freedom and happiness? Why do you suddenly have a girlfriend? Or is she this beautiful girl with incredible looks and invincible youth? They didn't know that Su Xian also dumped Zhang Tingting, a materialistic girl, today. We have only known each other for an hour or two, so we are not considered boyfriend and girlfriend. Su Xian explained helplessly. But as soon as he finished speaking, everyone was stunned again. What? We've only known each other for an hour or two. How can you deal with such a ridiculously good-looking girl? Look at how people protect you. Obviously, I've decided to follow you. Everyone was envious and jealous, and scratched their heads for a while. There is no justice. Is it so lawless to be handsome? How are you going to let us singles live? Have you considered the feelings of us singles? I don't care. Yi Qianqian held Su Xian's arm tightly, liking you is my business and my freedom. If you have the ability, don't let me like you. I feel so dizzy. Heart hurts. This situation made Lu Dachuan unable to calm down. He leaned on his desk and took a sip of cold water. He regretted asking Su Xian to come back for the meeting. This simply created a large-scale show-off scene for Su Xian. No. Be sure to give Su Xian some color. This is the workplace. This is not the place for you to show off. Su Xian, tell me about you. Apart from being handsome, what else can you offer? Can you make this little girl happy? Lu Dachuan said in a deep voice, when this little girl grows up and sees the big world, will people still like you? Yes. Su Xian, don't harm this little girl. Unless you suddenly have a mine at home. All the courier boys also echoed flatteringly. But it's more out of jealousy. I studied abroad and have seen more of the world than you guys eat with salt. Yi Qianqian was unhappy upon hearing this and retorted, there are too many men to chase me, but I don't want any of them. No matter what, I just like Su Xian. Besides, Su Xian is not only handsome, he also. Yi Qianqian really wanted to tell Su Xian about the billion-dollar luxury car. But he saw Su Xianchong shaking his head. She immediately fell silent. She thought about it and roughly understood what Su Xian meant. Su Xian didn't want everyone to know the details of his net worth. Maybe he was afraid that everyone's attitude towards him would change, which would make him very uncomfortable and affect his mood at work. Okay, this is all my private matter, let's have a meeting. Su Xian said lightly. Ahem. Let's have a meeting then. Lu Dachuan cleared his throat, the shopping festival is about to begin. Our express delivery industry will face a big challenge, and our couriers. Lu Dachuan suddenly couldn't talk anymore. He saw that the courier guys didn't listen to him. They all secretly looked at Yi Qianqian in a distracted manner. A look of obsession. Looking intoxicated. Yi Qianqian, on the other hand, had already sat down with Su Xian. She held her little face with her two little hands and looked at Su Xian intoxicated like a crazy fan. Those present. Su Xian was the only one listening to him. Damn it, this meeting can't go on. Lu Dachuan slapped the table angrily, bent down and took out a large pile of advertising slogan stickers from the bottom of the table. You all come here and get one for each person, and put it on your tricycle so that customers can see our attitude towards the shopping festival and our fighting spirit. Hurry! The boys then looked away from Yi Qianqian and lined up to receive stickers. Goddess Su Xian, don't move, I'll help you get it. When Su Xian was about to stand up and queue up, Yi Qianqian pressed the back of Su Xian's hand with her small hand and volunteered to stand in line. Su Xian shrugged helplessly. So troubled. When will I become as pure as everyone else? As lonely as snow? Oh, ladies first, you go first. That's right, ladies go first. We are not in a hurry. When the courier boys saw Yi Qianqian coming to queue, they immediately gave up their seats and gave Yi Qianqian the first place. Thank you everyone. You guys are such gentlemen and so cute. Yi Qianqian smiled sweetly and thanked her. When she smiles sweetly, her appearance is 95%. How can all the courier guys be able to withstand this? They all couldn't help but grin silly. Nima, look at how you are all so worthless. They all come from the ravines. Have you never seen a beautiful girl? Look at me, I didn't even look at this little girl. Seeing everyone's appearance, Lu Dachuan immediately sneered. Hello, please get me a copy. The next second, Yi Qianqian stretched out her soft, boneless hands in front of Lu Dachuan. How did these little hands grow? It's so pretty. I really want to take a lick. Lu Dachuan looked at Yi Qianqian's beautiful hands from close range and suddenly couldn't control himself. A glistening stream of saliva sliding down the corner of his mouth. The image is worse than that of a group of courier boys. A few minutes later, everyone got stickers. They all went outside to the yard and put stickers on their tricycles. Actually, after reading the content on the sticker, no one wanted to put it on. Because there are several big words written on it. Good luck, the mission will be achieved. If the delivery is 1 second late, we will sacrifice a courier boy to heaven. Lu Dachuan came up with this content. It's so abominable. Su Xian didn't care about it, it was just a slogan. But what makes him so-called is, where is his tricycle? He asked Li Ranran to help him deliver the tricycle, but where was the car? Su Xian, where is your third wheel? Lu Dachuan also discovered this problem, and suddenly felt that he had caught Su Xian's hand. 3 wheels are the life of a courier. The car is there and the people are there. Cars die and people die. This. Su Xian was really hard to answer for a moment. I plan to call Li Ranran and ask. Mr. Su, I'm sorry. I ran into some trouble on the road and I'm late delivering your car. At this moment, there is a beautiful figure riding a tricycle. Entered everyone's field of vision. Everyone couldn't help but stared at it again. This girl is so beautiful. Wear professional attire, clean and tidy. She looks so beautiful riding a tricycle. Love it, love it. As soon as they saw the girl riding a tricycle, all the courier boys couldn't help but admire her. The person in charge, Lu Dachuan, couldn't help but swallow a mouthful of saliva. This girl is his type. Aged in his early 20s. Long hair fluttering. The look of riding a tricycle reminded him of his first love. Bitter yet sweet. Then, he and a group of courier boys watched the girl ride a tricycle next to Su Xian. The girl is Li Ranran from Likle, Su Xian's personal secretary. On Su Xian's order, I came to the express delivery point to deliver the 3-wheeler. Mr. Su, I'm sorry. I should have brought the car here a long time ago, but halfway through the ride, the wheel was punctured by a piece of glass, so I found a place to repair the tire. Fix the tire, I'm a little lost again. Li Ranran got off the tricycle, handed the tricycle key to Su Xian, and explained apologetically. When she got off the car, her slender legs were really eye-catching. It's okay, just deliver it. It's not your fault. Su Xian took the key and whispered, remember, don't call me Mr. Su outside. Well, I understand, Mr. Su. Li Ranran blushed and nodded. When everyone saw this scene, the smell of vinegar suddenly filled the air. This beautiful girl. You're here to see Su Xian too? Mr. Su is Su Xian? He is just a courier just like us. Mr. Su? The courier boy was deeply shocked and his hands began to shake. I'm not in the mood to put on stickers anymore. What's going on? I see. Lu Dachuan frowned and said in a deep voice, Su Xian is so cunning. He must have made up a rich man's identity for himself and used this identity to deceive girls outside. Yes, that must be the case. Liars like this are often exposed in the news. They defrauded people of money and sex, and got many girls pregnant. It's so abominable. The courier boys agreed with deep understanding. You two, let's get to know each other. Su Xian was too lazy to talk to Lu Dachuan and the others, so he acted as the introducer of Yi Qianqian and Li Ranran. Yi Qianqian could tell at a glance that Li Ranran was one of her own, not an enemy, and took the initiative to extend her hand to Li Ranran. Hello, pretty lady, my name is Yi Qianqian, Su Xian's friend. My name is Li Ranran, nice to meet you. Upon hearing that he was Su Xian's friend, Li Ranran enthusiastically held Yi Qianqian's hand. The two of them seemed to feel like old friends at first sight. Sister, let's help Su Xian put stickers on it. Okay. Two beauties with different ages and nearly 200% combined beauty squatted next to the tricycle and helped Su Xian put stickers on it. Su Xian stood aside with nothing to do. He raised his head slightly and looked at the sunset. A look of melancholy emerged between his eyebrows. Why? My life is always surrounded by women. So boring. Look at it. Su Xian is showing off again. He deliberately came to make us angry today. Why are those two girls so stupid, yet they haven't seen that he is just a pauper and a liar who only looks good? The courier guy is putting stickers on it. While muttering. It was at this time. A group of people suddenly rushed into the express delivery point. The leader is a short-haired girl with incredible looks who is holding a microphone. There was a camera next to the girl. Excuse me, who is the owner of the Koenigsegg outside? I am Su Zimo, a reporter from the TV station. The short-haired girl looked at the courier guys and asked. At the same time, he reported his home address. We don't have many Gejijeji car owners here. They are all tricycle owners. Are you looking in the wrong place? Lu Dachuan explained with a dark face. At the same time, he breathed a sigh of relief. I was worried that this beautiful short-haired reporter girl was also looking for Su Xian. But apparently not anymore. Like everyone else, Su Xian's only car is a tricycle. But then, something unexpected happened to him. The beautiful reporter Su Zimo squinted her long eyes and glanced around the people present. Then, she focused her eyes on Su Xian. Ha, you should be the person I'm looking for. The crowd says you are easy to find. No matter where you are as bright as a firefly in the dark night, so outstanding that you can be recognized at a glance. So, you are the Koenigsegg owner, the handsome courier guy who climbed tall buildings to save people, right? Walked to Su Xian. Su Zimo said in a voice that sounded very sweet and crisp. After all. She glanced at Yi Chanxian again. He looked at Yi Chanxian's wrist. It's a new bandage. You must be the little sister who committed suicide. That's right, everyone has been found. Su Zimo became excited. The scene of Su Xian climbing a tall building to save someone has spread in the circle of friends. She immediately smelled the hot news. I quickly led the news team out to find Su Xian. As a result, he has been unable to keep up with Su Xian. But, fortunately, Su Xian's car is highly recognizable. She inquired all the way, found the hospital from Bishui Liuan, and then found this courier point from the hospital, and finally found Su Xian. Is Su Xian really the owner of a JJ car? He climbed a tall building to save someone? The one he saved was the little sister next to him? Lu Dachuan and the courier boys were confused again. The female reporter not only came to see Su Xian. Or for something as great as that? They looked at Su Xian eagerly. Waiting for Su Xian's confirmation. Why? Su Xian sighed melancholy. Someone found his lair. I can't hide it anymore. We can only show our cards. Good. I am the owner of Koenigsegg. It's the courier who climbed up the stairs to save people. As soon as the words are spoken, the camera immediately pointed the lens at Su Xian's face. The beautiful reporter Su Zimo immediately handed the microphone to Su Xian's mouth. Then, a lengthy interview begins. Lu Dachuan and a group of courier boys squatted nearby, watching the beautiful reporter interview Su Xian, with bitterness, envy, and jealousy on their faces. But soon, they are proud again. There is a person like Su Xian among the courier boys. It's a way of giving them a golden face invisibly. And Su Xian is obviously going to be popular. They are all Su Xian's buddies. How do you say that? One person attains enlightenment. Chickens and dogs ascend to heaven. They will also benefit from it. Ho 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 ho. Good thing. Great thing. After interviewing Su Xian, Su Zimo started interviewing Lu Dachuan and others again. so that we can get to know Su Xian from the side of their mouths, which makes Su Xian's image fuller. I am Su Xian's leader, Lu Dachuan. As soon as he saw the microphone and camera greeting him, Lu Dachuan immediately smoothed his hair and straightened his back. Su Xian is our excellent employee. He is very enthusiastic and hardworking. He is a role model for all courier boys. Of course, his ability to do such noble things is inseparable from my teachings. While Lu Dachuan praised Su Xian, he also did not forget to put some gold in his own face. He was sure that once the news was broadcast, the headquarters would definitely see it. Here's his chance to develop. Then do you know that he is a rich man? Su Zimo asked clearly, do you know that he drives a Koenigsegg worth 100 million yuan? What did you say? Lu Dachuan almost collapsed on the ground. Fortunately, he was supported by the courier boy standing next to him in time. I know. After calming down, Lu Dachuan began to act. Not only do I know. I've been in that car. That's a good car. Su Xian is my good brother. Our friendship can be learned from time to time. We wear the same pair of pants with Su Xian every day. After interviewing Lu Dachuan, other courier boys also grabbed the spotlight and expressed their opinions on Su Xian, making the atmosphere extremely lively. The entire express delivery point instantly turned into a fraternal alliance. Su Xian, I have something. After the interview, the pretty reporter Su Zimo called Su Xian aside and said a little embarrassedly, "Can I have your WeChat account?" His shy posture was totally different from his capable attitude just now. Su Xian, I only have WeChat. If I give it to you, it will be gone. Su Zimo. Woohoo! Handsome guy Su. Rich Su. Can you please stop being so aloof? I, Su Zimo, have been working in the news industry for many years and have met countless big shots. This is the first time I ask someone for WeChat. You can't refuse me in such a humorous way, okay? Don't get me wrong, I don't want to chase you. Su Zimo flipped the hair around her ears and said with a heated face, after the sample of this interview is released, I want to show it to you as soon as possible. If you are satisfied, I will broadcast it on the TV station, that's why I added WeChat. Alright. The person did have a legitimate request. Su Xian took out his mobile phone and pulled up the QR code of the business card. Su Zimo quickly scanned the code with his mobile phone. The moment Su Xian passed the certification, her heart skipped a beat. Oops. It feels a bit like being in love. Goodbye, Su Xian. Su Zimo glanced at Su Xian with a blushing face and ran away, completely ignoring the cameraman and other colleagues. Su Xian, well done. I, Lu Dachuan, am proud of you. Lu Dachuan walked to Su Xian and patted Su Xian on the shoulder. Su Xian, were you scared when you were rescuing people? No wonder this little girl likes you so much. It turns out you are a hero who saved the beauty. This is truly a God-given match, so enviable. Other courier boys also gathered around Su Xian, talking all over the place. Gulu. Su Xian didn't take these things seriously and rubbed his stomach. Hungry. Su Xian, let's go. I, the leader, will treat you to dinner tonight. Let's go to the nearby mutton restaurant and have a good meal. When Lu Dachuan saw Su Xian rubbing his belly, he probably wanted to treat Su Xian to dinner. Manager Lu, can we go? That's right, you can't invite Su Xian alone. We also want to drink the mutton soup there. The other courier boys also imitated Su Xian and rubbed their bellies. Aren't you tired from delivering express today? There are more than 20 people. If you invite them all, the cost will be high. Lu Dachuan is confused. Why don't you go home and rest early? The courier guys. Hello? Lu Dachuan, please stop being so realistic, okay? Now that you know Su Xian is a rich man, why don't you just fawn over one person and ignore your brothers who work hard for you? Don't go to the mutton restaurant, let's go somewhere else. Let's all have a good drink today, no one should be left out. Su Xian actually likes this group of brothers who work together, although they are also very realistic. I am now developed. We need to help them improve their lives. We should never forget each other if we are rich, right? Where to go? Lu Dachuan was stunned. Just go. Su Xian glanced at Li Ranran. Just go to Likle Hotel. Oh my god. Lu Dachuan began to feel dizzy again and hurriedly supported a tricycle. Where is Likle? Super 5-star hotel. Just one meal costs tens of thousands of dollars. 20 people eat together. The price is immeasurable. Can't afford it. Can't afford it. Oops, I almost forgot. Lu Dachuan staggered and was about to run away, regretting that he had asked for a treat. My wife will give birth to a baby tonight, and I have to go to bed with her. Don't be afraid, I'm here to treat you. Su Xian said lightly. Yeah. Lu Dachuan immediately ran away and became extremely excited. Brother Su is a good buddy. Brother Su, we love you. Brother Su, let's become sworn friends tonight. All the courier boys cheered and almost lifted Su Xian up and threw him into the sky. They all know where Likle is. Every time I pass by Likle's door, I can only look at the rich people coming and going with envy. But I never thought about going in and spending some money myself. Okay. No money either. But now Su Xian has fulfilled their wish. How can you not be happy? Mr. Lu, Mr. Su is going to Likle for dinner with more than 20 good brothers. Please no. As Su Xian's personal secretary, Li Ranran immediately reported the matter to Lu Ming. No. After Lu Ming hung up the phone, he immediately called a senior executive and said in a deep voice, "This is the first time that Mr. Su brings his brothers to Likle for dinner. We must provide good hospitality. We can't let Mr. Su feel dissatisfied at all. Let's not show our incompetence. Go and get ready." The entire Likle Hotel suddenly entered a state of preparation for war. Express delivery point. No one had time to change clothes. Except for Lu Dachuan, everyone was wearing courier clothes. The troops were divided into several groups and took a taxi to Likle. Su Xian, can I sit on your gejijeji? Lu Dachuan did not go with the courier guy and pestered Su Xian to take the Koenigsegg. No way. Su Xian spread his hands. Koenigsegg only has 2 seats, and he still has to pull Yi Qianxian, who is injured. How about you take a taxi and take Li Ranran with you? Su Xian suggested. Can I? Lu Dachuan was excited when he heard it. He liked Li Ranran very much. Being able to take a taxi with Li Ranran was a wonderful memory for him throughout his life. Let's go. Li Ranran was also afraid that Lu Dachuan would annoy Su Xian, so he waved down a taxi and got into the car first. I'm coming. Lu Dachuan hurriedly got into the car. The space inside the car is small. Li Ranran's body fragrance spread among them. Lu Dachuan was a little drunk even before he drank. Well. Lu Dachuan said to Li Ranran in a daze, "Can I add your WeChat account? If you have any express delivery to send in the future, I will go over and help you send it in person." Lu Dachuan couldn't help but started licking. No. Li Ranran's face was expressionless. In her heart, she could only let go of Su Xian. Other men are not worth mentioning. Then, what's your zodiac sign? Lu Dachuan was at a loss for words. I'm very good at calculating horoscopes, please do the math for you. No. Li Ranran looked out the car window. I saw a red supercar driving by with a bang. It was almost dark by now. That supercar is like an elf in the dark night, with great visual impact and infinite charm. That's Koenigsegg. Li Ranran, who has never sat in a Koenigsegg, said to himself with great yearning. Ah. Lu Dachuan hurriedly stuck his head out of the car window, looked at Koenigsegg's crimson taillights, and his eyes widened. What a special car! It's simply beyond words. While being shocked by Koenigsegg's amazing appearance, he couldn't help but think. If you own a car like this, pick up girls. It will definitely get twice the result with half the effort, right? 10 minutes later. All the courier boys gathered in front of Lykel's door. They still don't know that Su Xian is the owner here. What a gorgeous rug! What a magnificent hall! What a beautiful welcome, sister! A group of courier boys stood at the gate of Lykel, looking in with eyes shining brightly. They looked at their courier clothes and dirty shoes again, not daring to take a step inside. Boom! Koenigsegg stopped in front of the hotel. Su Xian and Yi Qianqian got out of the car and waved to the brothers. Come in and say hello. The courier boy became brave. Amid the welcome of the tall welcome girl, he followed Su Xian into Lykel and walked into a luxurious private room like a palace. The diamond chandelier on the ceiling dazzled them. It's like a dream. Millet and sea cucumber. Papaya shark fin. Australian lobster. Alaska king crab. Chateau Lafite dry red wine. Under Luming's special arrangement, a table of food that was not particularly top-notch, but extremely attentive, was quickly presented, making the courier boy who had just sat at the table become more and more embarrassed and did not dare to move his knife and fork. Let me help you get a share. But don't worry, Li Ranran personally helped everyone share the meal and demonstrated how to eat it without leaving any trace. This allowed them to learn and experience the upper-class dining style in a short period of time. But what makes Li Ranran feel distressed is that these gentlemen wearing courier clothes. Drinking red wine is like drinking beer. When we pay tribute to Su Xian, we do it cup after cup. Don't leave a drop behind. A bottle of wine costs more than 2,000 yuan. It didn't take long to drink tens of thousands of yuan. Brother Su, have another drink. Our friendship lasts forever. In the future, if there is a place where you can find a brother, you can open your mouth and put a knife in both sides, and you will not give up even if you die. The courier boys toasted Su Xian with wine and said righteous words. How do you know how much wine you drank? Only Lu Dachuan secretly scanned the code on the red wine with his mobile phone. His expression changed again and again. When he drank the red wine again, he began to taste it carefully. He did not forget to lick away the wine on his mouth with his tongue. Every drop was absorbed. It's money. Su Xian also accepted everyone who came. Yi Qianqian, who was sitting next to Su Xian, felt a little distressed, and quietly pulled Su Xian's hand. Drink less, I also want you to take me home. After an hour or two. Everyone is almost done drinking. The table was also in a mess. They suddenly became nervous. This meal must be expensive. Will Su Xian pay for it? Let's go, next game. What they didn't expect was that Su Xian didn't pay the bill, but took them upstairs to play bowling, indoor golf, KTV singing, and sauna. When singing in KTV, everyone was absent-minded because their eyes were attracted to the princess. The princess had a slender waist and was wearing a white dress. She was as beautiful as if she had walked out of a fairy tale castle. When you were in the sauna, there were foreign technicians of various skin colors rubbing your back and shoulders, which made you enjoy it even more. Is this how the rich live their lives? Love it, love it. At the end, they became melancholy again. How I wish I could play a little longer. It would be nice to play even for one more minute. Not enough fun. I really didn't have enough fun. Mr. Su, this is arranged by Mr. Lu as a souvenir for everyone. Li Ranran secretly gave a stack of membership cards to Su Xian. Do you think it's suitable? There's nothing inappropriate. Su Xian glanced at the stack of membership cards calmly. Please help me pass them on. Good. Li Ranran gave each member a membership card. He also specifically told them that Su Xian gave it to everyone as a souvenir. This kind of card is not a stored value card and has no money in it, but you can enjoy certain privileges, such as booking your favorite private rooms, entertainment venues, favorite princesses, skilled technicians in advance. It can be distinguished from ordinary guests, is truly a status symbol. This card is so beautiful. Thank you, Brother Su. Thank you, Brother Su. The courier boys accepted the card and thanked Su Xian one after another. And they can only keep the card as a souvenir, because they will never come to Lycle to spend money by themselves. Lu Dachuan checked it on his mobile phone again, and his expression changed again. Su Xian gave them diamond cards. Only those who spend 10 million in liquor are eligible to own it. What is this concept? You only have to spend about a big house to qualify for such a card. He carefully put the card into his pocket, treating it like a treasure. At the same time, he could not help but guess Su Xian's identity. What kind of terrifying power does it possess? How can I get so many diamond cards? Just like giving out small cards in hotels, Yun Dan Thanking gave each of them one? So arrogant. It's too domineering, isn't it? Of course, what does Su Xian do? Lu Dachuan asked Li Ranran secretly. Li Ranran, why do you want to know? Lu Dachuan, then how much did we spend on him tonight? Li Ranran, keep it secret. That being said. But Li Ranran really wanted to tell Lu Dachuan that everyone's fun tonight would be enough to save them for several years. This does not include the added value of the membership card. Su is always happy. Li Ranran secretly glanced at Su Xian, who was smiling, and murmured, as long as Mr. Su is happy, everything will be worth it. In fact, Li Ranran didn't know. There is still 1 billion in cash lying on Su Xian's card. He now spends 3 million to treat guests, which is just as insignificant as an ordinary person spending dozens of dollars to treat a friend to a spicy meal. Boom! After the show, while sending everyone downstairs, Su Xian accidentally bumped into a man. The man was tall and had a solid chassis, but he still staggered when Su Xian hit him. There is no other reason. Every time Su Xian receives a reward, his physique increases by 1 point, surpassing that of ordinary people. Do you have eyes? The man was full of aura, pointed at Su Xian's face and scolded. Before Su Xian could say anything, he glanced at the courier boy again. This is liquor. What are you guys doing here delivering couriers? What do you think of this place? A food stall? Be careful what you say. The courier guys immediately became unhappy. They are all gearing up. Who said couriers can't come to Lycle? Su Xian warned everyone not to be impulsive, and he originally wanted to apologize to the man. After all, he was a customer of his hotel, and he would not offend him if he could. But when the other party said this, he was not happy. He was also a courier delivery person. Who else stipulates it? The man took out his wallet and a shiny membership card. Have you seen this? Platinum card. Without this, you are not qualified to come to Lycle. His card is a platinum card, which can only be obtained by spending 5 million. He also asked his clients to save for a year before he could save enough for a platinum card. No? If not, get out of here. Don't dirty the ground here. Seeing all the courier boys looking at each other, the man raised his head proudly. I was very successful in pretending. He also likes to show off in front of poor people. This gives me the pleasure of trampling on primates, and the feeling of being superior to others. But the next second, he suddenly became stupid. Each of the courier boys took out a card and waved it in front of him. The light emitted by those cards merged into one, extremely dazzling. Ha! Our card has diamonds on it. It seems to be a diamond card. Is the diamond card better than his platinum card? Of course, diamonds are better than platinum. It's like fighting a king. Diamonds are inferior to platinum. Are they all rich? Are you cosplaying as a courier here? Or did I drink too much tonight and hallucinate? Looking at the diamond card in the courier boy's hand, the man rubbed his eyes in disbelief. Husband, what are you doing here? At this time, a woman with a voluptuous figure in a short skirt came over and leaned on the man drunkenly. Oh, you are showing off your platinum card again. Seeing the platinum card in the man's hand, the woman said delicately, you have to use this card to book me a luxurious presidential suite later. I will take care of you. Well. The woman suddenly saw the diamond card in the courier boy's hand, and her eyes widened. She had only known the man for 2 days. He invited her to have dinner here tonight. During the dinner, He kept showing off his platinum card to her, saying that in order to have this card, he had to spend 5 million at Lykel. It was a kind of a status symbol. But the courier boy has a diamond card in his hand. How much does it cost to get a diamond card? Husband, why do people like them have diamond cards? You are already outclassed. The woman shook the man's arm. You should also get a diamond card. Man. Delivery boy, if you have the ability, do it. Su Xian couldn't help but laugh and said to the man, act within your ability and don't spend impulsively. The man's face suddenly dropped. I am in my 40s this year, I have my own company, I have clients all over the country, and the girl I just hooked up with is right next to me. It's time to show off. You want me to do what I can? Top up. I want to recharge 5 million. I want to upgrade my platinum card to a diamond card. The man took out a bank card from his wallet, held it high and shouted. And recharging is the most direct way to upgrade. A waiter heard the sound and hurried over, helped the man swipe his card, and applied for a diamond card on the spot. This big brother is so rich. 5 million, he actually recharged it as he said. I upgraded platinum to diamond in an instant. The courier guy was scared. Because their diamond card was given by Su Xian and it didn't cost a penny. Now that I see other people recharging money with real money, I feel a huge impact on my heart. Yes. Lu Dachuan said quietly, now he is the same as us. He is a diamond card. Now it is a tie. Let's break up. Let's go back to our homes. Husband, they said you are just like them, how annoying. The woman shook the man's arm again, you are the big boss, how can you be the same as the courier? Why don't you upgrade your card again? The woman didn't know that she was doing a favor by saying this. It is to create profits for Su Xian. Don't any of you leave. I'll charge another 5 million. Upgrade to Star Card. The man was encouraged and took out his bank card again and shouted. Above the diamond is the more noble Star Card. The level coincides with the king's rank. The waiter hurriedly gave the man another 5 million to help him upgrade to a Star Card. Ha, you little guys. Did you see it? I'm a star now. If you can, take out your Star Card. The man raised the star-studded Star Card and showed it off proudly. Especially when he looked at Su Xian, his eyes were full of provocation. But how could he know? Su Xian is Liquor's boss. You can take out more advanced cards at your fingertips. The King of the World card. Even the top and most mysterious ones. I am the only card. People with exclusive cards need to spend 50 million. Every time such people come to Lykel to spend money, they need Lykel's senior management, or even Lu Ming, to come forward to toast, which will definitely give them face. Also, the man didn't know that he had recharged 5 million twice, which was enough to offset Su Xian's consumption tonight. Su Xian is even more profitable. Mr. Su is really magical. Li Ranran looked at Su Xian with great admiration. Can bumping into a random person produce this effect? Not only did I not suffer a loss and make a fortune. This is your own ability to make money. No wonder I can easily acquire Lykel and drive a $1 billion supercar. Mr. Su. Li Ranran secretly pulled Su Xian and put the 5 sovereignty cards in Su Xian's hand. Mr. Lu asked me to give these to you after the show. I will give them to you now. You use these cards. Scare him again? Puff. Su Xian couldn't help but feel happy. Li Ranran was quite eccentric. That's fine. Then use the sovereign card to teach the other party a lesson. I hope he won't look down on others so much in the future. Su Xian took the 5 unique cards, selected only one, and waved it in front of the man. The next second, the man who was showing off his star card felt like he was struck by lightning. He looked straight at the sovereign card in Su Xian's hand and became motionless. Of course he knows the weight of the Duzuan card. Spend 50 million to own it. This amount is beyond his reach. He had just spent the 10 million yuan, but he was impulsive and spent the money he had worked so hard to save for a long time. He had reached his limit and felt extremely distressed. Let him upgrade the star card to an exclusive card? Forget it. Even if you beat him to death, he won't upgrade. You, who are you? The man became timid, his aura suddenly vented, and he asked Su Xiandao languidly and fearfully. I'm just a courier. Su Xian said calmly. This is not a lie, because he is really a courier now. I do not believe. Men naturally don't believe it. Even if Su Xuanjun is a courier, he is not an ordinary courier. Maybe he is the son of the boss of the courier company, an unimaginably rich second generation. I didn't lie to you. Su Xian said, if you are unhappy because I bumped into you, I can apologize to you, but please don't underestimate anyone. Every line of work is full of evil and evil. Just like ordinary people, there are people you can't afford to offend. Yes, yes. The man nodded hastily. I think what Su Xian said is very reasonable. Because Su Xian is now someone he can't afford to offend. Su Xian, then let's break up? Man, it's over, it's over. Then, the man took the woman away. But before he took 2 steps, he turned back, walked to Su Xian, and held his business card in front of Su Xian with both hands. This is my business card. Please accept it. Maybe we will have business cooperation in the future. Chance. Okay. Su Xian took the man's business card. He couldn't help but glance at the man. At this time, he is still thinking about developing his career. This man deserves respect. But what he just did was indeed too impulsive and definitely not worthy of admiration and imitation. Do you have a business card? The man rubbed his hands and asked Su Xian. No. Su Xian, who also drank a lot tonight, shook his head. Just think of my face as my business card. Okay. The man looked at Su Xian's face and said with envy, your looks definitely deserve an exclusive card. I have 5. Su Xian played the 5-chapter exclusive card casually, as if playing poker. Hiss. The man suddenly took a breath. Then he hurriedly stretched out his hand to hold Su Xian's hand and shook it vigorously. Big shot. Su Xian is really a big shot beyond his imagination. Subsequently, everyone said goodbye peacefully. Su Xian sent Lu Dachuan and others away. But he was drunk and couldn't drive Yi Qianqian, and he was even more drunk when the wind blew him. Yi Qianqian. Su Xian stood at the door of Likle, looking at the brightly lit city night scene, and said, let's sleep in Likle tonight. Yi Qianqian raised her head suddenly. Beautiful eyes sparkle. Goddess Su Xian, you torturing little monster. This night, Yi Qianqian lay on the bed and let out an uncontrollable cry of anger. Su Xian said that he would sleep with her in Likle. The results of it? The result is a presidential suite for one person. We didn't sleep together at all. Should I want? Looking at the time, it was already 1 or 2 o'clock in the morning. A thought suddenly came to Yi Qianqian's mind. Do you want to knock on Su Xian's door? With him. Even if you don't do anything, just lie down together and chat. No. But she immediately gave up the idea. Taking the initiative to deliver it to your door will make you look very casual and disrespectful. Unless she wants to have a romantic relationship with Su Xian. But once you fall in love, your chances of being together for the rest of your life are slim. Think about it again. Yi Qianqian lay on the bed and closed her eyes. But after turning over a dozen times, she opened her eyes again. The male idol Su Xian drank a lot tonight. Will you be thirsty? Did you remember to drink water? What if he can't take care of himself? Go over and give him a glass of water. Yi Qianqian poured a glass of hot water, held it carefully, and knocked on Su Xian's door. Is something wrong? Su Xian didn't put on his shirt and opened the door smelling of alcohol. Wow! What attractive lines! What attractive abs! Why is he in such good shape? As soon as she saw Su Xian's upper body, Yi Qianqian couldn't help but swallow a mouthful of saliva. Su Xian's figure is as dazzling as Victoria's male model. She knew that Su Xian's physique had been systematically strengthened and was far beyond comparison with other people. "Mr. God, I brought you water. I'm afraid you drank too much and forgot to drink water." Yi Qianqian lowered her eyebrows and said calmly, "Oh, I really forgot to drink." Su Xian took the water from Yi Qianqian's hand, drank it all in one gulp, then handed the water glass to Yi Qianqian, and touched Yi Qianqian's head. "Thank you." "He, you're welcome." Yi Qianqian was so touched by Su Xian that she took the water glass and walked away happily. "Oh, why did I come back?" But as soon as she returned to the room, she suddenly woke up. How nice it was to take the opportunity to walk into Su Xian's room just now. You could look at Su Xian's figure for a while longer. No. I still have to go there. Yi Qianqian made another cup of coffee, knocked on Su Xian's door again, and handed over the coffee. Su Xian drank the coffee in one gulp. "Male god, you, that." Seeing that Su Xian was about to close the door after finishing his coffee, Yi Qianqian became anxious and didn't know what the problem was. She said, "Are you afraid of sleeping alone? Do you want me to come into your room and give you some courage?" "No need, the security here is very dedicated." Su Xian reached out and closed the door. He really drank too much wine and his whole body was weak. Now he was in no condition to do anything, and he felt like vomiting from time to time. To put it bluntly, even if he put a little fairy on his bed now, he would be powerless. More than a dozen men were toasting, and it was quite good not to fall down on the spot. Of course, if you are in good health. He didn't mind letting Yi Qianqian come into the room and stay for a while. He also has a crush on this little girl. Oh. Yi Qianqian returned to her room with her head lowered. After 2 failures, she couldn't help but feel a little discouraged. The last time. I can't sleep alone. Yi Qianqian thought for a while, peeled a few more fruits, and walked to Su Xian's room with the fruit plate. Then I was dumbfounded. She saw Li Ran also carrying a fruit plate, standing at the door of Su Xian. He raised his little hand and was about to knock on the door. Both girls were carrying fruit plates. Looking at each other, everyone blushed. The next day, Su Xian walked out of liquor in high spirits. After driving the Koenigsegg and sending Yi Qianqian home, who had dark circles under her eyes for some reason, he came to the express delivery point. "Brother Su, good morning. Thanks for the hospitality last night, buddy." "Brother Su, do you want me to help you share some packages?" As soon as he arrived at the courier point, the courier boys gathered around and greeted him warmly. Some even wanted to help him share the package. How does this work? He was rewarded for delivering packages. As long as he keeps upgrading the system, there are more fun and mysterious things waiting for him. You are welcome. Everyone, hurry up and get busy. Su Xian counted his packages and put them on the tricycle. The reason why I didn't put it on Koenigsegg was that there were too many packages and Koenigsegg couldn't fit it. What he didn't expect was that I worked hard all day to deliver the express, but it didn't inspire Super Express delivery, and naturally I didn't get any rewards. Have you run out of luck? The next day, he loaded a tricycle full of express packages and started busy. When passing by an intersection, he saw a fellow traveler, a delivery man wearing a mask. "Brother, you look so handsome, why don't you wear a mask?" While waiting for the traffic light to turn green, the courier uncle chatted with Su Xian. "Wear mask." Su Xian was a little confused. What does wearing a mask have to do with his handsomeness? It's like this. The courier uncle took off his mask, lit a cigarette, and told a short story. "I am divorced and dated a very beautiful woman, but one day I was riding a tricycle on the road, was seen by that woman, and then the woman stopped paying attention to me." Su Xian, oh. Delivery man, so, since you are so handsome, you'd better wear a mask to cover your face, so as not to be recognized by acquaintances. Brother, I have learned from the past. The green light is on. The courier uncle rode away on a 3-wheeler. What a good man. Su Xian also continued riding a tricycle. But I don't know if the uncle hit the mark. While waiting for the traffic light at the next intersection, a BMW 530 rolled down its window. Su Xian, is that you, Su Xian? A man in luxurious clothes took off his sunglasses and waved to Su Xian through the car window. It was Su Xian's high school monitor, Lu Yiming. Su Xian. What a coincidence! After just crossing an intersection, he was recognized. I was still recognized by a classmate who drove a BMW. What's more interesting is, there was also a woman sitting in the BMW. She was wearing famous brands and looked noble. She was also his high school classmate, Chen Jingjing. Chen Jingjing recognized Su Xian, her eyes flashed with a strange light, and she said, "Hello, Su Xian, we haven't seen each other for a long time, how are you?" Su Xian was also very handsome in high school and was recognized as the school idol. He was also very good at studies, and she even secretly liked him. Why do you just ride a three-wheeler to deliver express delivery? Su Xian replied, very good. Good? A liar, right? Lu Yiming and Chen Jingjing looked at each other. You've already delivered express, is it pretty good? There is also a slogan on your tricycle. 1 second late. Just bring a courier boy to worship the heaven. Such a miserable situation. You still said it was pretty good? Su Xian, there's something I wanted to call you to tell you, but now that I've met you, I'll tell you in person. After glancing at the traffic light, Lu Yiming said quickly, our high school teacher Wang Xing'an, Teacher Wang, has cancer. He has to go to the Third City Hospital to see a doctor the day after tomorrow. My classmates plan to accompany Teacher Wang to see a doctor together. See you at the gate of the Third City Hospital at 8 o'clock the day after tomorrow. Ah! Don't forget. Green light. Lu Yiming stepped on the accelerator and left with a rumble. Teacher Wang. A memory emerged in Su Xian's mind. Teacher Wang. Su Xian thought of a past incident. When he was in high school, some school bullies made trouble for him, blocking him in the corridor and trying to beat him. And the reason for beating him is also very simple. Just because one of the school bully's girlfriends looked at him a few more times. It was Teacher Wang who happened to pass by, waved his hands, and drove away the school bullies, allowing him to escape this unnecessary disaster. It's just one of those things. And one more thing. He once had a high fever, and Teacher Wang carried him on his back and ran all the way to the school infirmary. He remembered that when he got off Teacher Wang's back was soaked. Teacher Wang also paid for his medical expenses in advance. Teacher Wang is such a good person. For God's sake, how could you give him cancer? Su Xian looked at the sky with a heavy expression. At 8 o'clock in the morning the day after tomorrow, he will definitely go to the Third City Hospital to pick up Teacher Wang. If Teacher Wang is in urgent need of money, he will pay no matter how much. Subsequently, he kept delivering the express until noon. However, he still failed to stimulate the super express delivery and get a little reward, so he couldn't help but feel a little listless. Brother Su, I'm in some trouble, can you help me? Just when he was about to have lunch, his colleague Niu Dalei called. What's the trouble? Su Xian asked. Niu Dalei is a tall man with a simple character. He is one of his best colleagues. He takes good care of him on weekdays. Niu Dalei rushes to help him deliver any bulky items. He even kept helping him when he was drinking last night. Blocking the wine, now that there is trouble, he has to help. Hey, I can't explain a word or a half, can you come over? Niu Dalei said on the phone, by the way, don't wear courier clothes, just pretend that you are not delivering couriers. Nu. When Su Xian heard this, he vaguely realized something. Niu Dalei was probably being embarrassed and bullied. I want to find someone with momentum to help him hold up the scene. In the express delivery industry, you meet a lot of people and encounter a lot of things, both good and bad. Next. Not only did Su Xian not wear express clothes, he also went to the mall to buy a suit worth 20,000 yuan, and even drove a Koenigsegg. Then he drove to Niu Dalei's side. At the gate of a certain community. Niu Dalei squatted next to the tricycle, smoking a cigarette, looking like a doormat. In front of Nyo Dalai stood a man about 30 years old, pointing at Nyo Dalai and scolding him. Boom! Su Xian parked the Koenigsegg directly next to Nyo Dalai's tricycle and got out of the car in a suit and ties. What's going on, Dalai? Su Xian pulled up Nyo Dalai and asked. Brother Su, you are here. Seeing Su Xian coming, Nyo Dalai was overjoyed, glanced at the man, and explained, when I handed him the package, he didn't catch it and dropped it to the ground, breaking a bowl inside. He won't let me go, and he will force me to kneel down and apologize to him. Are you not allowed to compensate? Su Xian asked. He said I couldn't even afford to pay for my life. Nyo Dalai's hands were trembling. Where's the bowl? It's here. Nyo Dalai took a package from the tricycle. Su Xian took the package and opened it. Inside is an old porcelain bowl. Can't tell the age. There is a relatively new crack on the bowl. Maybe it just fell out. Su Xian also didn't know how to identify cultural relics and didn't know the value of this porcelain bowl. But he guessed that the bowl was not valuable. Otherwise, the man would not refuse compensation and would just ask Nyo Dalai to kneel down and apologize. The man probably just wanted to deliberately make things difficult for Nyo Dalai. Brother, tell the truth. Su Xian stood in front of the man. How much did you pay for this bowl? It's expensive. Sky-high price. The man put on an angry look, but in front of Su Xian, this anger seemed very unfounded and a bit false. This is indeed the case. When the man saw Su Xian driving a Koenigsegg and wearing a very expensive suit, he looked like he was not an ordinary person and someone not easy to mess with. At the same time, he was also puzzled. How could a courier delivery guy know someone as impressive as Su Xian? Judging from the expressions on the two people's faces when they were talking, it was obvious that they had a close relationship. The sky-high price must come with a price. Su Xian made a serious face. This bowl. Seeing Su Xian's serious face, the man became inexplicably frightened and murmured, I didn't buy this bowl, but it has been passed down in my family for several generations. It is a family heirloom, and its value is immeasurable. You can't afford to pay for it. Okay. Seeing that the man still refused to tell the truth, Su Xian suddenly said, Do you know the 12 zodiac animal heads in the old summer palace? I know, what's wrong? The man said. The bronze statue of the 12 zodiac animal heads in the old summer palace was originally part of the fountain outside the Haiyan Hall of the old summer palace. It was a red bronze statue made during the Qianlong period of the Qing dynasty. In 1860, the British and French Allied forces invaded China and burned the old summer palace. The bronze animal head statues began to be lost overseas. Then let me ask you, can your bowl compare to the bronze statue of a horse head in it? Su Xiandao. That's definitely not comparable. The man said. Yeah. Su Xian nodded. Back then, a rich man named he bought a bronze statue of a horse head for 69.1 million Hong Kong dollars. So, your bowl is not worth 6,910 Hong Kong dollars, right? The man scratched his head, right. Then look how much money I have. Su Xian took out his mobile phone, opened the bank card balance message, and handed it to the man to read. Hiss. It took the man a long time to count the balance, and he immediately took a breath. It's actually 1 billion. Su Xian is actually worth at least 1 billion. It's so terrifying. He has lived for more than 30 years, and this is the first time he has met a person worth $1 billion. So, do you still think I can't afford to pay? Su Xian took back the phone and smiled. I can afford it. The man immediately became honest. You have enough money to buy a dozen bronze statues of horse heads. Well, you can now set a price for your bowl. Su Xian said mysteriously, I will pay you whatever price you put. But Su Xian changed the topic again, I will ask a cultural relic appraiser to appraise it afterwards. If this bowl is not worth that much money at all, let's meet in court. Do not. The man suddenly panicked, waved his hand and said, No need to pay, you don't have to pay a penny. His bowl was just an ornament imitating a cultural relic and was worthless at all. If you take yourself to court over such a bowl, the gain outweighs the loss. Don't do it either. Su Xian said coldly, who asked my brother to kneel down and apologize just now. I'm sorry. The man immediately nodded and bowed to apologize to Niu Dalai. Not sincere enough. Su Xian said suddenly. Sorry. The man bent down deeply and bowed sincerely to Niu Dalai to apologize. Niu Dalai didn't look at the man, but looked at Su Xian like a woman. Su Xian actually helped him settle such a troublesome matter so calmly. The way he looked at Su Xian was full of gratitude, admiration, and happiness. Subsequently, the man blushed, turned around and wanted to leave. Don't go. Su Xian picked up the bowl and handed it to the man. You don't want your bowl? The man stretched out his hands to catch the bowl and ran away. Then, ding, congratulations to the host for completing a Super Express delivery. Ding, the detection host has completed a Super Express delivery. Ding, reward the host with 8% of the equity of Kongnai Private Hospital, ranking it as the 5th largest shareholder. Ding, the progress of the first phase of the mission is 4/10. A series of pleasant notification sounds kept ringing in Su Xian's mind. This made Su Xian a little confused. Helping Niu Dalai to pass a broken bowl to someone else actually triggered a Super Express delivery. Is this okay? An Kongnai Private Hospital. Su Xian, who had a melancholy temperament, had a look of astonishment on his face. He knows about Kongnai Private Hospital. Not only do you know it, it's not an exaggeration to say that it's like thunder. Kongnai Private Hospital was introduced from abroad, has top medical resources, has internationally advanced medical technology, and is a medical institution that meets international standards. It has recruited a large number of well-known experts who have made amazing achievements in the fields of cardiovascular, orthopedics, gynecology, neurology, nephrology, cancer oncology, etc. Not to mention its luxurious medical environment. It is no exaggeration to say that staying at Kongnai Private Hospital is like staying in a star-rated hotel. There is an advertisement slogan of Kongnai Private Hospital. Kongnai. So comfortable that you forget your pain. A large number of celebrities, rich and distinguished people like to go to Kongnai to check in and see a doctor. This is truly a status symbol. Since there are still 5 or 6 branches across the country, Su Xian's 8% stake is not a lot, and the 5th largest shareholder is beyond imagination. You can ask Teacher Wang to go to Kongnai to see a doctor. Su Xian couldn't help but think of Teacher Wang. The third city hospital that Teacher Wang wants to go to is also pretty good. But compared with Kongnai, it's like a small witch can see a big witch. So, he made a plan to discuss the matter with Teacher Wang the day after tomorrow. Teacher Wang would definitely change his original plan. So, how much will my net worth increase as a result? Later, Su Xian couldn't help but take out his mobile phone to check Kongnai's market value, wanting to see how much this reward would increase his worth. Then, he suddenly discovered that his net worth had soared by at least 5 billion. Plus Rika. Plus cash on your bank card. His wealth is already extremely amazing. Certainly. Compared with the world's richest man, his net worth of nearly 10 billion is still a fraction of others. But this is at least a big step towards becoming a global rich man. I don't like being too rich. I just like to bring happiness to others after I have money. As long as everyone in this world is happy, I will be happier. Su Xian murmured to himself. If his words were heard by others, others will definitely be tempted to beat him to death. I've seen these. I've never seen you so cool. Do you really want to bring happiness to others after you have money? You actually want to show off in front of others, right? Why can't I see through you, kid? Brother Su, what's wrong with you? Niu Dalai saw that Su Xian was a little abnormal and called Su Xian twice. Oh, it's all right. Su Xian returned to his usual calm demeanor. He glanced at the time and saw that it was time for lunch. He waved to Niu Dalai and said, "Let's go, I'll treat you to a big dinner." "No, Brother Su. Nyo Daily was embarrassed to let Su Xian treat him again, so he took Su Xian's arm and said, "You have done me a great favor, I must treat you to this meal, there is no need to discuss it." Next, the two went to a ramen restaurant. Ordered a spicy chicken. The reason why it was so simple was because Su Xian didn't want Nyo Daily to spend money. Nyo Daily is almost 30 and not yet married. I have been saving money for a wife. Subsequently, the two of them started eating slowly. Wow, this little brother is so handsome. His lips, his eyes, his temperament, they are all so tempting. Can't watch it anymore, can't watch it anymore. Love it, love it. There were two girls dressed like students sitting in the ramen restaurant. One of the girls with twin tails drooled when looking at Su Xian. At the same time, she also told her best friend next to her that she wanted her best friend to appreciate this rare and handsome man. Really, how can he be so handsome? I don't like my star Appa as soon as I see him. I fall in love with him. I really want to get his WeChat account. I really want to chat with him all night long. My best friend couldn't calm down after just one look. Her eyes were sparkling and her little hand holding the chopsticks was trembling. I don't blame them for not being calm. In fact, Su Xian received another reward. His physique was strengthened again, which made his appearance and temperament even better. His whole body exuded an indescribable charming temperament. See the little girl who is inexperienced in the world. How can you resist it? How can you not be moved? I also want to get his WeChat account. The girl with twin tails couldn't help but say. Next, they quickly made a plan. That is, how can I get Su Xian's WeChat account? Plan A, let's get started. 2 or 3 minutes later, the girl with twin tails took the lead in attacking. Little brother, can you help me? She walked to Su Xian's dining table and twirled her ponytails with her little hands, looking cute and cute. What's wrong, little sister? Su Xian raised his head and glanced at the girl. Girl, I lost something. Su Xian, what? Girl, your WeChat ID. Su Xian. Proceed to this point. The girl with twin tails turned to look at her best friend. Her best friend held her hands on her chest and made a cheering gesture towards her. Ha! Su Xian didn't expect that he would be tricked by a little sister, and laughed. I actually saw what you threw, but before I give it to you, I want to test you. No problem. The girl with twin ponytails raised a pretty face. She is a top student. Liberal arts and sciences are no problem. Then I'll start taking the test. Su Xian picked up a piece of spicy chicken and put it in his mouth. What is the circumference of pi? Oh, what beautiful lips! Seeing Su Xian's lips become shiny because of the piece of spicy chicken, the girl with twin tails was in a trance. Such lips are simply a work of art. How great it would be if I could see them every day. Woolen cloth. Now, is it possible? Pi? I know it, I know it. The girl came back to her senses and said immediately, 3.14159265358979. She originally wanted to say 3.14. But in order to let Su Xian Gao take a look at him, he carried a few more. It's okay. Su Xian Dao, where are the 30 people behind? 30 people in the back? The girl with twin tails was stunned for a moment. I can't carry it down. Then can you memorize it? Afraid that Su Xian would drive her away, the girl with twin ponytails immediately asked Su Xian. Yes. Su Xian took a sip of warm water. 3.1415926535897932384626433832795028841971. In the blink of an eye, Su Xian recited nearly 100 digits of pi. Not only has his physique improved, but his memory has also improved. Things he memorized as a child can now be recited as if he were reading from a book. This made him want to deliver more express delivery. Duo has completed the task. You are so awesome. Do you have a computer inside your brain? The girl with twin tails was stunned. She also knew that she failed. I am willing to admit defeat. He returned to his dining table dejectedly. Plan B, go ahead. Her best friend hurriedly touched up her makeup to make herself look mature and majestic. She thinks Su Xian doesn't like naive girls like Twin Tails. Then, she walked to Su Xian's dining table. Little brother. My best friend pouted generously and asked questions. Why did you hit me? Su Xian, ? Bestie, you touched my heart. Puff. Nyo Daley, who has been watching the show. I can't bear it anymore. Spewed out a piece of chicken bone in my mouth. Why are you laughing? Is it funny? The best friend with twin tails gave Nyo Daley a fierce look. Nyo Daley immediately lowered his head and pretended to eat. But he kept sighing in his heart. Why? Why are the gaps between people so big? The girls all tried their best to pursue Brother Su. And even if I just smiled, I would get a fierce glare from the girl. If I could have 1/10 of Brother Su's looks and temperament. Why worry about this? Why worry about being single? Gulu. Nyo Daley reached out and grabbed the water glass on the table, and took a big sip as if he was drinking wine. I didn't hit you. Facing the girl's tricks, Su Xian smiled and said, it didn't move your heart either. How do you know you haven't touched my heart? Hearing what Su Xian said, the girl seemed to have seized an opportunity and blinked slyly. Are you and I connected from heart to heart? Su Xian. Girls nowadays are so amazing. It's so slippery when you play tricks. How can you compensate me? I was beaten hard by you. The girl raised her delicate chin proudly, very satisfied with her performance. Awesome. Worship, worship. The girl with twin tails couldn't help but give her best friend a thumbs up. My best friend's fighting ability is obviously a level higher than mine. I can compensate you. Su Xian curled his lips and repeated his old trick, but before I compensate you, I also have to test you. How about that? Take the exam, I'm not afraid. As the best friend of a girl with twin tails, her academic performance is also very good. But you can't test me in math. The girl added something special. A scary guy who can memorize the 100th digit of pi. Math must be scary too. He must not fight in the field he is good at. Su Xian, then let's test your Chinese language. Girl, no problem. Her Chinese is always first in grade. Choosing words, sentences, poems and songs are all at your fingertips. He has also been the Chinese class representative for 15 consecutive years. The girl held out her beautiful breasts with confidence. Have you ever heard a poem? Su Xian tapped his fingertips on the dining table and began to chant. The girl blushed slightly. Of course I've heard of it, what's the matter? The source of this poem is a very good masterpiece, Jin Jinmei. Then tell me, there is a sword on the waist to kill the foolish man. What does this sword point to? Su Xian raised his deep eyes and looked at the girl and asked. Sword? The girl frowned. He even subconsciously looked at his slender waist. Then, she suddenly realized something. My face suddenly turned red. Little brother, I understand what you mean. The girl lowered her head inexplicably and replied shyly, thank you for your teaching. We will definitely be good and study hard in the future. Subsequently, the girl returned to her dining room table. He whispered a few words to his twin-tail companion. The twin tails began to think deeply. Then there was another look of realization. After the meal is finished, they held hands, thanked Su Xian again, and left with a touch of inexplicable happiness on their faces. Brother Su. Watching the girl leave, Nyo Daley scratched his head and asked in confusion. What on earth is that sword? Why did she blush when you asked her that and stopped pestering you? I was actually very happy in the end, as if. It seems as if he has been enlightened by the eminent monk. He really couldn't understand. The scene just now was like a profound Zen meditation. Actually, it's really simple. Su Xian didn't give in to Nyo Daley, who was strong but simple-minded, and said with a smile. That sword is not a real sword. You can think of it as the knife on the head of the word color. Once a man is addicted to the beauty of a girl, it is easy to waste his life. The reverse is also true. Oh. Nyo Daily, I suddenly realized, you are trying to persuade girls not to indulge in male sex. It will be bad if you delay your studies, right? Su Xian nodded. Then, you are the male pervert. Nyo Daily, I suddenly said. Su Xian's face turned red. Immediately lower your head and cook the rice. I've learned. If a girl hooks up with me, I will teach her the same way. Nyo Daily, I burst out laughing. But then he became sad again. Learning means learning. But what about girls? Woof woof woof. Woof woof woof. Brother Su, I still want to ask you something. Immediately, Nyo Daily, I begged with great distress, look, I'm almost 30 years old. I don't have looks, I don't have career, and I can't find a partner by myself. Can you help me introduce one? Ha? Su Xian glanced at Nyo Daily. I will introduce you to someone suitable, but what kind of person are you looking for? Nyo Daily is his good brother, and he will help if he can. Besides, Nyo Daily is also very simple and reliable. I will definitely treat my future lover wholeheartedly. As the saying goes, hold it in your mouth for fear of melting. Hold it in your hand for fear of falling. I'm not picky at all. Nyo Daily waved his hand and said, from 18 to 80 years old, as long as she is a woman. I thought you were joking. Su Xian smiled. I'm not kidding. Nyo Daily grinned miserably, I really can't find a partner, even an 80-year-old woman will do. Real? Real. I am 80 years old and there really isn't one here. Su Xian thought of a person, but there is a rich woman in her 40s. She is in good health. She looks like she is 30 years old. She seems to be in a hurry to find a partner. Would you like to meet her? The rich woman he was talking about was none other than. It was the one who kept raising prices in the past few days and wanted to raise him. If Nyo Daily could touch her heart and fill the emptiness in her heart, she can definitely be a good partner down to earth. Rich woman? Is it still well maintained? You look like you're in your 30s? Nyo Daily was so excited that he slapped the table and stood up. Good things like this are hard to find even with a lantern. Don't miss it. It's her. Brother Su, I do. Hurry up and introduce it to me. Nyo Daily stretched out his hands and grabbed Su Xian's arm tightly across the spicy chicken. Desire is written on his face. It's full of words and I don't want to struggle anymore. That's it. Su Xiandao, I happen to have a courier for her on my tricycle. You can deliver this courier for me. Whether you can do it or not depends on you. This just helped him solve a problem. He was really afraid that the rich woman would do something terrible after seeing him. Walk. Nyo Daily immediately bought the order, picked up the courier, and ran to the rich wife's house. Boom. 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 Nyo Daily knocked on the door of the rich woman's house. When he saw the rich woman's appearance, he couldn't help but swallowed, and then delivered the express with both hands. When delivering express delivery, he inadvertently bulged his biceps. Lift your pectoralis major muscles. Licking his thick lips for a while. At dusk, Nyo Daily excitedly called Su Xian. Brother Su. From today on, you are my brother. If there is a place where you can find a brother in the future, just ask. Capture the dragon and follow you to the deep sea, capture the tiger and follow you to the mountains. Su Xian understood it as soon as he heard it. He reminded with concern. Please take care of yourself. Be careful with that sword. Su Xian didn't expect it either. He simply helped Nyo Daily. Nyo Daily actually brought him unexpected benefits. When it gets dark, Su Xian received an expected and unexpected WeChat message. Handsome guy Su Xian. Are you free tonight? I want to date you. Handsome guy Su Xian, can I date you? The voice on the phone was clear and sweet, and it was irresistible. The owner of this voice is Su Zimo, the beautiful female reporter who interviewed Su Xian a few days ago. Are you looking at the sample interview? Su Xian remembered that Su Zimo once said that he would let him see the interview samples. Now he has got off work and has just parked his tricycle at a delivery station to charge. Su Zimo, well, yes. Su Xian, location. Su Zimo, Jenny's bar. Koenigsegg flew low in the night. 20 minutes later, Su Xian arrived at the agreed place, Jenny's bar. At this time, he was wearing the 10,000 yuan suit he just bought today. As soon as he got out of the car, he caused a burst of exclamation. Wow, is this little brother a star? His sports car is also very sci-fi. I wonder if he has a girlfriend. I really want to be taken away by him, and I can do whatever I want. There were several girls with heavy makeup standing at the door of the bar. When they saw Su Xian in Su Xian's car, they couldn't help but get excited. Su Xian ignored all this and walked into the bar. His car is a Koenigsegg. In the bar's surveillance room, bar owner Chen Haonan was having a meeting with the security guards. Through the surveillance screen, he saw Su Xian's sports car parked outside, and his expression immediately changed. He is a senior member of a supercar association and knows all kinds of sports cars well. He recognized Koenigsegg at a glance. And Koenigsegg is also his dream car. It can only be a dream. Because with his income, he is reluctant to spend hundreds of millions of yuan to buy such a car. Deploy a few people right away and keep an eye on that Koenigsegg. Don't let anyone near, especially drunkards. Once that car is damaged, you all will get out of here immediately. Bar owner Chen Haonan immediately ended the meeting and issued orders to the security guards in a deep voice. Last month, there was an incident in the bar where a customer's luxury car was damaged by a drunkard. It made him very upset. This must never happen again. Especially this time it's a Koenigsegg. Clear. Then 4 security guards responded in unison. They put on their equipment and trotted outside. Stop taking pictures. Stay away, everyone. You shouldn't approach a car like this if you see it. The security guards drove away a group of girls who were taking pictures around Koenigsegg and stood vigilantly next to Koenigsegg, protecting him wholeheartedly. Su Xian, here, I'm here. In the bar, when she saw Su Xian walking over, the beautiful female reporter Su Zimo stood up quickly and waved to Su Xian. Su Xian saw Su Zimo and walked over. What do you want to drink? After Su Xian sat down, Su Zimo put his hands on the table and looked at Su Xian with a beautiful face. Drink some juice. Su Xian said, I just had a big drink and I'm a little out of shape. Also, Su Zimo called the waiter and ordered a glass of freshly squeezed juice for Su Xian. Then he couldn't help but stare at Su Xian and muttered in his heart. You come to the bar and you don't drink. It's her, Su Zimo, who keeps company. Aren't you afraid of missing a wonderful opportunity? If it were another man. You really want to get her drunk, right? How do you say that? Women are not drunk. Men have no chance. Where are the samples? Su Xian put the juice to his mouth and took a sip. In fact, he had little interest in the samples. He just didn't want the samples to reveal too much of his privacy and cause unnecessary trouble. Here. Su Zimo didn't bring a computer, so he took out his mobile phone, put it in front of Su Xian, and opened an interview sample with his fingertips. Put this on and watch. Considering that there were many people in the bar at this time and it was quite noisy, Su Zimo thought for a while and handed his white headphones to Su Xian. Her colleagues would be shocked if they saw her behavior here. Because she has mysophobia. Headphones are like personal clothing to her and should never be lent to others, especially men. She agreed very much with one sentence. Women are made of water. Men are made of clay. She would never accept having her headphones stained with mud. But Su Xian is an exception. She looked at Su Xian's ridiculously handsome face and felt Su Xian's irresistible charm. She felt as clean and comfortable as if she were bathed in the spring breeze and standing in the sky in the drizzle. Su Xian was willing to use her headphones. It's a blessing to have headphones. Good. Su Xian finished watching the sample and gave a calm evaluation. It's just, okay? Su Zimo pursed her lips and pushed the short hair hanging down from her temples behind her ears. With her work efficiency, a typical interview sample can be finished in 2 hours. But for Su Xian's interview sample, she stayed up all night for a day or two and tried her best to make it perfect. But Su Xian just said 2 words, okay? Is it because Su Zimo's skills are poor? Or is she not attractive enough? Then can you give me some suggestions for modification? Su Zimo got a little angry. I want to modify it, and keep modifying it until you think it's perfect. Don't reveal which delivery point I am at. Don't mention my car. Don't include clips about Yi Qianqian. She is still a little girl and it is not convenient for her to be exposed. Don't glorify me too much. Saving people is just based on conscience. Don't want. Su Xian drank fresh juice and put forward several suggestions for revision. After hearing this, Su Zimo narrowed her beautiful eyes and pouted her mouth. If we do as Su Xian said. This movie only lasts a few minutes. How else to play it? Are you okay? Su Xian glanced at the noisy environment and pushed the juice cup at hand. I want to go home. I'm very tired after delivering express for a day. He thought Su Zimo would ask him to have some quiet time. It turned out to be a mess. He doesn't like noisy environments. Ah? Su Zimo's beautiful eyes widened. Are you really going to leave after just seeing a sample? You just don't want to. Look at me? Stay with me? Didn't you realize that I actually have other things to do tonight? Su Xian, now that you're out, let's talk a little more. Su Zimo rubbed his battered little mouth and pitifully confessed, actually, I asked you to come here because I wanted to trouble you with something else. At this time, none of the female reporters' capable and neat look was gone. What's the matter? Su Xian asked. My family introduced me to a blind date, and we had dinner together twice. On the surface, he seemed pretty nice, and he was very personable in front of me, but I don't know what he is like at ordinary times. I heard that he was tonight. I will come here to drink with my buddies, can you? Su Zimo leaned towards Su Xian and said sheepishly, can you accompany me to secretly observe him? Although she said that, her real purpose was to find out the unbearable side of the man, and then use this as an excuse to reject the man in a reasonable way. Because if you refuse directly, it may be difficult for your family to get through. She didn't believe that the man just came to the bar to drink with his buddies. There were many places to drink, so why did she choose Jenny's bar, a place where couples like to come? She doesn't like that man at all either. But she is a girl after all, and it is timid to do such a thing alone. So I thought of Su Xian. Su Xian has climbed tall buildings to save people, which gives people a sense of security. No. Su Xian stood up. He doesn't want to do such boring things. Sudden. Su Zimo suddenly reached out and grabbed his hand and said, sit down quickly, people are coming. Sit down quickly, people are coming. Su Zimo forcefully took Su Xian's hand and sat down. While pulling Su Xian's hand, her heart was pounding and her face was red. It's not that I'm afraid of being seen by the blind date who just came in. But I had a heart-pounding feeling for Su Xian. She had fallen in love with Su Xian more than once. The last time she interviewed Su Xian, her heartbeat accelerated uncontrollably as soon as Su Xian spoke, as if she had turned into a young girl in love. Immediately, Su Zimo lowered her head, afraid that someone would see her, and also afraid that Su Xian would see her blush. Waiter, tell the security guard to keep an eye on the Maserati I just picked up. If you get scratched by someone, I'll take it from you. A man in his mid-20s with a slicked back hair walked to the bar and sat down. He called a waiter with a proud look on his face and said, I understand, sir. The waiter answered, but it seemed a bit perfunctory. There is also a Koenigsegg parked outside. None of the car owners made any demands. What are you worried about as a Maserati? Have a martini, the king of cocktails, without the mess. The man ordered another drink to the bartender standing behind the bar, raised his wrist and looked at the Rolex, as if he was waiting for someone. Your wine, sir. The bartender placed a martini in front of the man. There is also a bright lemon slice stuck on the rim of the cup. The man plucked off the lemon slice and took a sip of wine. Pooh. But he spit the drink on the ground again. Is your wine adulterated? The man pushed the wineglass towards the bartender with a questioning look on his face. Our wines are all purchased from the original factory, there will be no fake ones. The bartender pointed to a certificate hanging behind his back. This is your first time here, sir. Didn't you know that we are also a dealer authorized by the manufacturer? The man opened his mouth. Then bring me 2 more bottles of green tea, iced ones, your martinis taste too bad. The bartender brought 2 bottles of black tea to the man. The man opened one of the bottles of green tea, poured some into the glass, and took a sip. Well, it tasted much better. Aren't you cute? Su Xian looked away from the man and said to Su Zimo. You call this cute? Su Zimo was confused. This is simply rude and embarrassing, okay? His name is Gong Feiyang, and his family has opened a hotel supplies company called Lear. Because he has opened up sales this year and made a lot of money, it is not an exaggeration to say that he is a nouveau riche. Su Zimo then told Su Xian the situation of men. Lear? There was something slightly undetectable in Su Xian's eyes. But my family values his family's conditions. Su Zimo continued, they also said that his appearance is also. Speaking of this, Su Zimo paused and glanced at Su Xian secretly. Compared with Su Xian, Gong Feiyang, who was drinking mixed green tea, was just a mess of dirty mud. The appearance is not bad, right? Can't you get through? Su Zimo curled her lips, it's more like a bulldozer running over it. Ah. Su Xian was amused by Su Zimo and said, don't be too picky. When a man is alone, he is completely different from when he is in front of a woman. In front of women, men can be very gentlemanly and graceful. But when I'm alone, it's very casual. Are you like this too? Su Zimo blinked his beautiful eyes. Me? Su Xian put his hands behind his head and leaned against the back of the chair. I'm a lazy person and I'm too lazy to pretend. Puff. Su Zimo showed Su Xian a beautiful smile that Gong Feiyang had never seen before. Then, she suddenly saw a scene that made her very angry. Honey, here I come. A woman wearing a short skirt and black fishnet stockings walked into the bar. When she saw the man named Gong Feiyang who had been on a blind date with Su Zimo, she stretched out her arms like a big stupid bird, rushed over. Hey, little baby, why did you come here? I've been waiting for you for more than an hour. Gong Feiyang, who had just arrived, also opened his arms, hugged the woman, and turned around in a disgusting circle. The bartender couldn't help but twitch his lips when he saw it. Soil. The dirt has to fall off. Baby, what would you like to drink? Gong Feiyang hugged the woman's waist and asked her softly. Drinking is not good for your skin. The woman pointed to the dark circles under her eyes. I'll just drink your green tea. Okay. Gong Feiyang pushed a bottle of green tea in front of the woman. Honey, I can't unscrew it. The woman's voice was whispering. Don't be afraid, I will take care of everything. Gong Feiyang unscrewed the green tea, handed the bottle to the woman, and gave her a sip. But the woman did not drink the green tea, but held it in her mouth, pouted, and kissed Gong Feiyang. You said pouting. My mouth is pouting. Su Xian, let's go. Su Zimo, who was sitting in a booth at the bar, couldn't stand it any longer. She had achieved her goal tonight, so she stood up and pulled Su Xian out of the bar. As soon as she gets home, she will tell her parents what she saw. Tell them that Gong Feiyang is actually an out-and-out scumbag. Even when I have a lover. He even went on a blind date with her, Su Zimo. This is simply insulting to her. ZMO. Gong Feiyang was holding the green tea that the woman spit out to him in his mouth, and he suddenly spotted Suzumo, who was pulling Su Xian away. His expression looked a little shocked and panicked at first, but it soon turned into anger. ZMO, stop. Gong Feiyan left the woman beside him and rushed to Su Zimo's side. He reached out to pull Su Zimo's arm, but Su Zimo dodged it. Tell me who this kid is? Why are you drinking with him in a bar as a couple? You had a blind date with me. Gong Feiyan had no choice but to stand in front of Su Xian and Su Zimo and question them sternly. It seemed that he had forgotten what he had just done. Su Xian, I'm sorry for causing you trouble. Su Zimo ignored Gong Feiyan, but apologized to Su Xian. Fine. Su Xian's tone was indifferent, and he didn't take the current matter to heart. I just muttered to myself inexplicably, this is strange, is this all arranged by God? Honey, what happened? At this time, the woman just saw something was wrong and came over immediately. I saw my buddy's woman having a tryst with another man here. It's so irritating. Gong Feiyan whispered to the woman. He thought the bar was very noisy and no one would hear him, but he underestimated Su Xian's hearing. After Su Xian's physique was strengthened 4 times, his sensory abilities were improved and he could hear Gong Feiyan's words clearly. It's time to end this farce. Su Xian, who wanted to leave here as soon as possible, slowly turned his body that was facing the door of the bar towards Gong Feiyan and the woman. Hiss. When the woman saw Su Xian's face, it was as if she saw a devil. She immediately took a breath and turned pale with fright. Then she lowered her head, left Gong Feiyan and ran away in a panic. Ha! Why did you leave without saying a word? Gong Feiyan was stunned and didn't know what was going on. But that's fine too. He was originally thinking of finding a reason to send the woman away. But something even more confusing happened again. Su Xian said calmly to him. Lear Hotel Supplies Company is owned by your family, right? Now I apologize to Su Zimo and vow not to pester her again. Otherwise, I can bankrupt your family with just one phone call. Gong Feiyan was stunned. Then he burst out laughing. Brother, you are so awesome. Brother, you are so awesome. Gong Feiyan's tone was full of teasing. There was deep disdain on his face. Of course he didn't believe what Su Xian said. Su Xian is so young and handsome, there is no way he has such terrifying energy. A single phone call can bankrupt his family. Su Xian, I know you want to vent your anger on me. Su Zimo didn't believe that Su Xian was really that powerful. He was afraid that things would get worse if they continued, so he said. Actually, I'm fine at all. I don't worry about Gong Feiyan at all. I just think he is a scumbag. He even went on a blind date with me when he had a good lover. He also lied to me that he has been busy with the company and has no time to meet women. Su Xian, let's go. Su Zimo took Su Xian's hand and was about to leave the bar. You actually held his hand. Gong Feiyan's face was even more ugly, and his whole body was filled with the smell of vinegar. He stretched out his thick arms, blocking the way of the two of them, and said arrogantly, if we don't speak clearly today, no one can leave. Gong Feiyan, don't be too bullying. Su Zimo couldn't help but said angrily, I have seen what happened between you and that woman, I already know who you are, and there is no relationship between us at all. It doesn't matter if you say it doesn't matter? Gong Feiyan pointed at Su Xiandao, who is this kid to you? Do you have any objections to my new boyfriend? Su Zimo was really angry and hugged Su Xian's arm. Just hand it in? Okay. Gong Feiyan said 3 good words in a row, raised his hand suddenly, and waved hard, brothers, come out. The words have not yet been spoken. 3 men walked out from a booth in the bar and stood next to Gong Feiyan. With people supporting the scene, Gong Feiyan proudly touched the Hermes belt around his waist, looking domineering. These 3 people are all his friends. Very special friend. He and they all come from a very special group, called the Group of Romantic Young Men Picking Up Girls. They often exchange experiences in picking up girls in the group, and even share their own short videos of picking up girls, including the embarrassing video of opening a room. Use this to show off your abilities, gain praise from others, and find a huge sense of existence. Tonight, he notified these 3 people in advance and asked them to come to the bar early and secretly record the romantic scene between him and the woman. Unexpectedly, Suzimo was also there, ruining his good deed. ZMO, I can explain to you my relationship with that woman. Gong Feiyang, who had taken control of the situation, raised his face and coaxed Suzimo. That woman is an actor I found. We are filming a short online video. Yes, I am not just a rich man with a company at home. He's still a part-time anchor. The purpose of shooting this short video is to tell today's young people and those young people that money cannot buy real love. Love must be obtained with sincerity. Just like my love for you is sincere. After saying that, Gong Feiyang almost applauded himself. I am simply too witty. What a high IQ. But what about you? Gong Feiyang immediately pushed further and asked Suzimo, why did you just get a boyfriend? Do you need to explain it to me? I have nothing to say. Suzimo didn't believe Gong Feiyang's lies, and even felt that the other party was a little disgusting. He still held Su Xian's arm tightly. Please let us go. You want to leave without explaining clearly? You definitely can't leave. Unless I remove this kid's leg and let him spend the rest of his life in a wheelchair. Gong Feiyang waved his hand at the 3 people and shouted, do it. The 3 people smiled, smoothed their sleeves, and surrounded Su Xian. The atmosphere suddenly became dangerous. If you break anything tonight, I'll pay you the original price. None of you should meddle in my business. Gong Feiyang took out a thick wad of cash from his body, held it up and waved it at everyone in the bar, a complete nouveau riche act. Don't want. Stop it all. Seeing that the 3 people were really going to attack Su Xian, Suzimo immediately spread his arms and blocked Su Xian. But something happened that she never expected. Su Xian is like a ghost. Suddenly appeared in front of her. At the moment when the opponent's fists and kicks attack. The attack came first. Boom. 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 3 dull sounds sounded almost at the same time. Those 3 people felt their eyes blurred and flew out. Plop. 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 He fell firmly to the floor of the bar. Kicked my legs. They all fell into a coma. Wow. Suzimo went to see Su Xian again and couldn't help but open his mouth. Su Xian seemed to have done nothing, standing there calmly with his hands in his pockets. This is really. The stranger is like jade. The young master is unparalleled in the world. Plop, plop. Suzimo's heart skipped a beat. Damn it. That heart-pounding feeling is back. It's stronger than ever before. I really want to cling to him, put my face on his shoulder, and watch the flowers bloom and fade with him, and the clouds roll and relax. What's the situation? Can anyone tell me what's going on? Gong Feiyang, who had been arrogant and domineering just now, was standing there alone, dumbfounded. It's so unreal. 3 gentlemen. Just for a moment. Was he knocked down by a monster who was more handsome than a woman? Of course, no one told him anything. Because everyone was shocked too. Wow. Wow. After a moment, thunderous applause suddenly broke out in the bar. The guests present thought it was an impromptu performance at the bar. It's so true. Bravo. The only drawback is that it ends too quickly. No wonder they thought it was a show. In fact, Su Xian looks more like a celebrity than a celebrity. He looks like someone the bar paid a lot of money to invite to perform. We don't have to move. The bar owner, Sun Hanan, raised his palms towards the security guards beside him. When he saw someone trying to cause trouble in his bar, he immediately ran over with security to control the situation. The result was unexpected. In just the blink of an eye, Su Xian got everything done. Except for the 3 people who fell to the ground, who was there? No loss at all. This couldn't be better. Even. The mood of the guests in the bar has also become extremely high. I'll order another bottle of Black Label here. I'll order a bottle of Jack Daniels. Here's a fruit plate and 3 bottles of beer. Because of Su Xian's actions, the guests began to spend more. This made Sun Haonan smile. He can be sure that the bar sales tonight will hit a new high in recent times. Go and carry those 3 guys away. Send it to the clinic designated by our bar for treatment. Don't worry about anything else. Sun Haonan gave the security guard a new order, while he hid beside the bar and secretly observed Su Xian. He has always been interested in Su Xian's car. I became interested in Su Xian. Why? Su Xian looked at Gong Feiyang, who was standing stupidly, and sighed softly. I just gave you the opportunity, but you just didn't cherish it and insisted on forcing me to show my cards. Well, I will satisfy you now. The next second, Su Xian picked up the phone. Dial a number. Mr. Liu, terminate all cooperation with Lyre Hotel Supplies Company and withdraw all investments. Well, let's take back the word Lyre. After all, we gave it to them. Yes, I want to make the other party disappear completely. Yes. When Su Xian heard Su Zimo talking about Lyre Hotel Supplies Company, we already know that the other party is the supplier of Lycle Hotel. I even know that Li Carl invested a huge amount of money in the other party. I also know that the other party's name was given by Ricard. These 2 days, Lu Ming always reported to him about his work whenever he had nothing to do, and by the way, he told him a lot about liquor, so that he could understand everything about liquor as quickly as possible. So, a phone call from him. Lyre Hotel Supplies Company is completely finished. As for the woman who ran away when she saw him, then by coincidence, it was the woman who had her membrane repaired in the hospital, climbed into his car, and was beaten up by his rich boyfriend. The dark circles under her eyes were not caused by drinking or staying up late. But he was beaten out. That woman must be afraid that he will tell everything. So when I saw him, I ran away. Really bankrupting my family? Are you kidding? Gong Feiyang looked at Su Xian and panicked in his heart. Because at this time Su Xian, the momentum revealed inadvertently. It doesn't look like the aura that a young man should have at all. Rather, it is a terrifying aura of being in a high position. An aura that makes people unable to help but worship. Without certain power, there is no way to have this kind of momentum. He saw Su Xian now. It's like seeing my own father. No. Su Xian is even more awesome than his own father. I'll make a call too. Gong Feiyang made a phone call. It was for my father. The result is busy. Hit again. Still busy. Finally got through the 3rd time. Dad, there was someone I was having trouble with just now. He bragged that one phone call could bankrupt our family. Your side. Gong Feiyang hasn't finished speaking yet. His father started roaring on the phone. Brute! You're cheating. I asked why Mr. Liu from Lycle just called me and said that he wanted to terminate the cooperation, withdraw the investment, and take off our cards. It turns out that you kid has offended someone who shouldn't be offended. I should have spray painted you on the wall. Our family is finished, let's go beg for food together from now on. The phone was hung up with an angry aftertaste. Plop! Gong Feiyang collapsed on the ground in despair. His family was really ruined. He calmed down. Looked up. Looking up at Su Xian. I know who you are. Gong Feiyang suddenly put his hands on the ground and knelt on the ground. He knelt down in front of Su Xian, hugged Su Xian's legs, and cried loudly. I was wrong. I was really wrong. Please take back your decision just now. Grandpa, can I call you Grandpa? From now on, I will be your grandson. No, I will be your dog. I will do whatever you ask me to do. I will bite whoever you ask me to bite. Woof woof woof, woof woof woof. Su Xian only said 2 words. Late. He believed in a principle. Anyone who helps me? I will remember it forever and repay you with a spring of water. Anyone who bullies me? I will repay you tooth for tooth, tenfold. Those 2 words Su Xian said. Like an invisible punch. It hit Gong Feiyang hard on the head. Gong Feiyang rolled his eyes and fainted. The security guards rushed over and carried Gong Feiyang away. Su Xian, are you Liquor's boss? Su Zimo, who was in shock, blinked and suddenly realized something. One phone call can destroy everything Gong Feiyang relies on for survival. So, there is only one possibility. Su Xian is Liquor's boss and controller. Because she heard Gong Feiyang brag that his house was backed by the big tree Liquor. Su Xian did not answer directly. There is no need to answer. Isn't everything obvious? Wow! Wow! There was another round of thunderous applause in the bar. This drama is so exciting. That guy was crying with snot in his nose, his acting skills are superb. But the most powerful one is the most handsome little brother. His domineering aura is so realistic. How did he perform it? If you weren't in the right position, it would be difficult to act so deeply, right? The guests were excited. They still thought it was all staged. There is $1 billion supercar outside, and it belongs to this little brother. This may not be an act, but it actually happened. The villain is doomed because of a phone call. Some people also speculated that. I was even more shocked because of this. Is this the world of rich people? Don't use swords or guns. Can one phone call kill you? Just like that poem says. Are the boats and oars being destroyed while talking and laughing? Scared. Scared. You must be careful how you behave in the future. If you offend someone like my little brother, your life will be over. There were also some little girls who ignored the boy sitting next to them and cast loving glances at Su Xian. Su Xian's appearance completely matched all their fantasies and longings for their significant other. Even Su Xian's skills are so good. He must be unparalleled in that aspect, right? Love it. Love it. But when he saw Su Zimo standing next to Su Xian, they felt a little ashamed of themselves and had to put away their inappropriate thoughts. Let's go. Su Xian was no longer interested in staying here and glanced at Su Zimo. Su Zimo, who usually has a capable style, nodded obediently like a beautiful sheep, couldn't help but hold Su Xian's arm, and followed Su Xian out of the bar. This distinguished guest, please stay. The bar owner, Sun Haonan, suddenly caught up with him and introduced himself. I am Sun Haonan, the owner of this place. Oops. Su Zimo smiled awkwardly and forgot to pay the bill. She thought that Sun Haonan was chasing her to pay the bill. What just happened was so shocking that she had forgotten about it. No need to pay, no need to pay. All your purchases tonight are free. Sun Haonan also became embarrassed and hurriedly waved his hand to explain. He really didn't catch up with the small matter of paying the bill. Come to think of it, he still had to give Su Xian money. Because of Su Xian's performance, his bar made a lot of money tonight. Dear guest, I have something to ask of you. Sun Haonan got straight to the point. I am a senior member of a supercar association and I love supercars very much, but I have never touched a real Koenigsegg car. Can you let me feel your car? Of course, if you don't want to, you can just leave. Before Su Xian could express his position, Sun Haonan hurriedly said, we are all exempt from the bill, next time you come, you can get the bill for free. Because he knows that some people are very taboo about others touching their cars. Not to mention the Koenigsegg worth 100 million yuan? Having said this, Sun Haonan immediately presented a black card with extraordinary texture to Su Xian with both hands. This card is the most advanced black card in my bar. Please be sure to accept it. All purchases within 5,000 yuan are free of charge. For purchases over 5,000 yuan, only the cost price will be charged. In fact, it is completely free. Under normal circumstances, 2,000 to 3,000 yuan is enough to spend at Jenny's bar to have fun and drink. Faced with Sun Haonan's sincerity and what he did in his store, Su Xian, who didn't value his car very much, said, you can feel it, it's just a car. Sun Haonan immediately smiled and stretched out his hands to hold Su Xian's hand tightly. Thank you. Su Xian lowered his head and glanced at Sun Haonan's arm. tattooed with a ferocious cross-armed dragon. Oh. These are all ridiculous things you did when you were young. Sun Haonan patted the green dragon tattooed on his arm and smiled. When he was young, he lived on the streets and was a big brother. Later, as he grew older, he quit the world and started doing serious business. The tattoo looks pretty good. Su Xian also smiled. Then he and Sun Haonan walked out of the bar and came to his car, where they saw several security guards protecting Koenigsegg. Go away! Sun Haonan pushed away the security guards. Here are your car keys. Su Xian handed the car keys to Sun Haonan. As the saying goes, outsiders just watch the fun. An expert knows the way. Sun Haonan is obviously an expert. He didn't rush to get in the car and take a look around, but opened the hood and looked at the engine. TSK, you can see something really good. The engine of this car is a 5.0-liter V8 twin-turbocharged engine. It can produce a maximum power of 1,400 horsepower and a torque of 1,600 Newton-meters. Amazingly, the transmission only weighs 80 kilograms. After looking at the engine, Sun Haonan walked around the car again and looked at the car's appearance and interior, but he did not get into the car to sit in or drive around for a while, grasping the extreme sense of propriety. Thank you very much. Sun Haonan returned the car keys to Su Xian. A long-cherished wish was finally fulfilled. You're welcome. Su Xian took the car keys, said goodbye to Sun Haonan, and left with Su Zimo. Before saying goodbye, at Sun Haonan's request, the two exchanged phone calls. Heisey, take a few people with you to escort Mr. Su home and ensure his safety. Sun Haonan waved to a security guard behind him. He was worried that Su Xian would be in trouble because he had just offended someone. Clear. The security guard named Heisey called two people, got into a black Audi, and chased Su Xian from a distance. Su Xian, thank you. Sitting in the Koenigsegg, Su Zimo didn't look at the beautiful night view outside the window, but just looked at Su Xian's side face, his eyes full of gratitude. If you really want to thank me, just give me a beauty filter on the interview sample. Su Xian said seriously, in the express delivery industry, you are exposed to wind and sun, and your skin is not good. Puff. Su Zimo couldn't help but smile, and then said seriously, your skin is better than mine, I'm even jealous of you. Su Xian, where is your home? Su Zimo, I don't want to go home. Su Xian. Su Zimo, both of our surnames are Su. Su Xian. Su Zimo, you saved me tonight. Are Yi Chanqian and I the same? Su Xian. Su Zimo, I want to experience staying at the Lykel Hotel. Can you give it to me for free? Su Xian casually threw a card to Su Zimo. Su Zimo took a look and shrank her beautiful eyes. What Su Xian gave her was not an ordinary card, but Lykel's most top-notch human supreme card, which requires a purchase of 50 million to own. She is a reporter and she has known about the existence of this card for a long time. I even know the value of this card. This card is more useful than a personal file in the upper-class circles. If you take out such a card, others will immediately know that you are wealthy and look up to you. But owners are rare. But it makes this card even more precious. Su Xian actually threw such a card to her casually? Su Zimo couldn't help but rub his heart. He may be. Do you like mine? Su Xian, with this card, if I go to Lykel to make purchases, do you have to accompany me in person? Su Zimo suddenly smiled maliciously. No. Su Xian smiled, I will change this rule when I get back. You? The beautiful reporter Su Zimo, who had never acted coquettishly in front of others, could not help but say two words to Su Xian with a coquettish look on her face, I hate it. Then, Su Zimo didn't really go to live in Lykel, but returned to his home. When getting off the bus, with lightning speed, she quickly touched Su Xian's cheek with her soft lips, and then returned to her home as if she was running away. This night, Su Zimo held the card Su Xian gave her with her little hands. Had a wonderful sleep. She also had a dream in which she was a heroine and had a swordsmanship contest with Su Xian by a small river. There was no winner in the battle. Ah! Take advantage of me. In the car, Su Xian casually wiped away the lip marks left by Su Zimo on his face. But if it were another man, I'm afraid it will remain on my face like a treasure for a lifetime. Then Su Xian didn't go to Livan Likel, but returned to his own place. He was not used to people in Likel being respectful to him, which made him very uncomfortable. His home is in an old community that has aged well. Not fancy, but full of life. Ah, it's better to be comfortable at home. After returning home and lying on a familiar bed, Su Xian stretched and closed his eyes. At the same time, downstairs in Su Xian's unit, a very interesting thing happened. Ting Ting, is this the boy's home? That's right. Doesn't he live too low-key? It is precisely because we were low-key that we were deceived by him. That's right. Two figures sneaked up to the downstairs of Su Xian's unit. One of them is Zhang Tingting, the blind date girl who had a showdown with Su Xian at Liquor's door. The other person is Li Carl's former sales manager, Qian Zhixing. These two are still together. Dear, are you really planning to tie him up? Zhang Tingting asked Qian Zhixing. Nonsense, he pretended to be a pig and ate the tiger, causing me to lose my job at Li Carl, and even received a severe beating. I haven't even paid off my car loan and house loan. I really can't swallow this breath. Qian Zhixing said bitterly, what I lost must be recovered from him. I'm a little scared. Zhang Tingting said. I'm so scared. Qian Zhixing said, I know the psychology of people like him very well. Whenever something happens, he will think of spending money to eliminate the disaster. He doesn't even dare to report it to the police. We just scare him and do it. His money is not for murder and arson, so don't be afraid. Oh well. Zhang Tingting put a mask on her face and followed Qian Zhixing upstairs. But not even a few steps away, something unexpected happened to them. Two shining knives suddenly stretched out from behind them and were placed on their necks. Then he held them hostage, got into a black Audi car, and left Su Xian's community. Boss, you are really clever. Sure enough, someone wants to cause trouble for Mr. Su, and we have already caught him. In the Audi, the security guard at Jenny's bar called the boss, Sun Haonan. Sun Haonan, is Mr. Su okay? Heisey, Mr. Su is fine. He has gone home and slept. What should we do with the people we caught? Sun Haonan, the world is so big, let them go live somewhere else and never come back again. Understood. Heisey let the car drive towards the highway, and then asked Sun Haonan, boss, do you need to let Mr. Su know about this? Does he owe you a favor? No need. Sun Haonan said, I also owe Mr. Su a favor. Moreover, the friendship between gentlemen is as light as water. The next day, sunny. Su Xian arrived at the courier point full of energy and was about to ride a tricycle to deliver the courier when he received an unexpected call. A sweet voice said on the phone, Su Xian, guess who I am? Su Xian, guess who I am? The voice on the phone was as sweet as coming out of a honeypot. How do I know who you are? If you don't tell me, I'll die. Su Xian started the tricycle. There was still a full load of express delivery to be delivered today. Last time, the system rewarded him with shares in Kongnai Private Hospital, which made him very motivated. Moreover, the system can be upgraded. Various benefits are waiting for him in the future. Hey, Su Xian, you are still so cold and cold. The voice on the phone side, I am your high school classmate Yang Xinxin. Have you forgotten me? Oh, is something wrong? Su Xian asked lightly. Yang Xinxin was indeed his high school classmate, and he was still at his desk, but they stopped contacting him after graduation. Can't I come find you if nothing happens? Yang Xinxin became a little unhappy. When she was in high school, she liked Su Xian very much and even wrote a love letter to Su Xian, but Su Xian ignored her. At that time, her appearance ranked among the top 3 in the class. Unexpectedly, after so many years, Su Xian was still so unkind to her. Why can't he be more enthusiastic towards her like other men? Even if I don't lick her. Can't you be polite? Then what are you talking about? I have to deliver a courier. Su Xiandao. Ah? Are you kidding? Are you a courier? As soon as she heard that Su Xian was delivering the express, Yang Xinxin's voice became strange. Su Xian studied very well at that time. How did you become a courier? This is really. Life is unpredictable. Yes, it's the courier. Su Xian pursed his lips. Ah, the couriers are pretty good too. I especially like the couriers. They have made great contributions to society and are very cute people. Yang Xinxin suddenly became enthusiastic. But it sounds a bit fake. Su Xian, I am contacting you because I really want to trouble you. Yang Xinxin immediately said, I received a notice from Monitor Lu Yiming that our teacher Wang is sick. You should have received the notice too, right? I would like to visit teacher Wang with everyone. I am at the Imperial Airport now, but I can't get a taxi. Can you drive over and pick me up? Not free yet. Su Xian refused without thinking. He didn't believe that he couldn't get a taxi at the airport. If you can't get a taxi, you can always get one online, right? He also remembered that Yang Xinxin was the kind of person who loved to take advantage. She maintained that she was pretty good looking, and she always asked for what she wanted from the male classmates in the class, and she always used it to show off to other girls. Hey, Su Xian, you don't want to deliver express today? It was at this time. Lu Dachuan, the person in charge of the express delivery point, came over. Wow! Lu Dachuan pulled off Su Xian's tricycle key and said with a smile, I'll give you a day off today. You don't have to deliver express, so just take a day off. What's going on? Su Xian was stunned. You don't know yet? Lu Dachuan said in a mysterious and low voice, the news showed you saving people this morning. The leaders at the headquarters also saw it. They were very happy and gave you a day off. You can't refuse. This is an order from above. After all. Lu Dachuan took Su Xian's tricycle and left with a smile. He was really happy. Because he also received praise from above. What a blessing! Su Xian, did your boss give you a holiday? Yang Xinxin heard the first half of Lu Dachuan's words on the phone and said happily, You can't say you're not free now, come and pick me up. But she didn't hear the second half of what Lu Dachuan said in a deliberately lowered voice. Okay. After all, Su Xian reluctantly agreed. Yang Xinxin, by the way, you have your own car, right? Su Xian, yes. After an hour. Su Xian, are you here? Yang Xinxin was a little impatient waiting in the airport lobby and couldn't help but call Su Xian to ask. The reason why she was so persistent in letting Su Xian pick her up? In fact, I wanted to show off in front of Su Xian and give Su Xian a blow. Because she married a rich man. The wedding room is a house of 300 square meters. The car is a 2 million Porsche Panamera. The clothes he wears are all famous brands. The bag on my arm now is worth 30,000 yuan. He really wanted Su Xian to see what she looked like. Look how well she's doing. You rejected my pursuit in the first place, right? I am now. You can't reach that high. Even if you chase me now. I don't even agree. Yes. She has always been brooding over the love letter incident. She also wants to show off in front of her classmates. Visiting teacher Wang is just a pretense. How many years have you graduated? The feelings have long since faded. I've already arrived. Parking lot 2. By this time, Su Xian had already arrived at the airport and reported his location. Just a moment. Yang Xinxin got up and walked to parking lot number 2. She also picked up her mobile phone and opened a group of girlfriends. The video call was connected. 3 or 4 women's heads appeared on the screen. Xinxin, are you there? Have you made an appointment with the school sweetheart named Su Xian? Switch the camera quickly, we want to see what he looks like. Her best friends started chatting all over the place. They knew that the purpose of Yang Xinxin's trip was to pretend to be revengeful. They really wanted to see Yang Xinxin pretending to slap Su Xian in the face. This is also in line with women's gossipy nature. Y'all be quiet and hear me. Su Xian failed in his career, but he is actually a courier delivery person, ha ha ha. I'm on my way to the parking lot to look for him now. Can you guess what kind of car he has? As Yang Xinxin walked, she spoke maliciously into her cell phone. The salary of a courier is not bad. It should be no problem to get a loan to buy a car worth 100,000 yuan. Bora, Cruise, Sega, Mazda. The girlfriends all guessed what Su Xian's car was. But no one guessed the model's worth more than 200,000 yuan. I'm almost at the parking lot. The answer will be revealed soon. Yang Xinxin quickened her pace and switched the camera to the rear camera. A few minutes later, Yang Xinxin came to parking lot 2. Saw Su Xian. To be precise, I saw Su Xian standing next to a dilapidated Wuling Hongguang. Su Xian is still wearing a courier suit. Su Xian? Is it you? Yang Xinxin was 10 meters away, pretending to be unsure and waved to Su Xian. But she recognized Su Xian immediately. Su Xian is actually more handsome than when he was in school. He was so handsome that she wanted to pursue Su Xian again. He was so handsome that she couldn't help but want to pounce on Su Xian and bite him. But she did not forget the purpose of her trip. He forced himself to ignore Su Xian's handsomeness. Just look at the bad side of Su Xian. Then, she was happy immediately. She's going to be so happy. Su Xian really didn't lie to her, he was really a courier. The car is still one. Pooh ha ha ha. It's so embarrassing. Su Xian raised his eyes to Yang Xinxin and waved politely. Did you see? Did you see? Did you see? As Yang Xinxin walked towards Su Xian, she whispered to her cell phone 3 times in a row, did you see it? She wanted her best friends to see Su Xian in desolation. This will make her happier. Saw it. He is indeed the man Xinxin has fallen in love with. He is so handsome that he is lawless. Yes, he is so handsome. If my husband looked like this, I would definitely wash his feet every day. The best friends were also attracted by Su Xian's unparalleled appearance for the first time. Ignoring what Su Xian was wearing. And that old Wuling Hongguang. Why do you keep looking at his face? Look at what else he has. Yang Xinxin reminded in a low voice. Haha, he is such a delivery boy. Ho ho, his car turned out to be the sacred car of Qiu Mingshan, Wuling Hongguang. His hardware configuration has ruined his appearance. The best friends had no choice but to cooperate with Yang Xinxin and said some things that were against their will. They really don't want to say it. Su Xian is so handsome. It hurts my conscience to say that. Su Xian, long time no see. Yang Xinxin walked up to Su Xian and said hello lightly, without even shaking hands with Su Xian. Your car is so interesting. Yang Xinxin glanced at Wuling Hongguang behind Su Xian again, and said with a smile, I have never been in a car like this. The smell of gasoline must be very strong. I will get carsick. Talking. She also rubbed her forehead in distress. Su Xian was too lazy to look at the pretentious Yang Xinxin, lazily raised his right hand and pressed the car key. Beep. Koenigsegg parked in a parking space far away? Suddenly a beautiful and domineering voice came out. At the same time, he opened his sharp eyes. That parking space also became dazzling and extraordinary because of its existence. This is my car. Su Xian walked towards Koenigsegg calmly. This. Yang Xinxin held her mobile phone and stood there blankly, unable to recover for a long time. Her best friends were also dumbfounded. Something went wrong? Big plot twist? A delivery boy actually owns a supercar that they have never seen before? No. Quickly take a screenshot to see what kind of car this is. Hiss. The world's top supercar Koenigsegg. Worth 100 million. There are only 5 or 6 such cars in China. I can't borrow it even if I want to. Xinxin, you are stupid. Hurry up and catch up. If you don't chase him, we will fly over and chase him. The best friends quickly urged Yang Xinshin. Oh. Only then did Yang Xinshin come to her senses and hurriedly chased after Su Xian. Su Xian, wait for me. Xinshin, his car is worth hundreds of millions of dollars. You must hold it tight and don't lose control. Remember the purpose of your trip, remember that you are a married woman. Yang Xinshin's best friends reminded Yang Xinshin on their mobile phones. Afraid that Yang Xinshin would lose herself and hook up with Su Xian to do something invisible. The reason why they reminded her like this. In fact, he also has some selfish motives. They don't want Yang Xinshin to take down Su Xian. They don't want Yang Xinshin to get what they can't get. Since everyone can be best friends, each other's financial resources, material resources, and men are almost the same, maintaining a balance. If Yang Xinshin and Su Xian were together, Yang Xinshin will be superior to them. This balance is broken. Know it. Yang Xinshin answered perfunctorily, then hurriedly chased Su Xian, exited the group chat, and put away her phone. Su Xian, this car is so beautiful. It costs millions, right? Standing next to Koenigsegg, Yang Xinshin pretended not to know the price of the car and asked Su Xiandao. This is where she is smart. Pretending not to know the price of the car. Then she can deceive herself and others into getting along with Su Xianping. If her attitude towards Su Xian changes next, Su Xian will not think that she is because of this car. Therefore, his own little dignity was able to destroy Lu Jifan. Pooh. Is to keep a few points. As for her desire to show off in front of Su Xian and attack Su Xian, it had already fallen apart in front of Koenigsegg. There is really nothing we can do. Roughly the same. Su Xian also answered perfunctorily, opened the door and got in the car. Fraud. Yang Xinshin whispered in her heart and got in the car. Handsome guy Su Xian, I haven't seen you for many years, it's a pleasure to meet you. Yang Xinshin's attitude towards Su Xian really changed, and she enthusiastically stretched out her white hand in front of Su Xian. But she didn't even bother shaking hands with Su Xian just now. Su Xian frowned, stretched out his hand and shook it with Yang Xinshin. But what he didn't expect was that Yang Xinshin actually grabbed his hand tightly and refused to let go. Oh my, handsome boy Su Xian, your hands are so delicate. A girl like me is jealous of you. You are definitely not a courier. Tell the truth. Which online store did you buy your courier clothes from? Yang Xinshin pouted, with an angry look on her face. I'm really a courier. Su Xian took back his hand. I don't believe it, huh? Yang Xinshin actually stretched out another hand, grabbed Su Xian's hand tightly with both hands, and placed it on her heart. Su Xian, Yang Xinshin, we are just classmates, please be more serious. Yang Xinshin's behavior reminded him of when he was in his last company. His female boss and colleagues often found various reasons to take advantage of him, and he couldn't help but look a little melancholy. Girls can't just violate men wantonly because the law doesn't restrict them very much. Oh, sorry. Yang Xinshin noticed that Su Xian's expression was different and hurriedly let go of Su Xian's hand. In fact, she didn't want to be so proactive. Before getting in the car, she made plans to capture Su Xian in her mind. My IQ seems to have soared to 250. But as soon as she sat in the car and held Su Xian's hand, she became obsessed with it. She immediately forgot about those plans and the warnings from her best friends, and became anxious. Yang Xinshin, hold on. The more active you are, the more passive you will be. In the end, everyone loses. Yang Xinshin reminded herself quietly in her heart and took a deep breath. He must take down Su Xian. If he can successfully win it, he wouldn't mind divorcing his current husband. She calculated her family's financial situation. Add up all your assets. Not even enough to buy Su Xian's car. The water goes lower. People flow to higher places. Presumably her current husband won't blame her. Su Xian, I just wanted you to feel if I have lost weight. Yang Xinshin put her legs together, put her hands on her knees, and said like a lady, Knowing that I could see you when I came to visit Teacher Wang this time, I went hungry all night. I weighed myself in the morning and lost 2 pounds. It's a pound. Oh. Su Xian drove the car out of the parking lot. Do you think my appearance has changed? Are you much older than you were in high school? Yang Xinxin leaned towards Su Xian and raised her carefully decorated face. She is very narcissistic and rates her appearance as 99.99 points. The result was unexpected. The car has already arrived at the exit of the parking lot. Master, pay the parking fee. Su Xian pressed down the car window and said to the toll collector. Do you want cash or QR code? Ha! As he spoke, the toll collector suddenly became surprised. Who are you? You are the courier boy who climbs tall buildings to save people. He recognized Su Xian. When he got up this morning, he watched the morning news, which showed the scene of Su Xian climbing a tall building to save someone, as well as Su Zimo's interview with Su Xian afterwards. It's not me, you may have mistaken the person. Su Xian smiled. I won't admit my mistake. The old man made a stern face. I have been working in the parking lot for more than half my life. I have seen all kinds of great actors, singers, and celebrities, but I have never seen you as handsome as you. If you make a mistake, others will not mistake you. Why, after doing such a positive thing, are you afraid that others will recognize you? Hey! Su Xian was helpless. You don't have to pay your parking fee. Let's go. The old man pressed the button readily, and the barrier immediately rose. Su Xian repeatedly insisted on giving money, but the old man still refused to accept it. A car was already driving behind him, so he drove away. Su Xian, have you ever climbed a tall building to save someone? Yang Xinxin was surprised. He couldn't help but look at Su Xian again. Handsome, rich, and yet so brave and loving. All the good qualities have been taken over by him. There is no justice. Why was I so stupid in the first place? Why did I just write a love letter and not continue? Even if you take medicine. Also pour the Su Xian medicine. Cook raw rice into cooked rice. There was an evil light in Yang Xinxin's eyes. Not worth mentioning. Su Xian held the steering wheel and drove the car onto the city highway with a calm expression. Yang Xinxin, Su Xian, I always forgot to ask you, do you have a girlfriend? Su Xian, there are several. Yang Xinxin, not an ordinary friend, that kind of friend. Su Xian, why do you want to know? Yang Xinxin, I really want to knock you down and possess you, is that okay? Of course, she didn't say this out loud, she just sighed in her heart. Hey! Yang Xinxin sighed suddenly, I don't have a boyfriend yet. Ever since I fell in love with you, I can no longer accept others. Yang Xinxin's best friend, hey, Yang Xinxin, you can't do this. Your husband is still waiting for you at home. Su Xian glanced sideways at Yang Xinxin's hand. The corners of his mouth moved slightly. Yang Xinxin wears a big shiny diamond ring on her ring finger. Oh, I bought this ring myself, not a wedding ring. Yang Xinxin had been observing Su Xian's expression and hurriedly took off the ring. I wear this ring just because I don't want other men to have thoughts about me. Squeak! Su Xian suddenly stepped on the brakes. He looked straight ahead and said, something happened ahead. Parking. Please stop the car. A young man stood in the middle of the highway, waving his hands, his face full of anxiety. There was an ordinary Passat parked in the emergency lane next to the young man. Su Xian, you don't know him, do you? Do you really want to stop the car? Seeing Su Xian stop the car in the emergency lane after stepping on the brakes, Yang Xinxin couldn't help but speak. She was a little unhappy. I am developing a relationship with Su Xian. Why do people always ruin their good deeds? Su Xian ignored Yang Xinxin's words and parked the car in the emergency lane, behind the Passat. That young man dared to risk his life and stop a car on the highway. He must be in an emergency. Brother, you are so generous. I have been blocking cars for a long time, but no one is willing to stop. You are the first one. The young man came over in a hurry and said anxiously to Su Xian, "My car is broken down and I can't repair it myself. Can you do me a favor and send my sister to the hospital?" "What's wrong with her?" Su Xian asked. "She must have been born prematurely. She is about to give birth to a baby. She is going to die from pain." The young man glanced at his Passat and his tone became more anxious. "Let her get in the car." Su Xian reached out decisively and pushed open the passenger door. "Okay." The young man was extremely grateful and thanked Su Xian with his hands clasped together, but he was stunned when he saw Yang Xinxin sitting in the passenger seat. "What about your friend?" "Yes, Su Xian." Yang Xinxin opened her mouth. "What should I do?" "Koenigsegg is a supercar with only 2 seats, driver and passenger." Su Xian glanced at Yang Xinxin. "You should be able to distinguish the important from the important." Yang Xinxin. "Sister-in-law, how about this?" The young man thought for a while and said, "I can call roadside assistance and arrange a tow truck to tow my old car and then the 2 of us. Do you think that's okay?" The young man apparently mistook Yang Xinxin for Su Xian's girlfriend or wife, and called Yang Xinxin sister-in-law. "Take a trailer." The corners of Yang Xinxin's mouth twitched. She can't adapt to changing from a billion-dollar supercar to a trailer. But the young man called her sister-in-law, which made her very happy. It seems that in the eyes of outsiders, she and Su Xian are a couple. She also knew that the current situation was quite urgent and she could no longer take Su Xian's car, so she had no choice but to get off the Koenigsegg. Subsequently, the young man walked to his Passat and helped his pregnant sister out. Seeing the pregnant woman's face in pain and struggling to move, Su Xian hurried over to help. As he got closer, he discovered that pregnant woman looks very beautiful. Even with her big belly, her appearance is amazing. "Thank you. If it hadn't been for your kind help, my child and I would have died here." The beautiful pregnant woman endured the pain and hurriedly thanked Su Xian. When Su Xian helped her, she also held Su Xian's hand tightly, as if grasping a life-saving straw. "You're welcome." Su Xian and the young man helped the pregnant woman onto the Koenigsegg. After the pregnant woman has sat down, Su Xian sat back in the driver's seat, took a deep breath, and stepped on the accelerator. Koenigsegg boom. Left the scene of the incident. My sister is saved. The baby in her belly can also be saved. Thank you, kind and handsome guy. The young man looked at the direction in which Koenigsegg was going, and bowed deeply to thank him. He also changed his view of the rich. Who says rich people are heartless and unjust? Isn't that brother just an enthusiastic person? Sister-in-law, you are so good-looking. The young man looked at Yang Xinxin again. You and brother are really a match made in heaven. In fact, he was just saying kind words. If you let him speak his mind. That is, Yang Xinxin is not worthy of Su Xian at all. I'm afraid only those top female celebrities can barely match Su Xian. Yeah. Yang Xinxin flipped her hair. I think so too, hee. But then she became unhappy again. Su Xian left, leaving her alone. This would waste so much of her time on Su Xian. So distressed. Have you made a hospital reservation? In the car, Su Xian asked the beautiful pregnant woman. No. The pregnant woman's lips were white and she had a different kind of beauty. The due date is in the second half of next month, and now it's more than a month in advance. The hospital hasn't had time to make a decision yet. Su Xian, then do you have a hospital you want to go to? Pregnant woman, no, I just contacted several hospitals in my brother's car, and they all had full beds. Su Xian, are you rich? Money? The pregnant woman raised her tearful eyes. Apparently she had misunderstood Su Xian, and said hurriedly, yes, I can give you as much money as you want. That's not what I meant. Su Xian shook his head. If you don't mind the high fees at Kongnai Private Hospital, I can arrange for you to go to Kongnai. Kongnai? That's the best place to go. The pregnant woman's eyes flashed with surprise, but I have already contacted Kongnai, and they rejected me. Give it to me. Su Xian speeded up the car again because the pregnant woman's condition was getting worse and worse. And since he is the majority shareholder of Congnai, helping pregnant women should not be a problem. Mom! The pregnant woman suddenly received a call from her mother. A kind-hearted handsome man has already rescued me and arranged for me to go to Congnai to give birth. Don't worry. Due to physical reasons, she was prescribed hands-free. Su Xian could also hear the conversation between her and her mother. Cornell? The voice on the phone was a little shocked. Cornell is a top private hospital. Those big names who want to go there have to queue up to make an appointment. Can your so-called kind-hearted handsome guy really help you make temporary arrangements? You won't be beaten. Did you lie? No, the pregnant woman said firmly, they won't lie to me. Why are you so sure? Have you become stupid because of your pregnancy? The voice on the phone became louder, you shouldn't have divorced your husband in the first place. He is rich and powerful. Even if you gave birth prematurely, he would definitely. If we can find a suitable hospital for you immediately, it will be no problem to go to Congnai. Why do you have to suffer like this? Mom, shut up. The kind person who rescued me drives a Koenigsegg, a car worth hundreds of millions of dollars. Do you think I can do it? The pregnant woman suddenly said loudly, I'm still driving a hands-free car, and everyone else is driving it, heard it. There was sudden silence on the phone. After a few seconds, the voice sounded again. Hello, the kind-hearted handsome guy who saved my daughter, I sincerely apologize to you for my rude words just now. You saved my daughter, I will make my damn son-in-law thank you. I'll call him now and ask him to wait for you at Cornell Hospital. No need. Su Xian looked forward and said calmly, I save people entirely based on my own heart, and it has nothing to do with others. After saying that, he glanced at the pregnant woman. The pregnant woman hung up the phone knowingly. Do you know Koenigsegg? Su Xian asked immediately. We know each other, the pregnant woman said. I work as a flight attendant, and I met Koenigsegg while browsing an aviation magazine out of boredom. Oh. Su Xian nodded, then you won't be able to fly after you're pregnant, right? Where do you live? Why did you stop a car on the airport expressway? The pregnant woman suddenly burst into tears and choked. I have been living in the stewardess dormitory at the airport, with only my brother staying with me. My husband went to the club to play with that kind of woman while I was pregnant, and I accidentally discovered it. I couldn't accept this, so I left him. I don't dare to go back to my parents' house, for fear that my mother will scold me. Does the child's father know your current situation? Su Xian asked. I don't know, I didn't tell him. The pregnant woman said bitterly, he doesn't deserve to have the child in my belly at all. Su Xian frowned, and then said slowly. Don't let children suffer because of adults' mistakes. The pregnant woman bit her lip and fell into deep thought. After a few minutes, the pregnant woman's body began to shake violently. She said, the child figured it out and kept kicking me. Sit down. Su Xian stepped on the accelerator deeply. Koenigsegg suddenly flew like a rocket flying close to the ground, and was thousands of meters away in the blink of an eye. Hello, front desk? There is a speeding red sports car. Please immediately mobilize your brothers to intercept it at the airport's high-speed entrance. What? Why didn't I intercept it? Speed 300%, how can I catch up? A traffic enforcement vehicle. I let out a helpless sigh. Intercept. Intercept. The speeding vehicle has already rushed over. Soon, Su Xian was approaching the exit of the airport expressway. The law enforcement officers who received the order from the main station immediately started the interception process. 7 or 8 law enforcement vehicles lined up outside the toll station at the highway exit, intending to contain Su Xian. It's been a while since they've seen such an arrogant vehicle. Do you think your life is too rich? Want to experience a prison cell experience? Brother Su Xian, stop it. Sitting in the fast-moving Koenigsegg, the beautiful pregnant woman saw the intercepting vehicle at the highway exit and couldn't help but grab Su Xian's hand. Through chatting, she already knew Su Xian's name and affectionately called him Brother Su Xian. At this time, she was already in tears of gratitude. We are all strangers to each other. Su Xian actually treated her like a blood relative. How could she not be moved? She also didn't want Su Xian to do it for her. There are unimaginable consequences. Ah! The beautiful pregnant woman suddenly screamed in pain. Let go of Su Xian's hand, covering his stomach. Big beads of sweat flowed from her white forehead. The lips are constantly trembling. The child may come out at any time. Do you like watching Jason Statham movies? Su Xian said suddenly. Ah! The beautiful pregnant woman Du Yuchen opened her small mouth. Unexpectedly, Su Xian would talk about this at this time. And the speed is even faster. Jason once drove a supercar through a highway intersection in a movie. The corner of Su Xian's mouth raised in a nice curve. I will demonstrate it to you now. Su Xian stepped on the accelerator hard. Boom! Koenigsegg let out a thrilling roar. There was fire coming out of the exhaust pipe. The car body turned into a phantom. Go straight to the expressway toll station. Actually, Su Xian had an idea. I want to leave the pregnant woman to the interceptor. Of course they will save pregnant women. But their cars are terrible. It drives too slowly. Now 2 lives hang on a thin thread of time. And that thread is getting thinner and thinner. When the time comes, once the line is broken, 2 lives may be lost. Everybody stay away. The person driving the car is crazy. He's going to hit the toll booth. Seeing that Koenigsegg not only did not slow down, but accelerated, causing a harsh sound of braking wind, the interceptor immediately evacuated. The lifting railings at the toll station have already been lowered. And this railing is Su Xian's first obstacle. Everyone at the scene subconsciously thought. The lifting railing is bound to become the first victim. Whoosh! Koenigsegg swooped over the railing. There was no unexpected crash. Ha! What an exaggeration! He actually got under the railing unscathed. Many people at the scene exclaimed. Yes. Koenigsegg's body is very low. He went right under the railing. There is no contact between the car and the railing. This scene. It has also been clearly recorded by the toll station's surveillance system. This situation is really like acting in a movie. How will he get through the second obstacle? There are 5 or 6 interceptor vehicles lined up, he can't get through. If you don't stop, you will hit it and the car will be destroyed and everyone will be killed. The second obstacle is the interceptor cars lined up. The distance between the interceptor cars was only 1.5 meters. There was no way Koenigsegg could drive directly through the gap. If you directly collide with the intercepting vehicle, Koenigsegg's carbon fiber body is likely to disintegrate and explode. The lives of Su Xian and pregnant women will be in danger. But Su Xian's eyes were deep and calm, and he said to himself, 5.0-liter V8 twin-turbocharged engine. 1,400 horsepower. 1,600 Newton-meters of torque. It's time to indulge it a bit. The system once gave Su Xian absolute control over Koenigsegg. Let Su Xian understand every parameter of Koenigsegg. Every structure. As well as Gene Su Xian and Koenigsegg. People and cars become one. The next second. Under Su Xian's control. Koenigsegg hasn't slowed down yet. The route has a slight bend. The center of gravity of the car body seems to have shifted slightly. Immediately, Koenigsegg stood up sideways without harming the pregnant woman. Only used the right front and rear wheels to land on the ground. He just stood sideways and flew past the gap of less than 1.5 meters between the intercepting vehicles. Boom! Koenigsegg then landed on all 4 wheels. Like a wild beast that breaks free from its restraints, it rushes towards the city. Hiss! It took those people a long time to calm down. Let out bursts of rapid inhalation sounds. Nothing to lose. Both the railing and the intercepting vehicle were unscathed. But it didn't have the slightest effect. Because I haven't touched Koenigsegg at all. Brother Su Xian, you. Are you a professional race car driver? After experiencing the dangerous scene just now, the beautiful pregnant woman Du Yuchen seemed to have forgotten the pain in her body and asked Su Xian in shock. She is a stewardess. Just now she experienced it again when the plane took off. The momentary feeling of suspension. The excitement soaring into the sky. It's really flying. No. Su Xian said calmly. I'm just a courier, and I most often drive a tricycle. Ah? The beautiful pregnant woman opened her beautiful eyes wide, with a look of disbelief on her face. Tricycle. She also suddenly remembered that the movie Su Xian mentioned was coming. It seems to be called Deadly Express. Su Xian at this time. It's really a life-threatening express delivery. Su Xian, how long can you hold on? Du Yuchen, I'm okay. Su Xian, tell the truth. Du Yuchen cried, I can't hold on any longer. But now the car has entered the city, the traffic has increased, the road has become congested, and Koenigsegg's speed has dropped to less than 70 yards. Su Zimo. Can you do me a favor? Su Xian held the steering wheel with one hand and called Su Zimo, explaining the current situation, where he was, and where he wanted to go. Su Zimo works as a reporter and often interacts with all walks of life. He has seen many emergencies and may be able to help him in some way. Okay, Zimo understands. After listening to Su Xian's story, Su Zimo immediately put down the work he was doing, took a deep breath, and made a phone call to someone. Hey, uncle. Didn't you also watch today's morning news and tell me that you like the courier guy very much and praise him full of praise? He is being a hero now. He is saving a pregnant woman who gave birth prematurely. The situation is very urgent. Su Zimo used words as concise as possible. Explain the situation to the person on the phone. Ah. Is he saving people again? Okay, I understand. I will mobilize resources to help him, and I will also dispatch a good car to replace his tricycle. What? Not riding a tricycle? Driving a billion-dollar supercar? Koenigsegg? The voice on the phone was surprised. A few minutes later, Su Xian discovered a magical scene. But wherever he passed, mounted policemen immediately greeted him and opened the way for him. The red light turned into green, and everything went smoothly. Brother Su Xian, I suddenly have a good name for my child. Call Xia Xian. Du Yuchen, a beautiful pregnant woman, was completely shocked by Su Xian's ability. She was chased and intercepted before, but now the mounted police cleared the way? She couldn't think clearly, but her beautiful eyes were full of brilliance. She didn't know how to thank Su Xian. She just wanted Su Xian to name her child Xia Xian and remember Su Xian for her whole life. Su Xian didn't hear clearly. Xia Xian? Du Yuchen said again, Xia Xian, thank you brother Su Xian for Xia Xian. Du Yuchen said again, I have one more favor to ask. Can you be the father of this child? Su Xian, what? What? Su Xian was stunned. He helped others with good intentions and turned himself into a father? Although this pregnant woman named Du Yuchen is very beautiful, and her appearance is 90 points even when she is pregnant. But being a father is really not okay. No need to talk. No need to talk. The stubbornness of the beautiful pregnant woman Du Yuchen also increased. If you hadn't saved us, we would have been lying dead on the highway. When the child grows up, he will definitely agree to let you be his father. This is also an honor for the children. This is also the child's honor. Su Xian looked at this sentence carefully and felt that it sounded familiar. Then he suddenly remembered. His high school classmate Zhao Ankong, the guy he drew closer to liquor for work, also said similar words. As long as you are willing, you can drag my fiancée to the hotel. It is her honor. Su Xian couldn't help but shudder. In the future, you must be more ruthless when helping people and not be too approachable. Otherwise, it will look like you are plotting something. By the way, brother Su Xian, do you have a girlfriend? Perhaps because it was getting closer to the hospital and the mounted police were clearing the way, Du Yuchen became more and more relaxed and said, I have a sister who is 3 years younger than me and is prettier than me. If you're single, just let her be your girlfriend, okay? Du Yuchen's appearance is already so amazing. And a sister who is 3 years younger than her and is more beautiful? How incredible is her appearance! By the way, she is also a stewardess and joined the airline company with me. Du Yuchen added. She's also a stewardess. Su Xian was a little confused. I really wasn't planning anything. I believe in a principle. With great power comes great responsibility. In human terms, the greater the ability, the greater the responsibility. Right. It's that line from Spider-Man. I have also lived a hard life, and I was betrayed by my blind date because I was too poor. It is not miserable. Now that I am prosperous, isn't it right to be a good person and do good deeds? So climb the stairs to save the pretty and cute girl. Rescue a beautiful pregnant stewardess at high speed. You don't ask for anything in return at all. I don't want to be a father. Don't ask for other people's beautiful flight attendants. That's it, I will introduce her to you as soon as I see her. Du Yuchen insisted, you are the father of the child, my sister's boyfriend, and my savior. Ah, that's great. Su Xian was confused. At the same time, I feel that the relationship in Du Yuchen's words is also a bit confusing. If he really becomes a couple with her sister, he is her sister's husband. But he is also the father of Du Yuchen's child. Then what is his relationship with Du Yuchen? Very messy. Very messy. At the same time, the TV station where Su Zimo works. Everyone bring your equipment. This time the lighting engineer will follow suit. Su Xian said that his skin has been bad lately. When I see him, I'll give him more lights. Let's go. Su Zimo smelled hot news again, rushed out of the TV station with the camera crew, and drove to find Su Xian. She will definitely make the interview perfect this time. Because he and Su Xian are already good friends. He even secretly kissed Su Xian. This guy seems to be a Superman. To make such a big fuss over rescuing people again. Then if he is Superman, who am I? I must be Lois Lane. Lois Lane is Superman's girlfriend and a journalist. Su Zimo's pretty face showed a touch of happiness. What's wrong with ZMO? Why is she looking at the car window and giggling? Are you suffering from mental illness due to too much work pressure? Colleagues in the same car looked at each other in shock when they saw Su Zimo's appearance. Su Zimo quickly changed his face to a serious face and began to formulate an interview script. Kongnai Private Hospital. In the hospital's office building, there is a remote video conference room. At this time, more than a dozen large screens lit up. The image of more than a dozen people appeared, including men and women, no longer young, and some elderly people in their 60s. These people are all shareholders of Kongnai Private Hospital. They are having a shareholders meeting. It's about Su Xian. And Ma Ruijie, the director of Kongnai Hospital, stood in front of those screens. Now that everything has been investigated clearly, everything makes sense. Mr. Su himself has no problem at all. Then, I think it's time to invite Mr. Su to visit our hospital. Dean Ma Ruijie looked at the shareholders on the screen and said in a slightly tired voice. There are always all kinds of high-profile people coming to the hospital, which makes him tired to deal with. It's not just a matter of looking. Mr. Su is the 5th largest shareholder of our institute. He is still extremely young. There must be an extremely powerful force behind it. We can invite Mr. Su, but we must be fully prepared. We can't let Mr. Su feel any displeasure. Some shareholders said this. Other shareholders also agreed. It is difficult for young people nowadays to buy a wedding house. Su Xian actually took away 8% of Kongnai's shares and became one of the old guys like them. Only those who say that he has no support behind him will believe it. I have my own sense of discretion on this, please don't worry. I will make Mr. Su feel at home. Dean Ma expressed his stance. The meeting broke up immediately. Xiao Xiao, you also attended the meeting. Have you heard the opinions of the shareholders? Dean Ma held his own water glass and walked out of the conference room while facing the assistant following him. After hearing this, I will immediately make arrangements to prepare the hospital to receive Mr. Su. The assistant was carrying an Apple laptop, nodded and bowed. Doo-doo la la. Suddenly, Dean Ma's cell phone rang. He didn't want to answer it, so he just took it out, glanced at the name of the caller, and his expression changed. He immediately hid in a corner, held his cell phone in his hand, and said respectfully, Mr. Su, why did you call me when you had time? Voice on the phone, my little niece said that her friend wants to come to Kangnai to treat a pregnant woman. Can you help make arrangements? Dean Ma was really stunned after hearing this. You keep talking, of course there is no problem. Please tell her the name of her friend. Su Xian. The voice on the phone said, this young man is amazing. He climbed a tall building to save someone 2 days ago, and he also rescued a pregnant woman on the highway. He represents a positive energy in society. I am also tolerant. You can't help paving the way for him secretly, but don't tell others. Ah. Dean Ma's mouth opened into a circle. Isn't Su Xian a shareholder of Kangnai? If a shareholder wants to treat someone, do they need to ask others to help? Just one sentence will do. Could it be that they have the same name and surname? Dean Ma immediately asked, Mr. Su, do you have his mobile phone number? There was silence on the phone for a while. He probably went to find someone to ask for Su Xian's mobile phone number, and then gave a number to Dean Ma. Dean Ma was immediately shocked. This is the mobile phone number of shareholder Su Xian. Su Xian. Mr. Su. All have the surname Su. I'm afraid it's not just as simple as my niece's friend. Therefore, Dean Ma self-righteously believed that the powerful force behind Su Xian had already revealed the tip of the iceberg. But just the tip of the iceberg is so scary. Because Mr. Su is not an ordinary person. He is the kind of person who dares not even write his name when writing novels. Su Xian is also the major shareholder of Kangnai. There are really terrible background forces. You must treat him with piety and respect him. Xiao Zhao. After Dean Ma hung up the phone, he immediately said to his assistant, you don't have to worry about welcoming Mr. Su. I will handle it myself. As for you, just ask someone to clean the floor so that nothing can be seen. If anything like peelings and confetti sticks to Mr. Su's feet, you should resign voluntarily. Ming, understand. The assistant was confused. Why has the dean's attitude changed so drastically? Then, Dean Ma called Su Xian, pretending not to know that Su Xian was coming to the hospital, and said respectfully, Mr. Su? When are you free to come to Kangnai for a visit? All our members here are looking forward to your visit. Su Xian, I'm already at the entrance of the hospital. Dean Ma, who has always been known for his calmness and seriousness, said. Oh. I'll go out to greet you right now. Kangnai is here. The beautiful pregnant woman Du Yuchen sat in Königsegli and blinked her beautiful eyes. In front of the car, there is a hospital with a very modern architectural style, which is clean, elegant and full of technology. The entrance of the hospital is also clean. There are no vendors setting up fruit and food stalls. There are just luxury cars, showing the identity of the people who come here to see the doctor. This is a place that the poor look up to but cannot enter. It is a beautiful haven for the rich to prolong their lives. It is said that the monthly salary of a small nurse there is 5 figures. Brother Su Xian, let's become friends. I'm afraid I won't have time to add more later. I'm also afraid that if you leave, I'll never find you again. I can't thank you even if I want to. Du Yuchen glanced at Su Xian again. Su Xian stopped on the highway to save her, went 300% over the speed limit to save her, aggressively broke into the toll booth to save her, and drove his car sideways, as if flying, past the law enforcement vehicles that intercepted him to save her. Not to mention a simple phone call after entering the city. The mounted police cleared the way for him to reach Kangnai without any hindrance. She must keep in touch with Su Xian and thank her. Introducing my sister to Su Xian was not just a matter of words. No thanks, you can add me as a friend. Su Xian took out his phone with one hand and added Du Yuchen's WeChat message. Koenigsegg has also rolled into the hospital. I don't know how brother Su Xian used to get Kong Nai. Du Yuchen held her little hands in front of her chest, feeling a little uneasy. Because if Kong Nai doesn't accept her, both she and the child are doomed. There is no time to look for another hospital. The next second, Du Yuchen was stunned. A group of people wearing Kangnai brand around their necks suddenly ran out of the hospital building with a rumble and surrounded Koenigsegg. Each of them was neatly dressed and looked enthusiastic. Each of them has blazing eyes and a look of respect. Each of them was careful and showed 8 teeth. It seems that if you show one more tooth or one less tooth, it will be imperfect and disrespectful. Mr. Su Xian, you are here. The leader is Director Ma of Kangnai Private Hospital. Holding a bouquet of flowers in both hands, he walked next to the Koenigsegg that had just stopped, bent down and bowed to the driver's seat. He is bald. But he was very careful, combing the hair on both sides of his head towards the top of his head to cover up the Mediterranean Sea and make people feel more comfortable. But the more he conceals it, the more he looks like a character in one of Xingye's movies. The bald version of Shiman Shui. Well, here we come. Su Xian opened the door and got out of the car. At the same time, already, more than a dozen young and beautiful female nurses rushed over pushing a stretcher cart, lifted Du Yuchen from the car onto the stretcher, and quickly sent him to the delivery room. Su Xian saw this. He breathed a sigh of relief. Finally did it. Next, I hope mother and child are safe and have a smooth delivery. Welcome Mr. Su to visit Kangnai. On behalf of all colleagues at Cornell, we warmly welcome Mr. Su. After Du Yuchen was sent away, all the Kangnai greeters present bowed to Su Xian. Their voices gathered together and lingered over Kangnai for a long time. In the hospital building, many well-known patients and patients' family members came to the window and looked at this scene curiously, and at Su Xian curiously, with their eyes full of shock, envy, admiration, and yearning. Most of them spent a lot of money and used a lot of connections to come to Kangnai. Even so, I still had to wait in line for a long time. But it would be great if they were Su Xian. Or it would be nice to meet Su Xian. If you want to come to Kangnai for medical treatment, isn't it as easy as eating and drinking? At the same time, there is one thing they can't figure out. Why is Su Xian wearing a courier suit? Is this popular among the wealthy? They wouldn't even believe that Su Xian was a courier boy. Dean Ma also saw the courier service on Su Xian. But he is relatively calm. Can easily acquire shares of Kangnai? With terrifying upper-class connections. Driving an obviously expensive supercar? Wearing courier clothes might be a joke. Or maybe it's a special hobby. Just like some girls like to wear bunny ears and tails, it's nothing to make a fuss about. Mr. Su, if you can acquire the shares of Kangnai, you must already know something about Kangnai. I won't talk too much nonsense. Please go directly to the building to visit. Dean Ma handed the flowers to Su Xian and held Su Xian's hand respectfully. He stretched out his other hand and pointed at the hospital building. No more visits. Su Xian shook his head. Take me to the delivery room. I'm going there to wait for the baby to be born. No problem. Dean Ma and his entourage surrounded Su Xian and entered the hospital building. But Dean Ma inevitably has some ideas about the relationship between Su Xian and Du Yuchen. Aren't they the pregnant women who stopped by to help? The two of them definitely didn't know each other. Why didn't even Kangnai visit and had to go to the delivery room to wait for the baby to be born? Could it be that the child belongs to Su Xian? Maybe. Young people like to play? It's normal to play like a child. Dean Ma then secretly sent a message to his assistant Xiao Zhao. Have the inside and outside of the delivery room been cleaned? Clean up if you haven't done it yet. finally arrived in Kongnai. 10 minutes later, a middle-aged man drove a Rolls-Royce Phantom worth nearly 10 million and arrived in Kongnai after a long trip. No matter how reluctant Yu-Chen is, I must see my child. Because I am the child's father. Kongnai Private Hospital. Delivery room. Doctor, can I use my phone? Du Yu-Chen was lying on the delivery bed, looking very nervous. Mobile phone? The obstetrician wanted to refuse her, but when he thought that she was brought by the major shareholder Su Xian, he reluctantly said, "Use it." Thank you. Du Yu-Chen immediately sent a message to Su Xian, asking where Su Xian was. I'm just outside the delivery room. At this time, Su Xian was sitting on a chair outside the delivery room, with a strange look on his face. He drove wildly all the way, with great momentum, forcing his way into the toll booth and speeding sideways. I wonder if it affected the child in Du Yu-Chen's belly. If your behavior affects your children, his sin is so great. So he planned to wait until the baby was born and make sure everything was normal before leaving. Otherwise, he won't feel at ease no matter what he does. Thank you for your hard work, brother Su Xian. Thank you. Knowing that Su Xian was outside the delivery room, Du Yu-Chen felt relieved. Then she took a picture of her belly with her mobile phone, sent it to Su Xian, and said, "Guess whether it's a boy or a girl?" Su Xian, I can't guess. Du Yu-Chen, whether it's a boy or a girl, I hope my children can be like you. Su Xian. Du Yu-Chen, his father is very ugly. I don't want my child to be like his hateful father, and you are the savior of our mother and father. It's perfect to be like you. Ms. Du, you can put your phone away now. Because the baby is coming soon and you need to be mentally focused. At this time, the obstetrician interrupted the chat between Du Yu-Chen and Su Xian. Du Yu-Chen just put down the phone. Doctor, I have an idea. When I entered the delivery room, I saw a sign on the door of the delivery room that one person was allowed to come in to accompany me. Can I let the father of the child in? Du Yu-Chen raised his eyes again and said to the obstetrician, the child's father is not an outsider and can come in. But I advise you not to do this, because the scene of giving birth is more scary. Some men can't stand it. Some have fainted, some have mental problems, and some have affected their ability in that area. Some men never dare to touch their wives again. The doctor explained it to Du Yu-Chen. It seems quite serious. Du Yu-Chen had no choice but to give up the idea of letting Su Xian in for the time being. Next, the obstetricians and midwifery nurses were all busy with Du Yu-Chen. Du Yu-Chen was sweating profusely, his face was pale, and he clenched the sheets tightly with his little hands. Outside the delivery room, the middle-aged man who drove a Rolls-Royce Phantom to Cornell. That is, the child's real father. Pacing back and forth in front of Su Xian. He looked anxiously at the closed door of the delivery room, worried. He only found out that the child was suddenly born prematurely after receiving a notification from his mother-in-law. He also learned that Du Yu-Chen had been rescued by a kind-hearted person with great powers on the airport expressway and sent to Kongnai. At that time, he was discussing cooperation with several important customers, and as soon as he learned the news, he immediately ran over regardless. But it's still a step too late. I couldn't personally escort the mother of the child, Du Yu-Chen, into the delivery room. Brother, is your wife also giving birth to a baby? The man glanced at Su Xian, who was wearing courier clothes, and asked for words. He believes that chatting with poor people can relieve his anxiety. Just like when a human stands in front of a monkey and teases the monkey, it will easily make him happy. But he didn't know that Su Xian was that kind-hearted man with great powers. It's a friend having a baby. Su Xian prevaricated and replied. It's been so long, why haven't you heard the child's cry or the news of a successful delivery? Is she your girlfriend? It's understandable. You are so handsome that even I can't help but want to talk to you. Your girlfriend will definitely be willing to give you a child out of wedlock. The man looked at Su Xian and was impressed by Su Xian's appearance. Su Xian was too lazy to talk to the man and waited patiently for news about Du Yu-Chen. By the way, brother, it's hard to make an appointment at Kongnai's obstetrics department, right? The man glanced at the door of the delivery room and said to Su Xian, "You work as a courier, how did you get your girlfriend here? Come if you want." Su Xiandao. Awesome. The man looked at Su Xian again. Is it possible that you are related to a certain leader here? No. He is like a god in Kongnai. What kind of relationship does he need? Then I don't understand. The man frowned. How did you manage to come when you wanted to? For example, he himself is rich and powerful. I had a calculus problem last month, and I wanted to come to Kongnai to get a stone treatment, and I asked someone to get in touch with Kongnai. But what happened? I actually had to queue for a week. He had no choice but to change hospitals for stone removal. Can you, a courier, come whenever you want? Mr. Su, please have a cup of coffee to refresh yourself. At this moment, a beautiful female nurse came over with a cup of coffee and respectfully held it in front of Su Xian with both hands. Thanks. Su Xian took the coffee and took a sip. It tastes pretty good. When the man saw this scene, he felt a little unhappy. Why does Su Xian have coffee to drink but he doesn't? Aren't he and Su Xian waiting for women to have children? Why are they treated differently? Don't rich people need a pick-me-up? Hey, little girl, bring me a cup of coffee too. The man waved to the beautiful female nurse and inadvertently revealed the Rolex on his wrist. This Rolex is different from ordinary Rolex. It's a customized version. His name is laser engraved on the dial. The 12 scales are also inlaid with extremely expensive diamonds. This makes the cost of this Rolex almost 1 million. Sorry, except for Mr. Su, no one else can drink coffee outside the delivery room. As a result, the pretty little nurse didn't even look at the man's Rolex, and she didn't even look away from Su Xian's face. Su Xian raised his head and glanced at the distracted female nurse, handed her the coffee cup, and asked, "Where is Dean Ma?" The little nurse took the cup and said, "Dean Ma is cutting the fruit plate for you. He said he is worried about others cutting it." What? What did you say? Dean Ma will cut the fruit plate for this courier again? The man's eyes widened when he heard this. He has long heard that Dean Ma is an internationally renowned surgeon. He is best at surgery and has extremely superb knife skills. It is said that Dean Ma can use a scalpel to peel off the tiny traces of blood vessels from the patient's internal organs without using any instruments. Cutting a fruit plate for a courier? What the hell is going on? Are you dreaming now? Is it actually midnight now? Mr. Su, are you tired of waiting? At this moment, Dean Ma came over with a fruit plate in his hand. Although the hospital environment is clean enough, the fruit plate is still protected by a piece of plastic wrap. These fruits were brought to me by a patient from abroad. Try it all, it's good for nourishing your heart and lungs. Oh, there are also ruby Roman grapes here. You can try one too. It's hard to buy in China. In the man's dumbfounded gaze, Dean Ma presented the fruit plate to Su Xian. He also opened the plastic wrap with his own hands, used a well-made fruit fork to pick up a grape as beautiful as a diamond, and handed it to Su Xian's hand thoughtfully. Thanks. Su Xian took the fork and stuffed the grapes into his mouth. Well, this grape tastes good too. They were the most delicious grapes he had ever tasted. This. When the man saw this, the worldview has completely collapsed. Oh my God. Who can tell me what's going on? Why does Dean Ma even serve a courier boy? And he, a man worth hundreds of millions. Why is it as invisible as air? Who can tell me? What is going on? What the man didn't expect was that this is just the beginning. Even more terrifying things are waiting for him behind. Attention! The baby is coming out. 10 minutes later. In the delivery room. With the reminder from the obstetrician. Poof! The baby was born. Call. Du Yuchen was relieved and took a long breath. But she always felt that something was wrong. Why is there no crying? Why didn't the child cry? Doctor, doctor. Tell me what's going on. Why doesn't the child cry? Du Yuchen struggled to raise his head and saw the obstetrician holding a wet baby and asked urgently. It's normal, don't worry. The obstetrician had rich experience in delivering babies. He picked up the baby with a calm face and patted the baby on the back. The child vomited some amniotic fluid. But still don't cry. Du Yuchen panicked. This child can't be stillborn. Impossible. Impossible. Du Yuchen immediately shook his head. Along the way, the child kept kicking her. There was no way it was a stillbirth. Then why don't you cry? Brother Su Xian. Brother Su Xian. Come here quickly. In panic, Du Yuchen thought of Su Xian and shouted Su Xian's name loudly. She didn't want Su Xian to save the child. Su Xian is not a doctor. This favor will definitely not help. She just instinctively wants Su Xian to come over. Maybe something good will happen when Su Xian comes. She won't be too scared when Su Xian comes. Outside the delivery room, Su Xian stood up after hearing the sound. He heard the panic in Du Yuchen's voice. Is there really something wrong with the child? It's my wife's voice. The man naturally recognized Du Yuchen's voice, and his expression changed. I also think the child had an accident. He couldn't help but think. Why is my wife calling other people's names? Brother Su Xian? Who is it? A squeak. The door to the delivery room suddenly opened. A midwifery nurse wiped the sweat from her face, glanced at the people present, and finally focused on Su Xian. Mr. Su, the mother's mood is very unstable. She keeps calling your name, saying that you are the father of the child, and wants you to come in. Can you do that? We also hope that you can go in so that the mother's emotions can be stabilized. Okay. Su Xian nodded, and then followed the midwifery nurse to the delivery room. How is the baby? The child's respiratory tract is blocked and he can't cry. The midwifery nurse said, but it's just a minor problem and we can fix it soon. Yes. Su Xian breathed a sigh of relief. Sudden. A hand suddenly stretched out from behind and grabbed his shoulder. It's the man's hand. What a wonderful Mr. Su. Brother Su Xian. What is your relationship with my wife? The man's expression looked very ferocious, and he asked Su Xian in a hoarse voice, why did my wife call you by your name? And the man pointed at the midwife again, why did she say you were the father of the child? I'll explain it to you later. Su Xian shook his shoulders, broke away from the man's hand, and continued walking into the delivery room. He also knew that the man in front of him was Du Yuchen's husband. To be precise, it was my ex-husband. I want an explanation from you now. I want to go in and see my wife too. But the man refused and rushed forward again to catch Su Xian. He held Su Xian hostage and walked to the delivery room together. You can't enter without the mother's consent. Please let go of Mr. Su immediately and wait quietly outside. Seeing this, the midwifery nurse hurriedly reached out to pull the man. But she was small and frail, so she could not pull the man away. Instead, she was pushed by the man and staggered. With a thud, her back hit the door of the delivery room. What are you? Dare to act wild in Kongnai? Dean Ma, who had not yet left, scolded him sternly and rushed over to pull the man. But he was pushed away by the man. It's enough. Su Xian's face darkened. The next second, he turned around suddenly and grabbed the man's neck. Lift up. Lift up. The man's feet are dangling in the air. A look of shock. He weighs a full 180 pounds. Why did Su Xian mention him all of a sudden? This is not just a courier boy. Still a weightlifter? Mr. Su is so powerful. Dean Ma was also shocked, staring wide-eyed at this amazing scene that can only be seen in movies. Listen to me. Su Xian held the man against a wall and said, where were you when she was pregnant and needed company? Where were you when she didn't dare to go back to her parents' home and lived in the stewardess dormitory? When she was helpless on the airport highway and could only wait to die, where were you? Now you're here to look for presents? Just stay here. Su Xian let go. The man sat down on the ground with a pop, holding his neck and gasping for air. His expression became stunned. Obviously he was shocked by Su Xian's words. Tell me what makes you so impulsive. Dean Ma straightened his clothes and scolded the man sitting on the ground with a stern face. Mr. Su saved your wife's life. It's okay if you don't thank her. Why are you making a fuss? If I were Mr. Su, I would have just punched him. I'll beat you to death. Even if we beat you to death, we won't save you. What? He saved my wife? The man opened his mouth in shock. But why did the midwifery nurse say that Su Xian is the father of the child? With Mr. Su's status, he would definitely not offend a married woman. Dean Ma said quietly, perhaps your wife is grateful to Mr. Su for saving her, so she allowed her child to recognize Mr. Su as her godfather. That makes sense. The man has figured it out. If he were put into Yu Chen's situation, he would definitely let his child recognize Su Xian as his father, and he would even be so moved that he wanted to call Su Xian his father. That's 2 lives. Figured this out. The man raised his head and looked at Su Xian. But he didn't even see Su Xian's back. Su Xian has already entered the delivery room. Completion. Completion. I misunderstood the kind-hearted people. I've also offended a well-intentioned person. The man clenched his fist and punched the wall hard, his face full of remorse. Then he steeled himself and said to Dean Ma with a smile on his face, Dean, I will make sure to apologize to you and Mr. Su afterwards. Can you let me enter the delivery room to see my wife? Dean Ma didn't even think about it, no. The man stood up and held Dean Ma's hand. Can I donate a large sum of money to Kong Nai? Dean Ma, Kong Nai is not short of your 3 melons and 2 dates. The man was helpless and scratched his head. Then tell me, who is Mr. Su? Why are you all so nice to him? Dean Ma looked at the man's feet coldly. You are stepping on Mr. Su's territory now. Hiss. The man immediately took a breath. Wow. Just as Su Xian entered the delivery room. It's a coincidence. The child cried out loudly. Mr. Su, look at how pretty the little girl is. The obstetrician brought the crying baby to Su Xian. When Su Xian looked at the child's face, I was dumbfounded all of a sudden. Forehead. Su Xian looked at the little girl's face and was a little dumbfounded. He always felt that this little girl looked a bit like him. I don't blame him for thinking so. The little girl's face has been wiped clean by the doctor. Even though she is just born, her facial features are already as delicate as if they were carefully carved with a small carving knife. Maybe it's because I experienced many ups and downs in my mother's womb. Her little temperament is naturally a bit aloof. She closed her eyes and cried, with a stubbornness in her voice, and crystal tears in the corners of her eyes, melancholy and touching. Her delicate facial features like a knife, her aloofness, her melancholy, her charm. Taken together, these factors piled up on the little girl's face. It really looks like Su Xian. Mr. Su, this is really not a family that does not come into the same house. The girls all look like their father. She is your daughter at first glance. The doctor held the little girl in his arms and was misled by Du Yuchen. He didn't know that Su Xian was not the biological father of the girl, so he praised her in simple words. This is very evil. Su Xian couldn't help but think. Did the temperament he exuded while racing accidentally infect this girl? Or maybe the car was driving too aggressively, swaying left and right, causing the girl to bump into her in the womb, and inadvertently made her look like herself? That must be it. Show me. Du Yuchen didn't know that her words came true when the baby girl really looked like Su Xian. When the doctor brought the girl to her, she became happy as soon as she saw the girl's appearance. The girl is not like that disgusting man. But it is said that he looks a bit like Su Xian by coincidence. Very good. The child will definitely be a stunning beauty when she grows up. Experts have done research and said that there are many people in the world who are in trouble, and people's genes all have something in common. So it's a real coincidence. I'm relieved that the girl is fine. Su Xian rubbed his face, moved his feet, and planned to escape quietly. But he felt guilty and told the doctor, "Don't let the child see that man outside." The doctor said, "Well, this is natural. When we send the child to the maternity ward, we use the doctor's exclusive channel and we will not let the child see anyone casually." Du Yuchen also followed closely. "Is that damn man here? I won't let the child see him." Su Xian immediately left the delivery room. "Ouch, Mr. Su. It was a misunderstanding just now. Look, I am so blind that I have offended a kind person like you. Please give me a chance to atone. Let's have a drink tonight." As soon as Su Xian walked out of the door of the delivery room, the man came up to him, holding Su Xian's hand and hurriedly apologizing. "You still want to drink?" Su Xian interrupted the man. "The child has just been born. You'd better think about how to spend time with the child. Du Yuchen doesn't want you to see the child." Su Xian left after finishing speaking. Even Dean Ma failed to keep him. "Yes, I have to think of a way to see the child." The man looked at the direction Su Xian left and scratched his head. He believed that the mistake he made was a mistake that men all over the world are prone to make. At that time, he accompanied several big clients, went to the club to relax, and found a young girl to have a physical discussion. Since it is a physical competition, there is definitely no emotion involved. But in the eyes of women, this is an out-and-out betrayal. He deserves to be struck by thunder from heaven. Yuchen, you come out, I've been waiting for you for a long time." Suddenly, the doctor pushed Du Yuchen out of the delivery room. The man rushed over to hold Du Yuchen's hand, but Du Yuchen shook him off. Du Yuchen always tilted his face and did not look at the man. The man immediately followed Du Yuchen. Wow! When Su Xiangang pushed open the glass door of the hospital building and walked out, a dazzling light hit his face. A microphone then poked his mouth. "Mr. Su, may I ask, what strength supports you in saving people again and again? You just climbed up the stairs to save a girl last time. The morning news just reported your heroic deeds today, and you saved another pregnant woman. Are the mother and child safe now? Also, you showed off your superb driving skills on the high speed. Have you ever learned to race?" The pretty reporter Su Zimo pretended not to know Su Xian and kept asking questions. Su Xian squinted his eyes and finally saw Su Zimo's incredible face under the bright light. I also saw the lighting engineer holding the fill light high. Su Xian couldn't help but frown. "What are you doing? Such a big battle. I thought there was a bolt of lightning just now." "Su Zimo, don't bother yourself in the hospital. If you want to mess with it, we can change it to another place." Su Xian took Su Zimo's arm and walked towards Koenigsegg. Su Zimo didn't resist, and even had a playful smile. The photographer and all other members of the news team were stunned. Su Zimo was kidnapped. What should they do? Not working? And what's going on with Su Zimo? How could she be enjoying being pulled by a grown man like that? Even the two long legs are actively following others. Are you still the cold goddess in our eyes? At the same time. Puff, 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 puff. A smoking trailer made a dull sound and arrived at the door of Kongnai. Finally, we're here. I cannot make it. I want to vomit. Yang Xinxin, who came over in the trailer, was the female classmate who was thrown onto the airport expressway by Su Xian. She staggered out of the trailer. At this time, her makeup was messed up and her clothes were wrinkled. Only the satchel on her arm was still relatively neat. Ha! Before she could regain her footing, she suddenly blinked in surprise. Koenigsegg, who saw Su Xian, slowly drove out of the door of Kongnai and past her. Completely ignore her. Su Xian. I'm Xinxin. Didn't you see me? Yang Xinxin didn't care that she was wearing high heels, clicking, 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 like a humanoid motor, catching up with Koenigsegg at a staggering speed, reaching out and patting the back of the car. Koenigsegg, which was not driving very fast, stopped. Yang Xinxin hurriedly ran to the driver's seat and tapped on the window with her fingers. Su Xian lowered the window and glanced at Yang Xinxin. Why did these sisters come to Kangnai? I thought she would check into a hotel directly after entering the city. Su Xian, have you forgotten me? Looking at Su Xian's handsome face, Yang Xinxin suppressed the fire in her heart and forced a coquettish smile on her face. Su Xian, I haven't forgotten it. Yang Xinxin, then why did you ignore me? Just drove the car past me so ruthlessly? Su Xian, I didn't recognize it. Yang Xinxin, huh? She immediately took out a small mirror, took a look at her face, and found that her appearance had dropped by at least 10 points. Only 90 points left. Then, she hurriedly tidied her messy hair. Naturally, I discovered Su Zimo sitting in the passenger seat without any surprise. She couldn't help but stare. Su Xian, just for the sake of giving birth to a child, you hooked up with such a beautiful girl? In front of Su Zimo. Her appearance dropped to 90 points, and she suddenly felt a little ashamed of herself. We are friends and we need to talk about some important things. Su Zimo said to Yang Xinxin politely, we have to leave now. No. You can't leave me behind this time. Yang Xinxin made a move that surprised both Su Xian and Su Zimo. She jumped through the car window, climbed into Koenigsegg, and got herself stuck between Su Xian and Su Zimo. Don't even think about throwing me away this time. Actually, that's what I should do when driving on the highway. I was so stupid, really. All I know is that Koenigsegg only has 2 seats. I forgot about standing tickets. It's still more comfortable to sit in a supercar. Yang Xinxin took a breath of the cool air from Koenigsegg's air conditioner and felt sweet. In fact, her posture at this time cannot be called sitting in a car. Instead, he was huddled up in the car with his waist bent. It was not comfortable at all, and even a little pitiful, like a piece of cargo. ZMO, this is my high school classmate Yang Xinxin. Not long after she got off the plane, she came over to visit a sick teacher. Su Xian briefly introduced Yang Xinxin. Fortunately, Yang Xinxin came to visit the teacher and left quickly. Otherwise it would really be a headache. Yes, I had a very good relationship with Su Xian when I was in school. I even wrote him a love letter. Yang Xinxin specially emphasized the love letter, and moved her expensive bag in front of Su Zimo's eyes intentionally or unintentionally, and said, almost no one writes love letters in these days, right? That kind of romance is long gone. Exists. Yes. Su Zimo was very considerate in dealing with others and followed Yang Xinxin's words, your words remind me of a poem. Do you still understand poetry? Yang Xinxin didn't understand Su Zimo. Su Zimo is the kind of girl who doesn't like material things, but likes to cultivate her soul. In addition to work, I like to raise flowers and plants, write, read poetry, and read classics. As for Yang Xinxin's bag, although she knows the brand, she doesn't know the price. She has never been to a luxury store. I think it's ridiculous for girls to buy luxury goods. Just like some animals like to decorate themselves with feathers when courting. Immediately, Su Zimo shared a short poem with Yang Xinxin. She chanted slowly. The sun used to become slower. Cars, horses, and mail are all slow. There is only enough time to love one person in a lifetime. The locks in the past were also nice. The key is exquisite and stylish. You locked it. People will understand. After hearing this, Su Xian tilted his face and glanced at Su Zimo. This is also a poem he likes very much. Elegant, simple, and artistic. Especially the last sentence, if you lock it, people will understand. The softest string in people's hearts suddenly trembles. What a poem, what a poem. I don't know if Yang Xinxin understood the artistic conception in the poem, and praised. When I was in high school, I had a locked diary. I remember I bought it for 20 or 30 yuan. It was not cheap at that time. A boy even broke my lock, which made me feel bad. Have to. Her words reeked of copper. All of a sudden, the beautiful atmosphere created by that poem was shattered. And she doesn't know. The reason why Su Zimonyan read that poem was not only to set off the romance of her love letter, but also to persuade her. Su Xian has locked his heart to you and doesn't like you. Don't pester Su Xian like this. Ahem. Su Zimo couldn't help but clasp his little hands to his mouth and cough twice. Sister, I don't know your name yet, please introduce yourself. Yang Xinxin glanced at Su Zimo. My name is Su Zimo, a TV reporter. I am preparing to conduct an exclusive interview with Su Xian. Su Zimo said truthfully. Su Xian, it's not convenient to conduct interviews in the car. Su Zimo immediately said to Su Xian, how about we find a suitable place? There is a good cafe in the supermarket in front, let's go there. Good. Su Xian had this intention. A few minutes later, he drove to a large supermarket and entered a coffee shop. Su Xian, let's start. After sitting down, Su Zimo prepared to record on his mobile phone. The voice recorder was also placed next to the mobile phone for backup recording. Okay. Su Xian nodded. Your collar is a little messy. Su Zimo noticed something and stretched out his little hand to help Su Xian tidy up his collar. Yang Xinxin, who was sitting nearby, saw it and frowned. It seemed as if his treasure had been touched. Next, the interview officially started. Su Zimo started asking Su Xian questions according to the interview script he drafted. Su Xian also answered seriously. Yang Xinxin was sitting next to her, touching up her makeup and watching the interview. But after a while, she couldn't sit still anymore. She found an excuse and ran into the supermarket to go shopping. There were all kinds of things in the supermarket, which is simply full of unparalleled attraction for her. What she doesn't know is, she just left. Su Xian and Su Zimo breathed a sigh of relief and looked at each other and smiled. Small sample. I don't believe that such a big supermarket can attract you. Su Xian, so that I can save people for you so that you don't have to worry about it later. Without the third person present, Su Zimo suddenly pursed his lips in a grieved manner and gently placed his soft, boneless jade hand on the back of Su Xian's hand. Don't do such dangerous things again in the future, okay? Just do it casually. But I'm just worried about you. That's right. Su Xian suddenly remembered something. What kind of connections did you use to get the mounted police to help me clear the way? This is a big favor, and I must help you repay it. Puff. Su Zimo was inexplicably amused. It was an elder in the family who helped. It's just a word. You don't need to pay back. But you, how did you deal with Kong Nai? She didn't know that the elder in her family had secretly contacted Kong Nai for Su Xian. I didn't even know that Su Xian was Kong Nai's shareholder. Just at this time, Su Xian's cell phone rang. It's Dean Ma calling. Su Xian, Dean Ma, what's wrong? Dean Ma, Mr. Su, the man who misunderstood you earlier has been kneeling at the door of the maternity ward and refused to get up. Do you want me to ask the security guard to drive him away? Su Xian, don't pay attention to him, just do whatever he likes. After saying that, Su Xian hung up the phone. Su Zimo looked at Su Xian and blinked his beautiful eyes in shock. There was no one in the cafe and it was very quiet. Not only did she hear Su Xian calling Dean Fangma, but she also heard the voice clearly on the phone. She recognized that voice because she interviewed Dean Ma. Dean Ma, who controls Kong Nai, actually used the attitude of a subordinate to ask Su Xian for his opinion on something. When Su Xian spoke to Dean Ma, he was so casual. There is so much information here. Su Zimo said word by word, Su Xian, don't tell me that you are Kong Nai's boss who is above Dean Ma. Su Xian also knew that he couldn't hide it anymore, and waved his hand calmly. I am definitely not the only boss of Kong Nai. I am just one of the shareholders, not a very high-ranking shareholder, maybe the fifth one. As far as I know, Kong Nai has nearly 20 shareholders. You are already very domineering at number 5, right? Su Zimo took a deep breath. $1 billion supercar, the sole boss of Lycal, and the fifth largest shareholder of Cornell. You are worth tens of billions, right? Su Xian, you can do it. I seem to have $1 billion in savings in my card, but I don't know how to spend it. Su Xian said half jokingly, not treating Su Zimo as an outsider. Su Zimo rolled his eyes at Su Xian, stood up, and walked out with slightly unsteady steps. Su Xian was afraid that Su Zimo would fall, so he hurriedly chased after him, grabbed Su Zimo's waist, and asked with concern, "What's wrong? Are you feeling uncomfortable somewhere?" Su Zimo leaned weakly in Su Xian's arms, raised her beautiful eyes, and said aggrievedly, "You are so surprising, I can't breathe. Can you give me back the kiss that night? It's not because you are so rich that I kiss you secretly. It's because of you. Su Xian, because of me? Su Zimo, because you dared to beat someone up in a bar for me regardless of the danger." Ha ha ha. Su Xian laughed heartily, lowered his head, pouted his mouth, and pressed it against Su Zimo's soft lips. "Hey, the kiss has been returned to you." "You." Su Zimo clasped his little hand and hit Su Xian on the chest. "You're annoying." If Su Zimo's colleagues were here and saw Su Zimo's appearance at this time, they would slap themselves hard and suspect that they were dreaming. As capable as she is, as cold as she is, there is actually such a little bird, charming side? The next second, suddenly, a beautiful figure with twin ponytails appeared unexpectedly. Like an elf, she stood in front of the two of them with her hands behind her back, squinting her beautiful eyes, and asked, "What are you two doing? Flourishing. How did you come?" Su Zimo immediately left Su Xian's arms and wanted to wipe his mouth, but he didn't want to. "I'm here to ask for living expenses from my dad." The person who came was none other than Yi Qianqian. Today she was wearing a loose cartoon t-shirt, tight and slim jeans, and two cute ponytails. She looked very youthful and charming. Living expenses? Su Zimo didn't know Yi Qianqian's family situation. Yes. Yi Qianqian didn't hide it. Qiren said quickly, "I am a single-parent family, I can't make money myself, I can only get it from my dad." "Is that coming soon?" Su Zimo held Yi Qianqian's little hand with great concern. Ever since she first saw Yi Qianqian, the little girl who had cut her wrist, she had felt inexplicably sorry for her and liked her. About to arrive. Yi Qianqian smiled mysteriously, pointed to a sign in the supermarket and said, "This is my living expenses." Ha! Su Xian and Su Zimo both looked over in unison. It turned out to be the sign of a movie theater. Could it be that Yi Qianqian asked her father to buy a movie theater? "It's like this," Yi Qianqian explained. "In addition to his job, my dad also runs a movie theater chain company, which owns 3 or 4 movie theaters. This is just one of them, and now it is mine." "Awesome enough." Su Zimo said, "You are now the owner of the cinema." He. Yi Qianqian raised her face and said openly, "Let's go, I'll treat you to a movie." After that, he took Su Zimo and Su Xian to the cinema. Wait a minute, there are still things to pack. Su Zimo quickly turned around and went to collect the mobile phone and recorder he had just interviewed Su Xian. "Qianqian, I'm glad to see you and your dad have reconciled." While Su Zimo went to pack things, Su Xian said to Yi Qianqian, "He knows the situation at Yi Qianqian's family relatively well. Yi Qianqian's father fell in love with another woman and divorced her mother, causing her mother to become depressed. Then she went traveling alone, had an accident and died. However, Yi Qianqian said that her mother actually couldn't let it go and committed suicide." "Humph. We can't talk about reconciliation." Yi Qianqian pursed her lips. "My dad is afraid of being tricked by that vixen and wants to transfer some of his assets, and I am his safest choice." "No matter what, you are now a little rich woman." Su Xian smiled warmly and patted Yi Qianqian's shoulder. "We." Yi Qianqian hugged Su Xian's arm with both hands and said with a smile, "Then, can I, a little rich woman, guarantee you to watch movies for the rest of your life?" "Okay." Next. Su Xian, Yi Qianqian, and Su Zimo walked to the cinema with happy faces. Su Xian walked between the two girls. Yi Qianqian held Su Xian's arm. Su Zimo knew the story between the two and understood Yi Qianqian's intimate behavior very well. She and Su Xian also had a story, and she quietly held Su Xian's hand. Pedestrians coming and going saw the three people who were so good-looking and walking so intimately, they couldn't help but turn around and look back with envy on their faces. Everyone, stop looking. This looks like an act. I am definitely shooting a short video and recording the reactions of passers-by, so as to achieve better program effects and trick fans into giving gifts. A spirited young man wearing a Wangzi costume sneered at Su Xian and the others. He knows these tricks so well. Because he is a video anchor himself, and he makes similar videos every day. I also made a lot of money and bought a BMW. Well. At this moment, Yang Xinxin, who had just gone out to shop, suddenly appeared in front of Su Xian and the others, and was stunned. How long have you been away? Why is there another beautiful girl next to Su Xian? Her appearance made her feel a huge threat. Snap. Because I was too shocked. The Armani glasses she just bought slipped from her hands and fell to the ground. They were cracked. Su Xian, have you forgotten me again? Where are you going? Yang Xinxin ignored her glasses and hurriedly followed Su Xian. But there were protectors on both sides of Su Xian, so she can only follow Su Xian closely. Ha! There's actually an actress. And this actor's acting skills are great. I almost thought it was all true. Seeing Yang Xinxin's performance, the spirited young man couldn't help but admire it. He couldn't help but want to win over Yang Xinxin and make videos with him. This will definitely make you a lot more money. The spirited guy followed immediately. They are all my friends. You open a separate VIP theater for us, and no one else can enter. Bring us some delicious food, by the way. As the owner of the cinema, Yi Chanshan gave orders to the front desk clerk. Yang Xinxin didn't know that Yi Chanshan was the owner of this cinema. Seeing this scene, she couldn't help but sneer at it. He thought Yi Chanshan was too rude and embarrassed Su Xian. Okay, boss. The waiter nodded respectfully. The theater was opened immediately, and with a lot of food in hand, he led everyone to the open theater. What? When she heard the waiter call Yi Chanshan boss, Yang Xinxin's mouth suddenly opened into an O shape. It turns out that Yi Chanshan is the boss here. That'll be fine. Never mind. Ha ha ha. Su Xian's friends are so awesome. It's a reporter, and it's a theater owner. And she is just a housewife who is supported by men. I want to cry. Woohoo! Why don't you give her a chance to show off? Even once. Afterwards, a group of people walked into the cinema. Yang Xinxin didn't expect that her nightmare would suddenly come. Su Xian, eat popcorn. Su Xian, eat potato chips. Su Xian, drink juice. Yi Chanshan sat next to Su Xian and put a lot of snacks towards Su Xian's mouth. Su Zimo also sat next to Su Xian, smiling and eating with Su Xian. And Yang Xinxin is like a dim light bulb. Sitting alone. No food. No one paid any attention to her. Then watch a movie. After all, a movie theater is a place to watch movies, not to watch people show affection. When Yang Xinxin looked at the screen, her heart became even more miserable. I don't know if Yi Chanshan consulted Su Xian's opinion. What was playing was an old movie, Ip Man's Final Battle. The whole movie is a back-and-forth fight. There is no love scene at all. Even the women inside are very good at beating. Oh my god. Why do you have to let me suffer this? After sitting for half an hour, Yang Xinxin couldn't bear it any longer. She quietly stood up and walked out of the theater, planning to go shopping or something. Sudden. Her feet paused. It seemed like he had stepped on something. Take a photo with your mobile phone. It turned out to be a voice recorder. Isn't this the recording pen Su Zimo used to interview Su Xian? Yang Xinxin secretly picked up the voice recorder and went to the bathroom. She wanted to hear what Su Zimadu and Su Xian talked about when she left. But it doesn't matter. It made her whole body tremble. $1 billion supercar, the sole owner of Lycle, the fifth largest shareholder of Cornell. You are worth tens of billions, right? Su Xian? I seem to have $1 billion in savings in my card, but I don't know how to spend it. In great shock, Yang Xinxin turned off the recorder with trembling hands. After taking a few deep breaths, she walked out of the bathroom and deposited the recorder at the front desk of the theater. Then a man walked outside the Shang Chao in despair. She planned to find a place to be quiet. Su Xian is simply too scary. She is not from the same world at all. Su Xian is like a spotless god in the sky, and she is like mud on the ground. Want to pursue Su Xian? Forget it. And he didn't even look at the women who stayed around Su Xian? Regardless of talent or financial resources. It's not something she can look up to. And what she owns, in the eyes of Su Xian and others, is almost like a child's toy, right? Not even as good as a toy. Yang Xinxin suddenly became self-aware. Hello, beautiful lady. I thought your acting skills before were amazing enough, but I didn't expect your acting skills now to be even more amazing. I'm afraid even a movie star wouldn't be able to express your expression right now. Would you like to follow me and take a video? I guarantee you will buy a BMW within half a year. The energetic young man from before appeared in front of Yang Xinxin. He looked at Yang Xinxin with an appreciative look like a bull looking at a 1,000-mile horse. But he didn't expect that Yang Xinxin just looked at him and cursed. Stupid idiot. Dressed like a retard. Get as far away from me as possible, get away. In the movie theater. Su Xian looked at Ji Wen as if he was cheating, showing off his power and being invincible. I couldn't help but shout in my heart. System, come out. System, come out. Su Xian looked like he was cheating when he saw Yi Wen. God blocks and kills God. Buddha blocks and kills Buddha. Dawei Tianlong. World-honored Xidigarbha. Forehead. Anyway, I just think it's awesome. Very powerful. Apart from getting some material rewards and strengthening his body, there seems to be nothing else. Not that he was dissatisfied. He is currently worth tens of billions, which is an astonishing wealth that ordinary people cannot have in their lifetime. As long as he doesn't deliberately lose his fortune. Don't deliberately buy exorbitantly priced items. Even if he no longer delivers express delivery and no longer receives any rewards, he will never be able to spend it all in his lifetime. But wealth is something external to oneself after all. After watching the movie, he suddenly felt. The role of money is not that big. It doesn't work everywhere. Click. Su Xian clenched his fist, feeling full of strength. But this little brute force can only bully ordinary people. He doesn't know any fighting skills. If you meet a more professional martial arts practitioner, such as a Sanda athlete, you may be beaten to the point where you can't find him, and you may even kill him. It's just like a country. Economic development alone is not enough. You still have to develop military power. Only when the military power is strong, no one will dare to bully you or look down on you. Without military power, no matter how developed the economy is, it will be annexed sooner or later. But the current system's physical enhancement to him is simply not enough. After all, he is an independent individual. He can't hire many security guards to monitor him all the time. It's like a line from another movie. There will always be times when you are alone. There is also a line in the Ip Man movie. Having a sign is just doing business. Kung Fu is not a fish. It cannot be bought with money. Yes. Money can't buy Kung Fu. Strength. Su Xian is looking forward to strength now. Only in this way can you truly protect everything you own, your property, and your friends. That's why he couldn't help but call the system. System, in addition to giving me a hotel, a car, money, etc., can you also give me some magical secrets, medical skills, emergency survival skills, just like you can give me superb driving skills, okay? After all, the system is not a human being and has no intelligence. It is like a stupid robot and cannot answer Su Xian's words thoughtfully. But it gave Su Xian a panel that looked like a computer screen. A line of explanatory text for Su Xian was given. What the host wants is a higher level reward and requires continuous upgrading of the system to obtain it. The current progress of the main mission is April 10th. Please host complete the current task and upgrade the system to a more advanced stage. Oh. Su Xian opened his mouth. The last time he was in the hotel, the system had already said that he could upgrade, allowing him to experience a more exciting and fun life. What are the high-level rewards? Su Xian asked. The system gave another line of explanatory text. The system will conduct scientific matching based on the host's fate. Please don't think too much and complete the current task in a down-to-earth manner. Although this sentence is boring. But Su Xian saw the mystery. That is, the system will conduct scientific matching based on his destiny trajectory. This gives you a lot of room to play. For example, if he were Ip Man and encountered the troubles in the movie, the system might reward him with a set of Wing Chun. If he is a Taoist priest and encounters strange powers and chaos, the system may give him surreal rewards such as Taoist magic. If he is Iron Man and encounters Thanos, then the system may give him higher technological equipment and let him kill Thanos. If he were a doctor. If he were an explorer. If he were. Su Xian's eyes are getting brighter and brighter. It's as if I've seen my awesome future. He became extremely excited and looking forward to it. I want to deliver a courier. Deliver. A courier. I want to complete 10 Super Express delivery tasks quickly. Let the system be upgraded as soon as possible. The movie also ended. Su Xian asked Su Zimo and Yi Qianqian to go shopping, while he ran back to the delivery point excitedly. He did not forget his old classmate Yang Xinxin in his excitement. Before returning the express money, I also contacted Yang Xinxin. Su Xian, I'm flying and riding a tow truck, so I'm a little exhausted. I've checked into a hotel now and plan to have a good sleep. Tomorrow is the day to visit Teacher Wang, don't forget it. Yang Xinxin seemed to be a different person. Speak honestly and sincerely. It is completely different from the rather annoying appearance before. Ha! Su Xian said in surprise, I also want to arrange a good hotel for you and let you stay for free. Thank you, Su Xian. I know you'll put me at Reichel because that's your hotel. I also know that you are still a shareholder of Cognai, with a deposit of 1 billion on the card. You have such a terrifying net worth, and you actually drove to the airport to pick me up and arranged a hotel for me. It seems that the friendship between us as classmates is real and reliable. Thank you for never changing, not being arrogant, and not being arrogant. Look down on my poor classmate. On the contrary, you are too low-key. Yang Xinxin deliberately read the 3 words, don't be too low-key. If Su Xian were not so low-key, she may recognize herself quickly and won't make so many fools of herself. That's weird, how did you know that? Su Xian said in surprise, and are you okay, Xinxin? I'm fine, I'm better than before. Yang Xinxin continued, I actually hid something from you. I have a husband. After I go back, I will work hard with my husband. Even if I can't catch up with you in this life, I will get closer to your level. Su Xian, thank you for making me understand a lot of things at once. We'll see you tomorrow. Having said this, Yang Xinxin hung up the phone. In a mediocre express hotel, Yang Xinxin lay on the bed and fell asleep in a relaxed posture that she had never seen before. Her 30,000 yuan bag. Just drop it on the floor. The treatment is no different than slippers on the floor. Hey, this is the Yang Xinxin that people like. Su Xian smiled warmly. Then I rushed to the courier point, and while there was still half a day, I loaded some packages into the tricycle and was about to deliver them happily. Brother Su, there is something I want to tell you. At this time, a strong courier boy walked up to Su Xian with his head hanging down. It was Niu Dalai who was dating a rich woman. Don't say anything yet. Su Xian stood in front of Niu Dalai, help me do something first. Ah. Niu Dalai said in surprise, Brother Su, you are so awesome, how can I help you? Yeah. Su Xian patted his chest, Come on, punch me, hit me with all your strength. Please do not. Nyo Daily shook his head. Don't worry, it's okay. Then I'll fight. Nyo Daily took a deep breath and punched Su Xian in the chest. But there were tears in his eyes for no reason. Snap. Nyo Daily's casserole-like fist was just gently placed on Su Xian's chest. It was so light that it just flattened a wrinkle on Su Xian's clothes. I really want you to fight with all your strength. I've been exercising lately. Su Xian's face darkened. Nyo Daily had no choice but to take a breath, steady his horse, clenched his fist and hit Su Xian hard on the chest. Boom! Su Xian took a step back. He rubbed his chest. It hurts a little. Such a physique really cannot satisfy him. Definitely needs to be significantly strengthened. So we still have to hurry up and deliver express, so that the system can be upgraded as soon as possible. Brother Su Xian, did you know that I was going to resign, so you asked me to beat you so that you could remember me? Nyo Daily rubbed his fists inside. At the same time, he was also surprised. He didn't know how Su Xian practiced. The punch just seemed to hit a piece of wood, and the shock was very strong. Resign, you. Su Xian had long expected that Nyo Daily would resign. But I didn't expect him to resign so early. Yeah. Nyo Daily nodded. She doesn't want me to deliver express. She wants me to work with her. She said she wants to teach me more about business. She also said that I am younger than her and will live longer. All the property will be handed over to me in the future, and I can't let her ruin her life's work. The her in his mouth naturally refers to the rich woman. Understood. Su Xian clenched his fist and punched Nyo Daily. Do it well, I'm obviously really interested in you, don't let down my good intentions. He. Nyo Daily grinned and rubbed his chest, I know. After all. Nyo Daily suddenly stretched out his arms and hugged Su Xian. Brother Su, you are the noble person in my life. Without you, I, Nyo Daily, would not be where I am today. If you need me in the future, just give me orders. Su Xian also hugged Nyo Daily and patted his back. Brothers. Let's help each other from now on. We should always get together when we have time. The two hugged each other for a while before letting go. Nyo Daily turned around, took off his courier clothes, and left the courier point. He had actually completed the resignation procedures in the morning and was ready to leave, but he had waited until now. He just wanted to be at the place where he first met Su Xian. Say goodbye to him. No matter how high the mountains in the sea are in the future. No matter how things change in the future. Brothers will always be brothers. After watching Nyo Daily go, Su Xian got on his tricycle and was about to set off. Another person came over and stopped him. Su Xian, didn't I give you a day off? Why are you back at work? The person who arrived was Lu Dachuan, the person in charge of the express delivery point. I really like this job. In vain. Su Xian was too lazy to chat with Lu Dachuan and rode away on a tricycle. Lu Dachuan shouted at Su Xian's back, introduce me to a rich woman in the future. I want to do a part-time job to supplement the family income. Su Xian, you should exercise well first. Lu Dachuan scratched his head. He looked down at his body again. Your body doesn't look bad, right? His wife even wondered if he often ate it secretly at night. He lit another cigarette, looked at Su Xian's Koenigsegg parked at the express delivery point, and sighed. Su Xian is so rich, yet he still likes to deliver express delivery. This is the real experience of life. But I really want to experience the life of a rich person. He couldn't help but take out the Leical diamond card given to him by Su Xian. He remembered the beautiful Filipino technician who squeezed his shoulders. Until 5 o'clock in the afternoon. The express delivery in the tricycle has almost been finished. But I still haven't completed a super express delivery order. But Su Xian already has experience and is not discouraged. Super express delivery is not that easy to accomplish. Keep sending it. 20 minutes later. Su Xian came to a community. Unit 601, Building 16. Boom, boom, boom. Knock on the door. We have your express delivery. Oh, express delivery. After a long time, a girl said softly, "You can just put it at my door. I just took a shower and haven't had time to get dressed yet. You must sign for it in person." Su Xian complied with the company's regulations very much. If it should be delivered to your door, it will never be delivered downstairs, or it will be put in the express cabinet perfunctorily. I should sign for it myself, and I will never sign for it on my behalf. Then just wait. After a while, the door opened. A long-haired girl with nearly 90% makeup, wearing a large white t-shirt, appeared at the door. Her legs were bare. Don't know what's inside. Seeing Su Xian sizing her up, the long-haired girl took 2 steps back cautiously and pulled her t-shirt down. But when she saw Su Xian's divine appearance clearly, she suddenly relaxed again. Aha! If I had known this delivery boy was so handsome. Why don't you just pull the t-shirt down? Just let him appreciate it. It's better to have fun alone than to have fun together. Right. It's a kind of appreciation for him. If she were an ordinary courier, it wouldn't be admiration for her, it would be vulgarity. Must give a negative review. They might even complain about deducting his bonus. Brother courier, can you do me a favor? After signing for the express delivery, the long-haired girl twisted her body and replied shyly, "There seems to be something wrong with the shower in my bathroom. Half of the water is flowing but no water is flowing. Can you help me take a look?" Su Xian, do we need to find a maintenance man? Girl, I don't want other men to come into my house. Su Xian. Girl, you look like a good person, please help me. In the eyes of many girls, the quality of a man is linked to his appearance. A man with bad looks is a scumbag at first glance. This has resulted in many kind-hearted boys still being single. How unreasonable. All right. Su Xian reluctantly agreed, put on the girl's slippers and entered the bathroom. In the express delivery business, not only do you need to be able to deliver express, you also need to know a variety of skills. Help customers solve all kinds of troubles. Such as now. Su Xian unscrewed the cover of the showerhead and found that the water hole inside was blocked by many small things. After cleaning the blockage, he installed it again. Flip the switch. Wow! The water is completely out. It's fixed. Yeah. Handsome brother, you are so awesome. I came out of the water all of a sudden. The long-haired girl was so happy that she jumped next to Su Xian and made a V gesture. But I didn't expect it. There is water on the ground. She suddenly became unstable and fell backward. Su Xian hurriedly reached out to help him, but his foot slipped and the long-haired girl fell against the glass door of the bathroom. Just the right posture. Wow, his breath smells so good. I like it so much. The long-haired girl and Su Xian were face to face, only a few centimeters apart. The next second, the long-haired girl slowly closed her eyes. Come. Take advantage of me now. If you take advantage of me, I will take advantage of you. Let's take advantage of each other. Su Xian, who was often taken advantage of, stood up straight without any interest, and then helped the girl to her feet. Thank you. The girl blushed and thanked her, while reproaching herself that the hint she had just given to Su Xian might not have been obvious enough. It would be nice if you stick your tongue out. Su Xian will definitely understand what she means. Then she reluctantly reached out to open the bathroom door, but found that it could not be opened. Su Xian tried to open it but couldn't. Could it be that the lock was broken just now? Xiaoying. You were caught by mom this time. He also said that he doesn't have a boyfriend. This time everyone will get the spoils. Outside the bathroom door, suddenly an aunt's voice rang out. Su Xian and the girl looked at each other. Mom, listen to my explanation. It's not what you think. The long-haired girl looked like she was crying. I didn't expect my mother, who had gone out to play mahjong, to come back so early. Xiaoying, you don't need to explain. Mom has heard your conversation, I'm so embarrassed. Su Xian couldn't help but blush at Auntie's words. This is a big misunderstanding. Mom, the shower head is broken. I asked the courier guy to help fix it. It's not what you think. Xiaoying stamped her feet in the bathroom. Delivery boy? The door opened immediately. A wealthy aunt who weighed 200 pounds stood outside. When he saw the aunt's appearance, Su Xian suddenly understood why the door couldn't be opened just now. It was probably because this heavyweight aunt was holding it back. He's really a courier boy. Seeing the courier clothes on Su Xian, the aunt was a little disappointed. But when she saw Su Xian's divine appearance, the aunt's eyes lit up. Hey, young man, that's good. Come on, sit down quickly, Auntie will have a chat with you. The aunt couldn't help but grab Su Xian with her thick arms and press her to the sofa. Feel the power of aunt. Su Xian subconsciously thought that he could not defeat this aunt. Next, the aunt took out a bunch of snacks and placed them in front of Su Xian. I also made a cup of fragrant tea. Young man, what do you think of my xiaoying? The aunt asked while holding a fruit knife and peeling apples for Su Xian enthusiastically. Su Xian, not bad. That's it. The aunt waved the fruit knife in front of Su Xian. Let's talk about the future. Auntie, you may have misunderstood just now. Su Xian looked confused. Where did all this go? He hurriedly explained, your daughter and I don't know each other. We were really there just now. You don't need to explain. The aunt sighed, my little Ling has always been shy. She didn't even wear pants, and she was alone in the bathroom with you. Hee, I've been here and know everything. Finally, someone wants my little Ling. Su Xian twitched the corner of his mouth. This aunt is indeed experienced, but she goes too far. Xiaoying blushed with embarrassment. I can't wait to find a crack in the ground and burrow down. What a shame. She is like a real mother. Is there anyone who betrays his daughter like this? And to such a handsome delivery boy. What a shame. In shame and anger, Xiaoying secretly glanced at Su Xian. She was really looking forward to Su Xian's attitude. I'm just a courier. In addition to delivering express delivery to customers, I also help customers do some things within their capabilities, such as taking out garbage, making repairs. Su Xian felt that he needed to explain thoroughly. Otherwise, I might not be able to leave someone else's house for a short time. Sending express delivery is great. Serve the people. As a result, the aunt still kept explaining Su Xian's explanation, handed the peeled apple to Su Xian's hand, and said, don't worry about the betrothal gifts in the future. Auntie, I have money. I will demolish 5 apartments and live in whatever you want. I will take another 200 if you want to make a dowry, you will get it from BMW and Mercedes-Benz. What a big deal. What a wonderful mother-in-law. Xiaoying couldn't help but stamp her feet again and said coquettishly, Mom, what are you talking about? I'm still here. The aunt waved her hand at her daughter, you have no experience in this kind of thing, just leave it to Mom to handle it. I will definitely handle your marriage properly. It seems that the rain is not going well this year. We have to pick a good day when everything is perfect. We also have to consider the issue of whether the boy or girl was born on the day of the wedding. The aunt took out her mobile phone again, opened an almanac app, and lowered her head to study it. Xiaoying directly covered her face. Too embarrassed to see anyone. But she still peeked at Su Xian through her fingers. Then, saw an amazing scene. I saw Su Xian leaning down and tightening his shoelaces. Then he became like a big agile cat. Whoosh! Jump off the sofa. Disappeared through the door. His speed was so fast that the white air rising from the tea was parallel to the ground and followed him. Call. I ran downstairs in one breath. I rode on a tricycle and quickly left the community. Su Xian took a long breath. Almost. I almost got laid by the heavyweight lady with a knife. But he was also very pleased. Auntie's performance is a good social phenomenon. If everyone was as loving as the aunt, single dogs wouldn't sob and cry miserably in the middle of the night, with paper balls at their feet. Single dogs in the world have been waiting for a bitter gift of betrothal gifts for a long time. Ding, congratulations to the host for completing his Super Express delivery. Reward the host with a private house at number 88 Guanhai Hadong, Guanhai Street. The progress of the first phase of the mission is May 10th. The system beep sounded suddenly. Su Xian suddenly had a bright smile on his face. Hard work pays off. Finally completed another Super Express delivery order. In addition to feeling that my body has grown significantly, he couldn't help but also become interested in the private house. The community he lives in now is very old, and the owners of the community park their cars indiscriminately, which makes parking his Koenigsegg inconvenient. After he has a private residence, parking must be no problem, right? And he also went to Guanhai Street. There are many quiet bars there, where you can read, study and listen to music, which is very comfortable and relaxing. There is also a film school located there. Many famous and yet to be famous stars often hang out there, making it a great place to admire handsome beauties. In order to understand further, Su Xian parked the tricycle on the side of the road and took out his mobile phone to check the information. This check doesn't matter. His eyes narrowed. Guanhai number 88 is indeed a private house, but it is not an ordinary private house. It was once a number 1 scholar's house. After the top scholar lived there for a few years, he rose through the ranks and took the position of co-organizer of the bachelor's degree. It can be said that it is a prosperous place. Prosperous people and prosperous careers. In modern times, another international tycoon spent 200 million to buy that house and further repaired it. The interior decoration was all made of top-quality logs, and he built a swimming pool, a garage, an oversized basement, and improved the landscaping, which cost another 3 years. 100 million. What is commendable is that this renovation did not destroy the original style. As of now, the estimated value of that mansion is at least 2 billion. The system actually got him such an awesome residence? Go over and have a look. Su Xian was too lazy to go back to the express delivery point to pick up the Koenigsegg, so he rushed to number 88 Guanhai Street on a tricycle. Half an hour later, Su Xian had already stood in front of the gate of the mansion. Wow! The first thing you notice is the large red painted wooden door with rivets. It shows the grandeur and nobility of the owner. There are 2 pairs hanging on the left and right sides of the door. Follow the fairy stick towards the sky. Don't remember the palace flowers and the return of the hat. This couplet expressed that after winning the first prize, one should not be complacent, but should still maintain a humble and prudent attitude, which Su Xian liked very much. Then, Su Xian lightly knocked on the golden lacquer ring on the door. Jingle bell! The door is open. A white-haired old man wearing an old-fashioned Mandarin jacket came out. After taking a look at Su Xian, he bowed respectfully. Welcome home, master. He must be the housekeeper of this mansion. He is also Su Xian's housekeeper. Su Xian walked through the gate and looked around the yard. The courtyard has a beautiful view of the south of the Yangtze River. Ponds, swimming fish, trees, rocks, everything is there. Su Xian suddenly saw something. Immediately his eyes widened in surprise. Giant panda? Although Su Xian was indifferent. See that round one? Black and white animals walking around in the grass. I was also surprised. You can't keep this thing by yourself, right? Master, you have such a good sense. The old butler looked at Su Xian with a smile. He obviously liked the new master very much, but his attitude immediately changed and he said, Actually, strictly speaking, it's just a white bear, not a panda. The owner of the original house said that it looked like a panda due to a genetic mutation. After all, the old housekeeper took out a piece of paper and handed it to Su Xian. This is what the original owner left for you. Su Xian opened the piece of paper and saw a line of beautiful words. Please be kind to Dabai and don't bully it. If you bully it, I will beat you. I am super powerful. The original owner spoke so cutely. Su Xian glanced at the old butler. She is the daughter of the original homeowner, Alice. The old housekeeper explained with a smile. Su Xian, foreigner? Butler, Sino-foreign joint venture. Su Xian, I understand. Master, actually Alice hasn't left yet. The old housekeeper suddenly lowered his voice and said, she hasn't finished her studies yet, and she has to live in your house for free for a while. This is also the condition you reached with the original landlord when you bought the house. Buy a house and give your daughter as a gift for a limited time? So generous. Where are the people? Su Xian also lowered his voice. I've gone to school, the housekeeper said. Then why did you lower your voice? Su Xiandao. I'm afraid she'll come back to check the surveillance. The housekeeper looked at the surveillance cameras scattered throughout the house. The security measures here are pretty good. Su Xian praised it, and then under the guidance of the old housekeeper, he walked into a room, found the monitoring host, and changed the login password. Take care of your own stuff. Next. The old housekeeper took Su Xian around the house. While Su Xian was shocked by the luxury of the house, he suddenly felt lonely in his heart. Because this house has many rooms, it is absolutely no problem to accommodate 20 people. Is it a waste for him to live here by himself? Should we invite Su Zimo and Yi Chanxian to stay here for a few days to enjoy ourselves? Master, as long as you don't mind the old man's incompetence, I will stay with you forever. The old housekeeper seemed to have guessed what Su Xian was thinking and spoke seriously. You don't have any special hobbies? Su Xian asked cautiously. No, the old housekeeper said, I don't smoke or drink. I don't have any other hobbies except getting old. Then don't worry. Old man, I have accumulated a lot of connections because of the relationship with the original owner. As long as you give a casual instruction, the owner, all these connections will be used by you, the old housekeeper said specifically. Then you'll have to work hard from now on. Su Xian naturally knew the old housekeeper's voiceover. Afraid that his new owner would kick him out. Then he assigned a task to the old housekeeper. Hire a few housekeepers and clean the house inside and out. Change the bedding too. The old housekeeper immediately accepted the order and went to work. Su Xian folded his hands leisurely and walked around his house, looking at Yu Yu and teasing Dabai. Baymax is really a bear. Although it has been domesticated. But there is still a hint of wildness in his eyes. But it is not low in intelligence and is very docile to Su Xian, the new owner of the house. If Su Xian lets him roll, he will roll. If he lets him walk, he will walk upright. Everything depends on Su Xian. Su Xian also saw Alice's photo. He is indeed a mixed-race Chinese foreign joint venture. Fair complexion, beautiful jewel eyes, enchanting figure. But she has the beauty and grace of an Oriental girl. Just looking at the photos, the appearance is above 95 points. Su Xian hoped that the girl would not have any special hobbies and could live in peace with him for a while until she completed her studies and left. Next. Seeing that there was still some time before dark, Su Xian sent the tricycle to the express delivery point and parked Koenigsegg in his luxurious private residence. He plans to live here permanently from now on. Mr. Su, is it convenient for you now? When it was getting dark, Zhao Ankong suddenly called him. It's convenient, just call me by my name. Su Xiandao, have you completed the new employee training? After his old classmate Zhao Ankong was arranged to join Liquor, he participated in new employee training. Brother Su, I'm done. All training scores are perfect. Zhao Ankong changed his name to Su Xian, but still seemed more respectful. He had no choice but to support Su Xian when he was at his lowest point. He would be grateful to Su Xian for the rest of his life. Awesome. Su Xian praised, it looks like I need to give you a salary increase. Ha ha. Zhao Ankong was very happy, but said very matter-of-factly, I'll wait until I make some achievements to raise my salary. I don't have the face to accept it now. Brother, did you call me if something happened?
Su Xian didn't think that Zhao Ankang was just talking about the trivial matter of scores.
Right.
Zhao Ankang said, our high school monitor Lu Yiming contacted me and said that our teacher Wang is sick and will go to the third hospital for medical treatment tomorrow.
Do you know this? I know. Su Xiandao. Lu Yiming plans to hold a fundraising banquet tonight. Students must attend the banquet so that they can donate some money to teacher Wang.
Zhao Ankang said, Lu Yiming also specifically asked me to inform you that you must go.
When did he notify you? Su Xian asked. I said it at noon. I was busy at the time and didn't bother to answer his call. Zhao Ankang said. Time and location? 7 o'clock in the evening, Hawang Hotel, private room 606. At 7 o'clock in the evening, a BMW 530 parked in front of the Hawang Hotel. Jingjing, do you think Su Xian will come tonight?
Lu Yiming personally helped Chen Jingjing, who was sitting in the passenger seat, unbuckle her seatbelt. Chen Jingjing looked at the magnificent Grand Hotel through the car window. She thought for a while and said, we were sitting in the BMW that day and saw him riding a courier tricycle. In order to save his face, he was afraid he wouldn't come. I was afraid that he wouldn't come, so I specifically asked Zhao Ankang to inform him. Lu Yiming curled his lips. In high school, he had a good relationship with Zhao Ankang, so he shouldn't refuse.
Why do you have to embarrass Su Xian? Chen Jingjing said. Who told you that you once secretly liked him? Lu Yiming reached out and hooked Chen Jingjing's chin. Now you are my woman. Where's the 200 square meter wedding room I want? It's simple, let's sign the house purchase contract tomorrow. The two got out of the car and walked into the Grand Hotel hand in hand. As soon as I walked into private room 606, more than a dozen people greeted them. Oh, squad leader Lu, why are you here? You said you would arrive at 7 o'clock, but now it's been 2 minutes. Oh, Jingjing, you have become beautiful again. I really regret that I didn't dare to chase you. Now I have no chance. Amidst the noise, Lu Yiming and Chen Jingjing took their seats. Both of them enjoyed this atmosphere very much, they were so full of presents. But Lu Yiming was also a little dissatisfied. Now there are only a dozen old classmates here. Is it because I don't have enough rallying skills, or is it because everyone is miserable and don't dare to come over and donate money to teacher Wang? Su Xian didn't even come. Let's order. Lu Yiming waved and called the waiter. When it comes to ordering food, everyone suddenly fell silent. As soon as Lu Yiming said ordering food, there was suddenly silence in the private room. Because there is no clear way to pay for this fundraising banquet. For example, should one person pay the bill, or is it an AA system? The consumption at Hawang Hotel is not low. I'll order some stir-fried kidneys. Lu Yiming glanced at Chen Jingjing sitting next to him meaningfully and ordered a dish. He naturally understood what everyone was thinking at this time. The Royal Hotel is indeed a very high-end hotel. 20 people can spend tens of thousands just eating and drinking. If a working-class person pays the bill, half a year's salary can easily be spent. Even the AA system is unaffordable for the working class. As for paying the bill, this is what he thought. He can help everyone pay for it. He is now the department vice president of a listed financial company, with a monthly salary starting at 300,000 yuan, and even more with bonuses. Tens of thousands of yuan is nothing to him. But at this moment, he didn't announce that he would pay the bill. Let everyone order first. Let everyone's hearts hang high, waiting for the food to be ordered. He then announced that he would foot the bill. In this case, everyone will be extremely moved and grateful to him, which can bring him a better pretentious effect. Yang Xinxin is here too. Lu Yiming couldn't help but glance at Yang Xinxin, who was sitting quietly next to Chen Jingjing. When they were in high school, Yang Xinxin and Chen Jingjing were among the top 3 beauties in the class. He liked both girls very much, but he was relatively poor at the time and did not catch up with Yang Xinxin, who had eyes higher than her head.
This time he must not miss the opportunity to show off in front of Yang Xinshin. It would be better to make Yang Xinshin regret not being with him.
Jingjing, please order a dish too.
Lu Yiming handed the thick menu to Qin Jingjing with ulterior motives. By the way, he put Qin Jingjing's bag on the back of the chair and put it on Qin Jingjing's lap and said, "I just bought it for you, don't crush it."
Everyone's eyes couldn't help but be attracted to the bag. Is this Dior worth more than 10,000 yuan?
No, the design and color should be the new model just released by Dior.
It costs 20,000 yuan. Squad leader Lu, you must be very prosperous now.
You even bought a bag worth 20,000 yuan for Jingjing.
Yes, when will you get married? Don't forget to inform us. Amid the admiration of everyone, Chen Jingjing lowered her head pretending to be shy. Lu Yiming put on an indifferent attitude and asked Chen Jingjing to order quickly. But no one noticed Yang Xinshin's reaction.
Yang Xinshin also has a luxury bag worth 30,000 yuan, which is better than Chen Jingjing's bag, but she deliberately didn't bring it tonight. Su Xian's incident made her realize that pretending to be cool can only be fun for a while. It's easy for awesome people to make fools of themselves, so there's absolutely nothing wrong with being more low-key.
She can just quietly watch Lu Yiming and Chen Jingjing act cool.
Wait a moment and the real king of pretense will come.
You're both screwed. I'll order a dish of caviar.
We're going to take wedding photos soon, so it's just a good time to moisturize my skin.
Chen Jingjing finished ordering and handed the menu to Yang Xinshin. Yang Xinshin casually ordered a vegetarian dish from the list and handed it to the next classmate. Soon, everyone at the table ordered. The menu returned to Lu Yiming's hand.
Just as Lu Yiming expected, everyone was very worried when ordering, and almost no expensive dishes were ordered.
I glanced at the classmates present.
Lu Yiming suddenly stood up and said loudly,
"Ha ha ha, old classmates. We haven't seen each other for a long time. If it weren't for Teacher Wang, we wouldn't be able to get together. Yes, I've been doing pretty well over the years, so let me take care of this meal. After all, this fundraising banquet was also initiated by me."
Before he finished speaking, the students present burst into applause.
Captain Lu is generous and generous. I've long heard that squad leader Lu has become a leader, with an annual salary starting at 1 million. Monitor Lu, don't just focus on getting rich yourself, remember to support your old classmates. We are completely relieved to leave Jingjing to you. I wish you a long life together and a son soon. Amidst the compliments of everyone,
Chen Jingjing raised her head and glanced at Lu Yiming, her eyes flickering.
Fortunately, I chose Lu Yiming instead of being with Su Xian.
If you are with Su Xian, you will definitely endure hardships for the rest of your life.
It was at this time. Someone come in.
Lu Yiming hurriedly turned his head and narrowed his eyes. The person who came was not Su Xian, but Zhao Ankang.
Lu Yiming still thought that Zhao Ankang's family still had a company and he was still a rich second generation, so he couldn't help but regard Zhao Ankang as a pretentious rival.
A hint of fighting spirit. The words rose from Lu Yiming's eyes.
Sorry, I'm late. I'm late.
Zhao Ankang, whose family was already in decline, apologized to his classmates in a low-key manner, then found a seat and sat down next to Yang Xinshin.
Ankang, would you like to order your favorite dish?
Lu Yiming handed the menu to Zhao Ankang. Everyone has already ordered.
No need.
Zhao Ankang waved his hand. I just came to see everyone and do my best for Teacher Wang.
What I eat is not important. Then let me help you and order a few more dishes for everyone.
Lu Yiming subconsciously thought that Zhao Ankang was retreating in order to advance.
The big trick may be donating money after the meal. Subsequently,
Lu Yiming ordered several big dishes.
While ordering, he was introducing something.
The Grand Hotel I chose is a large luxury hotel. We can provide you with unique Sichuan cuisine, Huaiyang cuisine, Cantonese cuisine, Western food, Japanese food, etc.
This hotel has hosted many international celebrities, and the environment and service are both outstanding.
I often accompany customers to eat here.
I am a gold member here and enjoy discounted prices.
However, I originally wanted to take everyone to Lykel, which is more luxurious, but considering that the purpose of our dinner is to raise funds for Teacher Wang, let's keep it a little low-key.
You can save more money and donate more, give some to Teacher Wang.
Lu Yiming's words made everyone even more grateful to him for taking on the responsibility of footing the bill.
Look at his eyes full of adoration. This made Lu Yiming inevitably proud.
He accidentally discovered that Yang Xinxin was also looking up at him, and he was even more proud.
But he didn't know.
Yang Xinxin raised her head just because of the word liquor.
By the way, Ankang, where is Su Xian? Lu Yiming suddenly said to Zhao Ankang, did you not notify Su Xian?
Yes,
why doesn't Su Xian come? Is Su Xian still so handsome now?
There were so many girls who liked him secretly or openly at that time.
He studies well, so he must be doing well now, right? Everyone started talking about Su Xian again. Notified.
I still came with him. Zhao Ankang said, but when he entered the private room, he met an acquaintance and was forcibly taken away by the acquaintance to chat.
He should be here soon.
The words just fell. Someone walked into the private room.
The man said, sorry, I'm late. Tell the babies a message.
Today we put it on the shelves.
This is not the first time Qingchen has written a book.
I won't write a new chapter to express my acceptance of the book.
I won't cry about poverty and misery to win everyone's sympathy. Please subscribe. Let's have some real fun. This book is currently collected by nearly 40,000 people.
As long as 3,000 people subscribe within 24 hours.
Just women's clothing. Live broadcast for everyone in the book review area and in the group. It's up to everyone to decide what to wear. Xingchen's old face is gone. Any JK outfit, lowly outfit, maid outfit, siku water, anything will do.
As long as everyone subscribes responsibly, even if you subscribed with bad intentions. You can join the group 627-7781 to provide clothing suggestions to Qingchen, and the password for joining the group is Qingchen Smiles.
There will probably be an update of 10,000 words today. Bring it on. Be bold and subscribe. Qingchen has no job, and the only way to survive is to write novels. I beg to subscribe. Oh my god, Su Xian, you are even more handsome. I'm several times more handsome than when I was in school. Your skin is good. Is there a girl who takes care of you every day? As soon as Su Xian appeared, the students all exclaimed.
Su Xian has undergone a qualitative transformation in both appearance and temperament.
Su Xian, you're on fire. Su Xian, I admire you. Su Xian, please accept my knee. The students present didn't know how to describe their mood.
They held their wine glasses, left their seats, and gathered around Su Xian to toast.
Su Xian rubbed his forehead. What are you doing? Isn't it a shame? Chen Jingjing secretly kicked Lu Yiming, who was a little out of sorts. Lu Yiming quickly took a deep breath and adjusted his condition. Hello, lady.
Dongfang Hao and Su Xian drank for a while.
Oh, I see. You go to Guan High Street to play first. I'll come find you later. Su Xian answered the call and whispered to the person on the phone.
And his new house is at number 88 Guan High Street, so it is convenient to go home after playing.
Su Xian, save us. We've got a bad guy. On the other side of the phone were Su Zimo and Yi Chanqian.
The call Su Xian received earlier at the Haowang Hotel was also from them.
Where are you? Su Xian asked in a deep voice.
He has arrived.
Who? The chubby Debai flew towards the leading young man.
When it's on all fours, it's not visually too large.
But now that he was in the air, his body stretched completely, making it like a huge black and white cloud, pressing against the young man. /R. Alice, you're back.
The old housekeeper was sitting on a vine. When he saw the blonde woman entering the yard, he stood up and said hello. The woman was the daughter of his former employer, so he should have called her Miss, but the employer had changed, so he called her by her name, which was also a sign of respect for Su Xian.
Then, this night, Under Su Xian's arrangement, the bar opposite number 88 Guanhai Street was acquired. The 7 or 8 gangsters also miraculously disappeared, and Guanhai Street was completely peaceful. Call. Su Xian breathed out a breath, stretched his body, and was about to enjoy himself. Ah! Looking at the mixed-race beauty Alice, Chen Jingjing was really stunned. Alice had never knocked on her door before, and she didn't know Alice existed at all. Chen Jingjing, what did you just say? Alice, may I help you? 8 o'clock in the morning. At the entrance of the 3rd City Hospital. I'll see Teacher Wang later. Everyone should be happy. Don't make the atmosphere too sad, so as not to affect Teacher Wang's mood. Whoever hasn't transferred money yet, please quickly transfer it to the card number I sent to everyone. The reason why Su Xian came late was because it did 2 things. The first thing, because he was drunk last night, he parked the Koenigsegg at the Hawang Hotel. After leaving his private residence on Guanhai Street, he went to Hawang to pick up the car. While picking up the car, something happened. Su. Then make some arrangements in advance. One of my teachers has cancer. He is currently in the 3rd hospital of the city. I will send the teacher there later. Su Xian hung up the phone. Dean Ma is preparing non-stop. In the 3rd courtyard of the city. Everyone is crowding around. Fake. This is all fake, all staged. How can he have so much energy as a courier? Even his car was rented with money. This is ridiculous. Ha 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 ha. I want to die laughing. I have some personal admiration for you. Logan's words. Like a thunder. It hit Expert Guo directly on the head. Nephew, help me. Expert Guo put his hand on Guo Haozhen's shoulder. If he sees. Isn't Guo Hao really stupid? The students present frowned when they saw Guo Haozhen asking Su Xian how much he had donated. Su Xian helped find Kong Nai. Luo Zhen came here for Su Xian's sake. Based on this, Su Xian would be fine even if he didn't donate a penny. You can't leave yet. The person who grabbed Su Xian's arm was none other than Expert Guo. Su Xian, do you have anything else? Expert Guo let go of Su Xian's arm sheepishly, helped Su Xian smooth the wrinkles in his clothes, rubbed his hands and said, Dr. Logan didn't invite you to his home just now. When Guo Haozhen went to chase Su Xian. Lu Yiming also encountered something. Yiming, why are you so cold to me all of a sudden? What did I do wrong? You have to give me an explanation. Chen Jingjing was in a corner of the street, reluctantly pulling. Ha, it's okay. Su Xian immediately clicked on the text message. Look at what's inside. Then smiled. Teacher Wang just gave him a word of praise. This is what it says. Being poor means being alone. If you achieve it, you will benefit the world. This. I have something to tell you. Fan Yanyan put her hand on the back of Su Xian's hand. The tone was coquettish. This made Su Xian inevitably think that she might have evil thoughts towards him. For example, let him transfer some money to her. Raised her? But what happened next? Bang! In the blink of an eye, another Volkswagen sedan was also knocked over. One tire detached from the car body and rolled to the side of the Rolls-Royce. Ouch! I'm dying. 3 or 4 people climbed out of 2 overturned Volkswagen cars and lay. In a certain field, wealth is limited. The more wealth we make, the less money others will make. That's why the hatred came. It doesn't matter whether Su Xian wants to hear it or not. Dongfang Hao opened his mouth and spoke. While talking, he also. Boom! Su Xian's punch hit Master Lu squarely on the bridge of the nose. Master Lu tilted his head back. Plop! He lay sprawled on the ground, motionless. Puff! This made Su Xian not only worried about Butler Lu, but also couldn't help laughing. Squeak! The door opened. A bald man in his 40s stood at the door. Thanks for your hard work.
As soon as he looked at the big package Su Xian placed at his feet, the uncle's eyes sparkled and his body exuded a strong aura of hormones. He felt very distressed and said,
"What is Coranda's background?" "This starts with Prada. Prada was founded in Milan in 1913 by Mario Prada.
It provides men's and women's clothing, leather goods, shoes, glasses, and perfumes, as well as customized services. It is firmly on the top of the world's top 500 companies and is the leader of fashion trends."
Plop! Su Xian fell on the sofa. When I get up again, my face is already covered in lipstick marks. The expression on his face looked very depressed, like a little flower that had just endured the wind and rain. Ha ha ha.
Tian Chang, however, put her hands on her hips and looked up to the sky.
"Mr. Su, see you at liquor then." "No problem." After making an appointment with Daniel to have dinner at Lykel, Su Xian hung up the phone. He was too lazy to go back to the courier station to exchange for Koenigsegg. He would definitely have to drink tonight. After drinking, he couldn't drive, so he rode. Well,
when Daniel took Su Xian and Alice to the private room,
I accidentally looked back.
He found 2 security guards walking up to the tricycle, setting up a cordon and surrounding the tricycle.
The security guard looked around with wary eyes, clearly not wanting to let Star of Africa, while Alice was translating.
Su Xian was also checking his cell phone, with a look of shock in his eyes. The Star of Africa is the largest cut diamond in the world, weighing 3,106 carats. This diamond was cut by a company in the United States, which...
Let me show you what real pretense is.
The man held several cards and waved them provocatively in front of Su Xian.
He is the boss of a building materials company, with 300 to 400 employees under him, and annual sales of 1 to 200 million. In front of people at the bottom of society like Su Xian. What a luxurious store decoration. The clothes here are so beautiful.
Wow, this dress actually sold for more than 200,000 yuan.
It's scary.
As soon as the group of shopping women entered the store, they were all amazed. And if it hadn't been for the sudden heavy rain that had been brewing for a long time,
Forehead. Alice, don't say you are fascinated by my wealth. You are all people who have lived in a house worth more than $1 billion.
Su Xian smacked his lips.
Did this girl eat candy in the movie? A little sweet. Puff. The most expensive gift in our store is.
The store manager took a deep breath.
We walked to the deepest wall in the store.
There is a display window inlaid on the wall, and the light inside is bright, making a long white evening dress look like a fairy. The store manager pointed at the gift.
Brother, hey! The man pulled Su Xian aside. Not only did he not mean to fight, still looking embarrassed,
the man grinned and said, "Tell me, the look in my eyes is really blind.
I didn't see that you are a big shot, brother.
I'm sorry.
/R. What? Our flagship store is on fire? Who set the fire?"
When Daniel heard what his assistant said on the phone, he almost jumped up in shock.
The Calanda flagship store has top-notch fire protection, so how could it catch fire? Assistant, Mr. President. Mr. Su, please stand still. I'm going to measure you. Daniel's female assistant timidly took out a soft ruler and stood in front of Su Xian.
By the way, I already bought a lot of clothes from the Coranda flagship store last night.
Do you still need to customize them for me? Su Xian. Su Xian, you are not going alone.
When Lu Daxuan saw Su Xian's impatient look, the corner of his mouth twitched. He was just worried that Su Xian was unwilling to go to the disaster area to provide relief.
But I didn't expect Su Xian to be so proactive. Su Xian, are you going too? Mainland China. Sure enough, being high profile suits me. Seeing Su Zimo looking towards him,
Gui Yuxian proudly brushed his bangs with his hand and rested on the Ford pickup truck with one hand.
And not only Su Zimo looked at him, Su Zimo's camera also turned its lens too. The cook also came to provide relief? Or did Ricard's head chef come in person?
Guo Yuxiang held the love soup pot and looked at it in shock.
Under a simple pergola,
there was a tall, fat, burly man, wearing a chef's uniform, standing in front of a big pot, roaring.
"No collision, no collision."
The old village chief shook his head quickly. "I threw it myself."
"What about you?" Su Xian couldn't figure it out. Since he fell it, why should his car be involved? Is such that.
The old village chief took a breath and said,
"Wow, this car screen is so high definition. You can see a person's pores clearly.
And the ceiling of this starry sky shed is full of twinkling stars.
It's so romantic."
On Su Xian's King Charlemagne off-road vehicle,
Lu Dachuan and others' praises continued to sound. "Don't move. I'll let the doctor check you out."
Su Xian carried Guo Yuxiang to the back seat of King Charlemagne.
He asked the Kannai medical staff who came with the car to check Guo Yuxiang.
Because salvation was very timely.
Guo Yuxiang only had a few scratches on his body.
Blood mixed with the moist air.
The smell is very unpleasant. Su Xian turned around and looked over.
I saw a boy of 13 or 14 years old, carrying a short knife in one hand and a hair weighing 5 or 6 kilograms in the other hand. It was from the hair that the blood flowed.
Because I was once like them.
When Su Xian said this,
the melancholic temperament in his body suddenly poured out. It's just this sentence. Su Zimo understood immediately.
Heartbroken, big tears fell from my eyes.
She gently scratched. Discount. The young man named Xiao Yazi,
quietly squatting next to Su Xian, who was sleeping on the floor, pulled out the short knife used to kill rabbits.
A creepy word came out of your mouth. Discount.
If Guo Yuxiang is awake at this time.
Brother, how many mosquitoes has your toad eaten? I ate 5. Hee, I ate 6 of mine. In order to avoid being bitten by mosquitoes, Su Xian.
The brother and sister got 2 toads from nowhere, held them in their hands, raised them in the air, and helped Su Xian eat the toads flying around.
Wow!
Not only Guo Yuxiang and others were frightened. The man with a severely receding hairline was so frightened that his face turned pale and he became incontinent. He stared at Su Xian without daring to move. You still have an assassin with you?" The woman next to him was also frightened.
"The kid must be mentally ill, right? It seems okay if a mental illness kills someone."
I heard the lawyers say that. Both the dog and the man became nervous. They were afraid that Su Xian would let the children mess with them again.
Coming. Sudden. A woman's eyes. "Brotherson, where are you?" "I'm in the opposite lane. Just wait for me to turn around and come find you." "Okay."
Su Xian looked at the opposite lane.
"Hang up the phone." A Bugatti Veyron on the opposite side turned around at a nearby intersection and drove over. Where did this child come from? Sun Haonan couldn't help but ask Su Xiandao. Su Xian told Sun Haonan the origin of Shi Yazi. "Brotherson likes this child?" "Like."
Sun Haonan made no secret of his thoughts and said, "As soon as I saw the look in his eyes, I remembered."
"Spy?"
Su Xian was a little surprised. "Yes, I suspect that a hostile camp has planted spies in our hotel,"
Zhao Onkong affirmed. "Are you sure?" Su Xian asked. "It's almost confirmed." "Who else knows about this?" "Wu Cao, what kind of divine appearance is this? It's hard to find such a handsome guy with a lantern. His work is 588 is simply a waste of money." The undercover girl was completely shocked. "Hurry, open the door and let Su Xian in." She was thinking about Jane. Wow.
Just when the girl put her delicate hands on Su Xian's shoulders, the sound of a police car passed through the window,
floated into the room. Su Xian didn't know what to do.
I deliberately took the opportunity to shiver.
"Su Xian, beauty, I've been so good recently.
I'll give you a good wipe when we get to the top of the mountain."
Su Xian withdrew his hand.
Because the 56 million Vacheron Constantin watch on his wrist was exposed.
This watch will reveal his current identity. Can't it be done here?
Xu Meilan wiped her eyes and looked.
Xu Meilan, your mother gave birth to you cleanly, and you want to die in such a dirty way? Su Xian only said this sentence.
Xu Meilan, who was standing on the edge of the cliff, suddenly became quiet. Only tears were streaming down her cheeks.
Yes. Who the hell are you? Hear what Su Xian said on the phone. Gao Jitong was extremely horrified. People of the bright side don't speak secretly. I'm Liquor's boss Su Xian. Boss Gao, since you are using dirty tricks to fight me, let's fight to the end. In vain. At 7 o'clock in the evening.
Boss, all the big guys from MySci.com are here.
Let's go over and make a toast.
Lu Ming came to Su Xian's luxurious office and said respectfully. But there was some anxiety in his words.
He couldn't help but be anxious. MySci.com platform. Damn it. The boss is actually MySci's boss. Nyobi Glass.
Lu Ming, who has seen too much of the world.
Totally shocked. Wait until everyone else has sat down. He was still standing there stupidly. Mr. Lu, you. Then kill him. Sometimes. The conversation between the bosses is that simple. You can decide the life or death of others just by talking and laughing. It's here.
Life and death do not refer to human life. But it is no different from fate.
Lu Ming immediately told Lu Hong. Lan Lan, it's me. Gao Jitong called Xu Meilan.
There was bitterness and helplessness in his tone.
Xu Meilan, don't call me again, I'm no longer your Changmei person. Gao Jitong, don't you miss your old feelings? Xu Meilan. What's the situation?
Gao Jitong was dumbfounded by Dongfang Hao's scolding.
I can't even react to what's going on. You said you knew Su Xian. It's okay if you don't want to lend me money.
Why do you still say that Su Xian is your daughter's father?
Then you are. That night. There are patches of clouds in the night sky. The West Riverside Park was shrouded in darkness. Gao Jitong drove his more than 2 million Maybach to the park gate. He was sitting in the car, looking at the darkness outside the window. It's inevitable to be a little excited. No, no. I don't have to come to your house. They knocked me unconscious and brought me here by force.
Gao Jitong hurriedly explained.
He looked at Sun Haonan and Heizhi. At this moment, Koriko was trimming his nails with a small dagger. /R. Boss Su, can I leave?
Just as Su Xian looked at Sun Haonan and Heizhi, Gao Jitong asked timidly.
He really didn't dare to stay at Su Xian's house for one more second. This place is the gate of hell for him. I can walk. I send you. If I do it for you, can that kid agree? Su Xian asked Sun Haonan.
His driving skills were given by the system.
Whether it's Koenigsegg or King Charlemagne. As soon as he holds the steering wheel, he can enter a state where he and the car become one. Help, Sun. Isn't this woman?
Su Xian subconsciously looked towards the room.
I think the quarrel was settled because. It's because women killed people. What I saw as a result. Leave him stunned. A man who was very effeminate with the girl just now. Okay, let's talk.
Su Xian glanced at Tian Chang, who was picking out clothes next to him.
Anyway, it's fine if you have nothing to do. Let me ask you a question.
There was a hint of cunning in the eyes of the female anchor who was carrying the goods. Are you willing to spend 1 month's salary to give your girlfriend in this shopping mall?
Did you see this car key? King Charlemagne buggy. About 40 million.
Su Xian casually took out the car keys of his car.
Gulu. The female anchor who brought the goods swallowed a mouthful of saliva. I work hard to bring the goods. Don't dare to be angry. Don't dare to be angry. You can look at it and try it on as you like. You can stay in the store all day. If you are hungry, we will provide you with free food. He 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 he.
The female store manager was all smiles.
Let the sweet orange. Excuse me. I heard from the girl who just went out that I got 20% off on clothes today, right? After the delivery girl entered Kalanda. There is also an extra I asked the female store manager. The female store manager nodded, yes. Delivery girl. Master, you are busy with something. Sweet orange sticks to Su Xian's back. Heard the voice on the phone.
She slid off Su Xian's back with a sense of loss.
Yes.
There was still a hint of sweet orange tenderness on Su Xian's back.
That. Call. Walk out of Rika's door.
Su Xian hurriedly breathed in the cool night air.
It's true that those hotel owners are all big smokers. Smoking cigarettes one after another. It made him dizzy. The meeting just ended with a hotel colleague. Alice.
Lying across Su Xian's bed was Alice. Su Xian suspected that Alice had drunk too much and entered the wrong room.
She did drink a lot tonight.
As soon as she got in the car, she curled up on the seat and fell asleep.
Go to the bed. Ah.
Su Xian smiled instead. He said to the security guard, "Who is your leader?"
Call him over. With his realm?
Naturally, he would not be angry with a security guard.
But he was speechless. Why when I tell the truth? Others always. My assets include Rikar, Kanai, Kalanda, Maisai. In the office with the door closed,
Su Xian told Ning Yunshi about his assets.
Listening to Ning Yun's poems makes me excited. Ning Yunshi, why are you here?
Su Xian said in surprise. The woman who came was none other than Ning Yunshi, the CEO of TQ. Su Xian was embarrassed at this time. I don't know why Ning Yunshi is here.
And he sat directly next to the girl. Boss.
Ning Yunshi saw that Su Xian's face looked a little bad.
He immediately lowered his voice and said, "Don't care, and don't get angry.
We who do capital business often encounter this kind of thing. As soon as they see the project losing money, their mentality will collapse, and they want to withdraw their investment, and they want us to make up for the loss."
Okay, let's find Kong Nai.
Su Xian picked up the phone and called Dean Ma.
Hello boss.
Dean Ma's enthusiastic voice rang through the receiver. I feel honored that you think of me this evening.
Send a car to Financial Street. Boss, if you have anything, just ask.
Seeing Su Xian's mysterious look, Ning Yunshi felt strange.
Su Xian, you don't need to call me boss outside. Ning Yunshi, then, what should I call you? Su Xian, just call me by my name. Shall I invite you to sing?
Ning Yunshi, who has always been obsessed with work.
I can't think of any good way to thank Su Xian. Fine.
Su Xian was also very talkative and accepted it readily.
Subsequently, they went to a nearby mass market KTV. Get out. Su Xian didn't say any more nonsense.
He reached out and grabbed the shirtless man's hair.
Carry it to the door. His momentum is so fierce.
Like a sharp sword unsheathed. Sister Ning Yunshi was stunned.
Unexpectedly, the appearance of sunshine and temperament. Su Xian, don't be impulsive.
Ning Yunshi didn't know what Su Xian meant by sending a big move.
I thought Su Xian wanted to fight those people desperately.
She hurriedly grabbed Su Xian's arm, pointed at the 20 or 30 shirtless muscular men, and said, "They are the ones I called here.
Get out."
The taxi driver who wants to take his little girl home. He was immediately kicked out by the waiter of that KTV.
The driver couldn't figure it out. Why can Su Xian bring his little sister out? He can't do it? And Su Xian is still dressed quickly. President? The lobby manager looked horrified. He stood up holding his waist. His eyes fell on Su Xian. His boss just had a meeting yesterday. It is said that Jiangfeng Yuhua Hotel has joined a hotel alliance. Could it be that the person delivering the courier is the president? /R. Convenient. Brotherson, please tell me. Su Xian turned off the car. The match date has been set. At 9 o'clock tomorrow morning. Brother Su, the race venue is set at Xuanhe Circuit. I'll send you the location right away. My boyfriend. He's coming. He's parking outside. Tiancheng's tone was slightly weak. Although she has a close relationship with Su Xian. But the relationship between boyfriend and girlfriend has not been confirmed. Oh, you can see it later. Su Xian, you're here. As soon as I saw Su Xian come in, Tiancheng hurriedly stood up and ran over, holding Su Xian's arm and pulling him to the seat next to her. She even wiped the seat with paper because she was afraid that the seat would be unclean. I parked the car for a long time and I'm starving. Su Xian. Hello, sir. According to what our boss told us in advance, this meal will be free of charge. In addition, I will give you another 10,000 yuan red envelope. The waiter said to Su Xian respectfully. Then, the waiter took out a red envelope. Young Master Feng, you guessed it. Sure enough, Sin Haonan's people came to familiarize themselves with the driveway. At the Xuanhao racing track, there was a man wearing a jacket, looking at the Mercedes-Benz business car driven by Su Xian. Made a phone call to someone. Are you sure you're right? Last lap. He actually drove the last lap with his eyes closed. How can this be? Feng Chao freezes the picture, zooms in, and points at Su Xian's eyes, with a look of horror on his face. His teacher Han Shanqi also frowned and couldn't help but clenched his palms, feeling the same in his heart. Yo ho! Why did you two little guys get up so early today? After entering his luxurious restaurant, Su Xian saw that the little brother and sister were also there. The two of them were lying listlessly on the table, eating bites of rice. But before this pair of brothers, Brother Su, this way. Sin Haonan hurriedly walked out of the awning and waved to Su Xian in the rain. Haizi also led a group of brothers to welcome Su Xian in the rain. King Kalman stopped before the awning. Su Xian took Alice and the brother and sister out of the car. Wow, the mountain's here. Brother Su, it's almost time. Sin Haonan glanced at the watch on his wrist and handed the camera to Alice with a solemn expression. Okay. Su Xian shook off the rainwater falling on his body. Just go to King Charlemagne. Hey! /R. Xiao Fan, with the teacher personally acting as your navigator, you can race with confidence. 1 minute before the gun went off, Han Shanqi sat in the co-pilot seat of the racing car and encouraged Feng Chaodao. What does a race car navigator do? It provides road information to drivers during the race to ensure. Don't panic. This section of road is relatively narrow and he can't overtake. Just drive steadily. Han Shan glanced at the rear mirror and was frightened. The front of Charman's car was really about to hit the rear of their car. But fortunately, the mountain roads at present are only less than. Click. Click. Feng Chao's windshield kept ringing. The cobwebs are getting denser and denser on the glass. Until I can no longer see the road ahead. Slow down. Slow down. Han Shanqi shouted in a hoarse voice due to depression. What about us? Is it impossible to get through it? Alice asked Su Xian. The mountain road was difficult enough without landslides. If there is a landslide, there will definitely be no way out. We should be able to. Su Xian patted the steering wheel mysteriously. Give way to the car in front. Don't stop me from contributing to Qiufeng Mountain. I want to conquer the landslide ahead and open a way. Su Xian stuck his head out of the car window. He shouted at Feng Chao, who was squatting on the roadside. And the reason why he didn't just. I didn't take much advantage of you either. When I thought that Su Xian was taking revenge on him, Feng Chao twitched the corner of his mouth bitterly. At the beginning of the game,
he built a mound of dirt to block Su Xian's path.
But he suffered a loss at that time. Su, hurry up. No matter what, I have to catch up with that kid.
I drove past the two logs nervously. At Han Shanqi's urging,
Feng Chao braced himself for 120.
Quickly pursue King Charlemagne of Su Xian. But Su Xian was 2 minutes ahead of him.
Very good. It must be no problem.
Feng Chao and Han Shanqi probably haven't realized that it was someone from Su Xian's side who saved them.
After they climbed out of the car, he did not say thank you to Su Xian. Then you continue to be well.
The racers are all here now.
Look at the replay video. If you have any objections, feel free to raise them. Old Man Li glanced at Su Xian and Feng Chao and pressed the playback button. To save time,
the video is played back at double speed.
It's still a shame. Is he your son? I want to thank your son on behalf of my son,
the man said to Su Xuandu with a sincere face. He still felt a little regretful for no reason.
Why isn't Su Xian his son? Not only are people handsome, the temperament is also extraordinary. /R. Dachuan, do you know the purpose of our trip? In the station lounge, Yuantai glanced at Lu Dachuan and asked. I know.
Lu Dachuan nodded and bowed. He is here to inspect and guide the work of our express delivery point.
He thinks he. My name is Su Xian.
Su Xian put down the water and melon seeds in his hands. He shook Yu's little hand.
Nice to meet you, brother Su Xian.
Yu also held Su Xian's hand,
inexplicably trembling. Let's find a place to play next. /R. Of course she's not trying to attack me. Alice glanced at Su Xian. She regards me as an imaginary enemy. Su Xian, what did she do? Alice's expression was not calm at this time. That girl must have done something extremely abnormal again. Brother Su, can you swim? In the fish spa pool. Yu Yutian smiled and sat next to Su Xian.
His eyes kept looking at Su Xian. Her eyes didn't look like a child's at all.
It does look like the gaze of a hunter. And at this time. What?
Su Xian turned around and looked.
It's Lu Dachuan. Brother Su, my brother.
Lu Dachuan held his hands in his hands and said with tears, just help your brothers to support the situation.
Don't leave your brothers alone. Su Xian, I said I don't care about you? Land. Su Xian, let me get some for you. Alice walked up to Su Xian.
He helped Su Xian share a few golf clubs. He also thoughtfully helped Su Xian tidy up his collar.
Alice, who is he? Seeing Alice's considerate attitude towards Su Xian. You're not serious, get out.
Su Xian kicked Niu Dalai with a smile.
Ouch, it hurts. Niu Dalai, the vice president of Shushin Resort, covered his head and grinned. This scene.
It was seen by many resort employees.
They all hurry up. Su Xian, shall we go back to the city next? When I came out of the health center, Yuantai looked at the time and it was already 6 o'clock in the afternoon. Not urgent. Su Xian waved his hand. I saw the resort's promotional poster. There is a bonfire party here in the evening. We can. Goo 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 goo. Goo 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 goo. Around the cabin in the woods. An owl kept hooting. Because it rained today.
There was a thick layer of mist steaming through the woods. Orange light emitted from the wooden house,
shining on the slowly rolling fog. She's dead. Seeing Alice covered in blood? You always thought Alice was dead. Call. Alice is not dead. She lies on the ground. Started breathing heavily. I asked several partners to make false accounts and issue false invoices, and the money I earned. Yuantai told the truth. That's 20 million. His wife Ma Lanfan looked very unhappy. Why don't you tell me? Why don't you let me buy one? I do not want. I don't want it.
Seeing Su Xian, who was already dead, he sat up from the workbench so abruptly. He even took out his heart and gave it to her. Yu Yu turned pale with fright.
The voice has changed. Dad. Yu Yu was holding a basin of water. He said softly to Yuan Tai, "Your clothes are dirty, let me wash them for you." Yuan Tai was stunned. Does your daughter want to wash her own clothes? What an unprecedented first time. No, no need. What are these two little guys talking about?
Arriving outside the little brother and sister's room,
Su Xian wanted to knock on the door. But I heard conversations coming from inside. Brother, let me tell you something. What's up? It would be great if I drove a Koenigsegg. On the way to the airport, Su Xian, who was driving King Charlemagne, said to himself with some regret. Because Koenigsegg's top speed is much faster than King Charlemagne. This way he can spend less time on the road. Su Xian, I'm waiting for you. I must see you.
I won't leave until I see you.
Alice choked and shouted into the phone.
Big tears fell from her beautiful eyes.
My baby girl, please stop crying, okay? Damn it. When did the people in this land become so arrogant?
Seeing Su Xian ignoring him, the world's top rich man, and ignore his bodyguard with a gun, the anger on Richard's face became more and more obvious.
Faced with this situation, he thought again. Damn it. My Chanel panties are torn.
The look on Susanna's face was painful enough. Now there is an added touch of heartache in the pain. This time she accompanied her boss out. I specially bought a pair of limited edition caps with crystal tassels at a high price.
Let's go. But just go up one at a time. Save people from saying we bullied him. Chen Yueshang waved his hand at his men.
One of the young men rushed forward and fought with Jeff without hesitation.
Hey. Chen Yueshang split. What's the matter?
Please tell me.
Su Xian looked at Richard calmly, waiting for him to say that. If you. Richard took a sip of whiskey, glanced at Alice, then at Su Xian, and said slowly, if you can reach 100 billion in 3 years. Boss Chen, where are you? Su Xian was happy. He also didn't forget Chen Yueshang, who helped him fight.
Seeing that Chen Yueshang was no longer nearby,
I called Chen Yueshang.
Boss Su, my boys insist on taking me to get some medicine.
Anyone who knows Su Xian.
Everyone knows that Su Xian is very, very good to his own people. When Zhao Kong was in despair, it was Su Xian who helped him and made him a supervisor at liquor. When Yi Qianqian and Su Zimo were bullied by the flower-armed youth, it was Su Xian who held Debai's hand and helped them.
Me? Seeing Su Xian looking at him again,
Zhao Xuan took a few steps back and said, Boss, don't get me wrong, she and I are not the same group.
Oh?
Su Xian narrowed his eyes as he looked at Zhao Xuan.
Could it be that this kid is not only a licker? Who the hell doesn't understand the rules so much?
I didn't know how to knock on the door when I came in. I saw my door being kicked open.
Qin Wenbin was about to get angry.
But suddenly he saw that the person who kicked the door was Xia Zhenya.
I got scared right away. Qin Wenbin, come here quickly. Leader, what did I do wrong?
Zhao Xuan saw that Su Xian was looking at him seriously.
I felt a little uneasy. Su Xian, where's the good review you gave me?
Zhao Xuan opened his mouth in surprise. It turns out that the terrifying Su with a high level.
Brother Su Xian. What's wrong with you? Du Yufei quickly shook Su Xian.
But he found that Su Xian had no reaction. After sniffing Su Xian's breath, found that his breathing was very weak.
I felt my heartbeat. The heartbeat has almost stopped. How strange are things. What made him feel ashamed to see others?
While he was drinking water,
a bitch came by. Run to his feet and rub them. there is also a female cat. Standing on the wall, looking straight at him, and kept shouting, "Uncle Lou, where is Su Xian?" At around 9 o'clock in the evening, Su Zimo knocked on the red door of Su Xian's mansion. "He's a little weird today." Butler Lu invited Su Zimo into the house and said, he went home early today and stayed in the room the whole time. Eh? Su Zimo looked at his hands. He was actually laying on Su Xian's lap a little frivolously. She quickly pulled her hand back. She said she was very determined just a second ago. His cheeks immediately turned red. Next, she took a deep breath. Boss Gua. The person the female model saw. No one else. It's her employer. He is also the boss of a car sales company, Guahaojian. Guahaojian? Su Xian was also surprised. Why did I need Guahaojian in the automobile city? Get out of the way. Don't try to catch my brother Su Xian's attention. Just when the female model recommended herself, a beautiful female voice sounded. A girl as pretty as a peach in spring and as pure as a chrysanthemum in autumn appeared next to Su Xian. Just before, Su Xian just relied on his own strength. Hold Du Yufei in his arms. Many people participating in the competition saw Su Xian adopting this posture. Everyone thought Su Xian was doomed. Then 10 minutes passed. Nearly 1/3 of the population is exhausted, retreating one after another. Uncle, the man named Su has joined a company called Tianho Pictures. Should I continue to monitor now, or should I go back to find you? The driver of the van just now. I made a call to Qin Wenbin. Listen to what he called Qin Wenbin. It should be with Qin Wenbin. So handsome. So handsome. So much more handsome than me. Looking at Su Xian's divine appearance, Baiyingzhe took a deep breath. He felt that compared with Su Xian, his whole body felt as if he had been trampled by a herd of cows. No. Chairman, someone is looking for you outside. I learned that someone came to the set to look for Su Xian. Shan Lianqing quickly reported to Su Xian. Su Xian, have they reported their names? Shan Lianqing, one is called Dongfang Hao and the other is Chen Yuesheng. They say they are your friends. Su Xian. Hey, you guys are playing devils. Why are you just standing there stupidly? Why don't you come over quickly? Just when Qin Wenbin was dreaming about good things, the director's assistant ran over with a big speaker. Just yell at them. Grenade? Seeing Su Xian take out a grenade, Qin Wenbin stared. Do you want to blow me up with this grenade? Did you actually perform it? This is just a prop. Su Xian, on the other hand, straightened his body upright and solemnly. Will you sell the Congnai shares in your hand? The two old men suddenly asked this question. Su Xian was stunned for a while. Cornell is a hospital. No matter what the financial situation is, Congnai can help him maintain harvests despite droughts and floods. It is said that Congnai is a treasure. Ha! Isn't this the Didi driver just now? When the man in the hospital bed opposite saw Su Xian, he said hello with surprise. It seemed as if Su Xian, as a Didi driver, shouldn't be here. Are you a student of Teacher Wang? Boss, that's it. There are people above them. Dean Ma lowered his voice and explained to Su Xian. It turns out that the couple in the opposite bed. He is a distant relative of the company's third largest shareholder. At the same time, the couple was a bit closed off. Not worthy, we will move out immediately. The couple in the hospital bed opposite said nothing. Pack up and move immediately. The more powerful a person is, the more I understand how terrifying the power is. In order to help the couple move faster, Dean Ma. Very considerate. They are obviously doing pyramid schemes. Did you even drag Sweet Orange into it? Su Xian glared. Quite a surprise. Although Lin Tiancheng does not have a formal job,
But her live broadcast was pretty good. There should be no shortage of money. Could it be? Hey, where are those two girls? Su Xian immediately went to find the two girls in black and white suits. It turned out that the two girls were missing. He had no choice but to be patient. Stay in the living room with the gang and listen to the lecture. Ah, my conscience hurts so much. Yes. A profitable business worth 100,000 yuan. Brother Su has been kidnapped. Sen Haonan hung up Su Xian's call. His face darkened. I don't blame him for thinking so. It's really Su Xian who is worth hundreds of billions. Suddenly I negotiated a deal of 100,000 yuan with him. Chang Shasha, you framed me. You will be punished. In another MLM den. Lin Tianchang was locked in a small dark room. Swearing outside the room. Su Xian expected it to be right. She didn't enter the MLM den by herself. Ah. This is. But when the master bedroom was photographed, Su Zimo was stunned for a moment. On the bed in the master bedroom, there are two young people sitting there. Girls in skimpy pajamas. Their hair is all wet. In a hotel room, a middle-aged man with a square face, sitting on the sofa on the balcony smoking. He looked out the window at the bustling city scenery. The corners of his mouth raised slightly. People say wealth can only be found in danger. People say that no one can get rich. Hey, why isn't Manager Su in the room? Jin Yan led a group of MLM leaders, arriving at Su Xian's room, only to find the room empty. Jin Yan, are you, Manager Su, reliable? Chang Shasha didn't see Su Xian. On the face. Master. Brother Su Xian. Help me. When Su Xian controlled a group of MLM leaders, Lin Tianchang was still locked up in that small dark room. Because she has been on hunger strike for a long time. Not only was my whole body weak. Say. Oh, don't be so polite. I've been retired for many years. The old lady holds a cigarette with one hand. He took a sip. So? Who is this old lady? Why are Su Xian and Sen Haonan both so polite to her? Also called her. Boss, how do you talk to him? Chang Shasha rubbed her swollen and painful face. Asked Jai Din. Of course he was the one who asked him to let me go. Then apologize to me. Give me another compensation. Jai Din stood at the window of the room. Stop crying, be good. Su Xian picked up the soft and boneless Lin Tianchang, leaving the dark room that gave her endless nightmares. Next, he drove directly to deliver the oranges to Kongnai. Master, why did you really come to save me? Sweet orange. Xiao Su, tell me what you are busy with? As long as I can help you, I will definitely help you. Zhong Huilan was very happy to receive Su Xian's call. If it weren't for Su Xian, she would never wipe out that MLM organization so smoothly. Can you tell Jin Yan? Ha ha ha. Interesting. In Jenny's bar office, Sen Haonan looked at a banner and laughed so hard. This banner was also sent to him by Zhong Huilan. There are 9 big characters written on it. The light of righteousness. What's the situation? Su Xian is the boss of the company? That is your own boss. This shocking reversal suddenly frightened Guan Lingling. She lay motionless on the ground like a log. Others also gathered around Su Xian. Going on extremely. Su Xian, can I still work in your company? I feel calmer. Guan Lingling looked at Su Xian with a red smoke ring and asked. Ha! Su Xian smiled and said, of course. Thank you. I will definitely work hard. Looking for someone to imitate Baiyingzhe? Su Xian laughed when he heard it. As long as he is willing. Don't talk about Baiyingzhe. With just one phone call, he can call out all the top-tier actors under Tianhua who have a much higher status than Baiyingzhe.
As for finding someone to imitate a little, it's so perfect.
This is the most handsome and photogenic guy I have ever seen.
He doesn't need to pose in any way. He can kill all the male models who are posing in seconds by standing there. Mr. E, he is the person we want. Yi Qingtian's female assistant also. You think I should call you Su Xian? Should I call you Su Xian?
The voice on the phone was extremely cold.
There is also an unspeakable mystery wrapped around it. Who are you, Zhai Dun? Su Xian asked calmly.
And where he is?
This man may be a liar.
Male liar who cheated on marriage.
Su Xian couldn't help but speculate like this. That man is really too suspicious. It doesn't matter if you can't book a suitable hotel. But you don't have to lie to people at all. Considering the men. Hi, boss. Lu Ming and other liquor employees all said hello to Su Xian.
The man was stunned when he heard it.
Scared too. I wipe it. No way. Is this Didi Driver Liquor's boss? It's no wonder that as soon as I arrived in Licca, a voice exactly like mine. Call Lao Lu.
Sent someone to drive and pick up Xiao Yun and his two siblings.
Su Xian's uneasiness became more and more intense.
Thinking again of the revenge call Zhai Defeng made to him today.
I can't find any clues. Su Xian opened everything that could be opened in the phone. I even opened all the games in my hand.
But no valuable clues were found. This made him very helpless.
And the community next to him is
Your brother Su is in this community, come in with me. The Passat driver drove the car to the gate of RF community and took the two brothers and sister into the community. He also followed Zhai Defeng's instruction. He threw the cell phone with the clue on the driver's seat.
But why was I poisoned?
The driver looked at his well-tied wrists and said, I don't think it's possible for the toxin to spread from my hands. You just sucked the blood from the back of your hand. Xiao Yun looked at the driver with wide eyes and said, You may have accidentally swallowed the poisonous blood.
Brother Su Xian, you are here.
As soon as I saw that figure, the two little brothers and sisters showed bright smiles. He looks harmless to humans and animals. It seemed that the driver was feeling very nervous.
Well, here we come. Su Xian nodded and saw the two children. Su Xian, let me guess, you must be in a very low mood now, right? Are you still a little sad? Zhai Defeng's voice sounded coldly on the phone. He obviously didn't know what had just happened.
Little did he know that the man he hired had already been taken care of by two children.
Su Xian. You are.
The man looked at the handsome guy who greeted him with a puzzled look on his face.
He didn't know the other person. And his name is not Lao Lu. His name is Feng'erjun.
Stop dawdling, sit over quickly, we're all going to eat.
That handsome guy.
It's really a van. I heard a noise from the van. Everyone took it for granted that Su Xian's car was really a broken van.
The shop owner and his wife also looked at each other proudly.
It looks like the overall situation has been decided.
It's not that noodle. I'm not breaking the law at all.
Guo Yuxiang waved his hand. I call this private mediation and negotiation. I will use part of the 3 million to give to those who want to sue the store owner.
As for the remaining money, Guo Yuxiang picked up the phone. Directly. Transferred 1 million to Su Xian. Su Xian.
The 5 or 6 black figures stopped 5 or 6 steps away from Su Xian. The leader called Su Xian by his name and said sternly, Zhai Defeng asked me to send you a message.
He said that you are not very happy today. He wants you to cry. It's Zhai Defeng again. Su Xian for a while. Oops, my arm is broken. The bridge of my nose is collapsed and I can't breathe.
I have no feeling in my legs, I need to see a doctor.
Just 3 or 2 minutes.
Those gangsters who tried to cause trouble for Su Xian all fell to the ground, wailing continuously.
Lao Lu has good intentions.
Su Xian glanced at Butler Lu and murmured to himself. Then he returned to his room with a leaf, planning to stay up late and practice so that Butler Lou could go home safely.
But as soon as he returned to the room, the phone rang. /R. Of course, there is a reason for this.
The girl smiled and said to Su Xian, because once I put it on your card, the bank will have a record.
What if the gangster's associates follow this line to find you? So it's better to give you cash. 2.
Su Xian calmly accepted the money and,
is there anyone else who can give Kang Nai a hard time? You still make Dean Ma so angry? With deep doubts, Su Xian opened the door and walked into Dean Ma's office. In addition to Dean Ma in the office,
there is also a rich-looking middle-aged man.
Boss, you are finally here. President, why are you here in person?
Manager Fong immediately walked over to the man with a smile on his face.
Yes. The man who just came in is Do Jianhua, the president of Leifu Pharmaceutical Company. Hello, boss. Do Jianhua ignored Manager Fong and just, hello, our company has recruited enough people, you don't need to come to the talent market.
As soon as Zhou Wanqing finished speaking to Su Xian, a phone call came in, telling her not to go to the job market.
How so?
Zhou Wanqing held her cell phone and was lost in thought.
Excuse me, where is today's interview?
Su Xian asked, pretending not to recognize Lu Honliang.
Oh, here, I'll take you there.
Lu Honliang took Su Xian and Zhou Wanqing to a lounge, and then immediately went to find the examiner. He already knew that Su Xian was coming this time.
Baby Han, can I really pass the interview?
Hearing the staff say that the interview had begun, Li Manman pulled Han Mingliang's arm.
Don't worry, you have to believe in the examiner's energy. Han Mingliang took a sip of incense on Li Manman's forehead and then walked to the interview room. Han Liang, you are tired of living.
Upon hearing that Han Liang had exposed Su Xian, Lu Honliang was furious and immediately dropped the water glass in his hand and pushed Han Liang out.
Brother Su is actually the boss of Maisai? Zhou Wanqing blinked her eyes in surprise.
Unexpectedly, she was delivering express and beeping.
A portion of fine fat beef. A portion of prairie lamb.
A piece of 1,000-layer hairy belly.
A portion of boneless Pangasius fillet. In Heidileo restaurant, Su Xian took the menu and ordered more than a dozen dishes in the blink of an eye.
Brother Su. The mission target is there. The stranger squinted his eyes and glanced quickly at Su Xian's face. Then he looked at the many customers in the restaurant and put down his hand on the handle of the knife behind his waist.
The current environment is not suitable for action.
One must wait for the opportunity.
Ah, we're fine, nothing happened.
Mr. Qi and others immediately said with smiles on their faces, against their will. How dare they ask Su Xian for money? They just witnessed Su Xian's ferocity with their own eyes. Even if the quality of their products is up to standard, they would not dare to.
I'll wipe it. Which one are you? The two young men riding motorcycles asked the Didi driver in confusion. I am the one who is hunting you.
The Didi driver also had a bad temper and yelled, I'll give you 1 second to stop the motorcycle, otherwise.
Zhou Wanqing smiled.
As soon as she smiled, Su Xian's goal was achieved. Su Xian did all this just to make Zhou Wanqing relax and have fun.
Next,
Su Xian learned from those Didi drivers why they arrived late. It was because they were competing for credit.
Check. I want to find out what forces are behind him.
Richard immediately made a phone call and passed on his order.
He didn't believe that Su Xian could achieve such a terrifying level with his own abilities.
He believed that there must be powerful forces behind Su Xian.
He was seriously. Is this a giant panda?
When Zhou Wanqing saw the giant panda, she was shocked again.
Can Su Xian raise such an animal?
Su Xian quickly explained to Zhou Wanqing that it was a fake giant panda, and then arranged a room for Zhou Wanqing to go to bed early.
/R. As soon as she arrived at the gate of Yenyu Tianfu Villa area, Jiang Yan got off the car and left.
Not to mention the 50 yuan, she didn't even pay for the ride, which once again refreshed Su Xian's understanding of Jiang Yan. But Su Xian was not in a hurry.
Since Jiang Yan works as a salesgirl in Yanyu Tianfu, she is his employee. Snapped. Chu Hongfang slapped Jiang Yan hard on the face. His slap was very hard. The applause echoed throughout the hall. Su Xian is the boss of Yike. Others can offend him, but Yike's employees absolutely cannot. Get out of Yike. Can you please stop being so fierce? Su Xian said to the phone with a smile. Ferocious? Jai Defeng said, I will give you a chance to see how fierce I am. Are you back from Thailand? Su Xian asked. According to the information provided by Zhong Huilan, Jai Defeng had already. Jiang Yan, who had already prepared words to humiliate Su Xian, was so angry that she couldn't say a word when she heard Su Xian's words. Gain weight? Have you ever seen anyone gain weight so quickly? My face was swollen by Chu Hongfang. Su. Keep fighting and finish them off. Jiang Yan also quickly said to her people. Then he ran out with Su Xian. Su Xian, why are those people still attacking you? They are not the ones you found? Once outside, Jiang Yan asked Su Xian in confusion. Su Xian. Mr. Su, I'm actually quite busy over there. Grandma Lai looked at Su Xian and said, but Lao Lu is my old brother. I will definitely help him this time when he returns to his hometown, so as to save him from worrying about this place. Thank you for your hard work. Su Xian frowned imperceptibly. Hey, Lao Zhai, you are no longer interesting. Seeing Jai Defeng stabbing him with a knife, Su Xian pulled the quilt and covered Jai Defeng. At the same time, he rushed down from the bed, turned his wrist, and waved his palm to release a long-lasting Rui Tai Chi power. When Jai Defeng was covered with quilt. Bah! Jai Defeng was hit on the head by a huge slap, his head tilted, and he lay on the ground with a thud without saying a word. He didn't even know who was attacking him. There was blood flowing from his nose, mouth, and ears. It looks very miserable. Don't call me beauty, my name is Long Shiwen. The girl announced her name, and then said directly, Jai Defeng has woken up, but he was severely concussed by you, and he doesn't even know who he is. Ah, poor old Jai. Su Xian sighed, he listened to my words last night. I'm asking you if you have any means to deal with it. Su Xian emphasized his tone, is our RD strength at La Fu weak? Can't we develop more powerful drugs? Boss, it's not easy. Do Janawa timidly said, I have held a meeting with experts from the RD team all night. This prescription is very particular about restoring yang qi and dispersing yin and cold. Not only that, it can also make up for the lack of true yin in the liver and kidneys, achieving yin from yang and yang from yin. And this prescription not only strengthens the kidneys, but also strengthens the waist. The waist is the home of the kidneys. If it cannot be shaken, the kidneys will become exhausted. /R. Who are you? Su Xian asked as he looked at the strange and unpredictable yet incredibly beautiful figure in red. The figure in red, wearing an ageless red dress, smiled silently at Su Xian and then suddenly disappeared. This must really be my hallucination. It's all your fault, why are you making tea? When the mother saw that her daughter was feeling unwell, she blamed Su Xian and Wang Shuihan, tea is cold, and my daughter is cold. Now she is better. The cold is getting worse. You are really good. Mom, why are you blaming others? Chinese. Gulu. Wang Shuihan took the Dragon and Phoenix rejuvenation pill. A few minutes later. Under the gaze of everyone, her face turned red and beads of sweat broke out on her forehead. The moisture was discharged so quickly? The old man named Dai was immediately shocked. Little sister, do you blame me? Su Xian did not hit Miss Bai, but gently put his hand on Miss Bai's shoulder. He just said that he is a person who knows right from wrong. This little girl had very upright views and repeatedly tried to dissuade her mother from her unreasonable behavior, so of course he didn't have to beat her. Ouch. Woo. Under the impact of that turbulent wave, Bai Yongnian's bodyguards kept screaming and were instantly defeated. In the blink of an eye, no one could stand. Hold the grass, so fierce.
The two bodyguards who were thrown out of the bookstore by Su Xian earlier were already awake at this time. Daughter, why do you look so good? After getting his teeth filled at a dental hospital, Bai Yongnian suddenly discovered something strange. His daughter Bai Wei is no longer sick with colds like before. Her face is rosy, her eyes are bright, and her whole body is full of vitality. Oh, old. Eat with salt. You will be poisoned for a long time. These words shocked Su Xian, and at the same time he suddenly realized why the young figure's physical condition had deteriorated. If such a drug is forced onto the market, it will definitely harm many people. He, the boss, may not be able to escape the blame. After hearing Su Xian's words, the man was stunned. It seems that I didn't expect that there would be such benefits. Wait a minute, I'll make a call. The man held a knife in one hand and continued to hijack Wang Xuehan. With the other hand, he took out his mobile phone and made a call, telling Su Xian what he just suggested. I've had this dream 2 or 3 times. I dreamed about that handsome young man in weird clothes. The young shadow looked at the words written by Su Xian and actually said such words. The handsome young man he was talking about was naturally Su Xian. I guess he and Su Xian. When Su Xian turned his head to the back seat, the man and woman sitting in the back seat were stunned when they saw Su Xian's face. Isn't this the cowherd in the movie? You can't admit it. This face is so handsome that you will never forget it after just one look. Why did I get it just in time? As soon as he heard what the other party said, Su Xian became puzzled. Boss, that's it. Zhao Yuanxi, CEO of Huatian Heavy Industry, said, our company has encountered some difficulties. Other shareholders no longer want to do it and have sold off their shares. Seeing Sister Zimo is here. Just as Su Xian was surrounded by fans signing autographs and taking photos, Yi Qianqian waved at the entrance of the theater. A girl with a face value of 95 or above, wearing a white dress, walked over gracefully. It was Su Zimo. Her latest work is really practice, let's go. The man didn't know Su Xian's true intention at all. He stood up and followed Su Xian outside the movie theater. Su Xian, don't go. Yi Qianqian and Su Zimo took it for granted that Su Xian was going to fight the muscular man, and at the same time reached out to hold Su Xian. Husband, you are back. As soon as the muscular man returned to the cinema and sat down in his seat, his girlfriend put a pair of smelly feet on his lap and asked, did you beat that guy well? Her boyfriend has fought for her several times and never lost. Stink you. Why are you so careless? A waiter immediately rushed up to scold Su Zimo, and then looked at the fragments of the porcelain bottle on the ground, helpless. How much does your bottle cost? I'll pay it. Su Zimo said generously. Although she is not a rich person, she does not lack. Mr. Su, can I discuss something with you? The restaurant owner did not answer Su Xian's question, but said, can you take a photo with me with this pen? Why take a group photo? Su Xian asked. That's it. The restaurant owner explained, the price of this pen. Fang Yuan, why are you so shameless? The beauty became angry when she heard this. She took out her mobile phone, opened the chat history between herself and Fang Yuan, showed it to the police officer, and then said to the police officer, he is pursuing me, and he just said that he will be my husband for the rest of his life. I didn't expect to sell him out for 150,000 yuan. Forget it, I don't want to think about it anymore. Anyway, the girl in red doesn't have any ill intentions toward me. Su Xian really couldn't figure out what was going on with the figure in red, so he simply stopped thinking about it. After all, he had a system and was also a very bizarre existence that couldn't be explained by ordinary logic. He also directly put the figure in red. Brother, what should we do next? Seeing that Zhao Ling threw the insect poison into Su Xian's yard, Wei Junjie asked Zhao Ling. We can go relax now. A sly smile appeared on Zhao Ling's lips. How about going to find the sister with the little light on in the shop? The centipede wants to kill the little green snake and the big white. It believes that it has this confidence. Because it is an insect goo, as long as it finds Su Xian and gets into Su Xian's mind, it can turn Su Xian into an insect puppet, and it can control Su Xian's body to do whatever it wants.
But at this moment, ding dong! Ding dong!
Su Xian had no idea what the bell was for, so he played with it while driving, and the sound was quite refreshing. Then he took a new order. The passengers were a young couple.
Have you thought about it? Handsome guy, riding a motorcycle is fun. Don't be so resistant.
The little girl pulled Su Xian hard and wanted to take Su Xian for a ride on a motorcycle, which made Su Xian extremely embarrassed. But just when the stalemate couldn't be reached, Xiao Taimei suddenly called. It was her boyfriend.
Boss, the master you are looking for has a very bad temper.
Seeing that the other party hung up the phone on Su Xian, Zhao Yuanxi couldn't help but said. He has a bit of a master's temperament.
Su Xian didn't know why the old man hung up on him and then called again. But the old man simply refused to answer. Woof woof.
When old man Zhou had just finished diverting Zhao Yuanxi's bad luck, the corgi suddenly rushed into the house, barked, bit the goose's neck, and ran out again.
Not good.
Old man Zhou screamed and said to Zhao Yuanxi that goose is bad luck.
Presumptuous. Wei Jinjie had already reacted.
He immediately pushed the wall and used the force to retreat backwards. He avoided the bricks thrown by Su Xian and at the same time reached out and reached into his arms. He wanted to take out his poisonous toad and poison Su Xian to death.
His poisonous toad is different from ordinary poisonous toads, the skin has no.
You also take care of yourself.
Zhao Ling and Wei Junjie couldn't stand Su Xian's thoughtful advice, and the corners of their mouths twitched.
They didn't know that they had bad luck. If they work hard to live, misfortune will not befall Su Xian and Zhao Yuanxi, but once they die, misfortune will return.
Boss, do you want them to take a ride?
As soon as Zhao Yuanxi saw Su Xian slowly stopping the car, he hurriedly said to Su Xian. Because the two people who blocked the car were Zhao Ling and Wei Junjie.
It doesn't hurt to give them a ride.
A playful smile appeared on Su Xian's face, and then he pressed.
Open the door.
As soon as Su Xian drove the car to the door of his house, a man appeared outside the car window and knocked on his car glass with a knife.
What do you want to do? Su Xian frowned. Are you blind? The man shook the knife in his hand. Robbery. Like. I'm going to steal your phone, why are you taking this thing out? Lu Haobo couldn't help but glared when he saw Su Xian taking out a flute. I'm telling you, this flute is no ordinary flute. It's magical. It's much more valuable than a mobile phone.
Su Xian said with a smile.
Explain. What's going on with him? How come he can't even speak?
Mrs. Bai and Bai Wei both looked confused and couldn't help but ask the doctor next to them.
When we found him, he couldn't speak.
The doctor handed a piece of paper to Mrs. Bai's mother.
Scorpion? Gecko? Wow, there are also little centipedes.
The brother and sister looked at the bottles and jars and clicked their tongues in surprise.
Brother Su, Xiao Lu likes to eat this kind of thing the most. Xiaoyan excitedly took Su Xian's hand and said, It's in the mountains. Baby, my father is not like this.
As soon as the black man saw his girlfriend's expression turn bad, he immediately explained, In Africa, there are rich chiefs and poor chiefs. The chief in his video is obviously poor and does not have much wealth and resources in his hands.
Oh. Boss, why are you here? As soon as Su Xian got off the car, Zhao Yuanxi hurriedly came over to greet him.
He followed Su Xian's instructions today and brought Old Man Zhou to Dragon Mountain to solve the problem.
Su Xian scratched his head and said, I don't trust you, come and see. I didn't see anything unusual. Zhao Yuanxi looked at the environment at the end of the tunnel through the light and said,
I'm afraid I can't see it with my eyes. You wait until I figure out the situation first.
Old Man Zhou held the compass, looked at the magnetic needle and said in a deep voice. The magnetic needle at this time. Buzz. This voice that can control people's minds is getting more and more powerful.
Su Xian tried his best to resist this voice. He didn't know what the sound was coming from, but it sounded similar to the high voltage current from a transformer. At this time, Zhao Yuanxi and Old Man Zhou had already suffered.
Boss Su, I want to ask you something.
As soon as he walked outside the tunnel, Old Man Zhou suddenly grabbed Su Xian's arm and asked, "You said that the base of the Bodhisattva was stuck by an iron rod. It was you who repaired the base.
Don't you want to spare me the trouble?"
Yes. He was worried that Su Xian wouldn't give it.
Looking for you? Still came back from your hometown with you?
After hearing what old Butler Lu said, Su Xian was slightly stunned. Judging from the way the other party knocked on the door, it didn't look like a friend came to visit, he was clearly looking for trouble.
But Mr. Lu, the old housekeeper, is a nice person and doesn't look like a troublemaker. Master, don't ask for so much.
Just when Su Xian said that he would give Du Zilong 5 million, the young junior sister who was wearing cloth shoes and was very good-looking pulled Du Zilong's sleeve.
This junior sister's name is Ji Shaoxian.
She knew very well in her heart that the old boss was not manipulated by Butler Lu.
Let's meet the real chapter with fists and feet. Du Zilong also lost his temper. He came here with a group of people in a menacing manner. He didn't get any benefits, but he also wanted to compensate Su Xian a large sum of money? He couldn't accept this result no matter what. Is there anything special about it? Su Xian asked.
That's what you said. Su Xian no longer crossed his arms, but directly pushed them out. What he pushed out at the same time was the strength he had accumulated from Du Zilong.
Nijiragusa! Du Zilong exclaimed, feeling as if a mountain was crashing into him. He quickly moved. I seem to understand.
Through this discussion, Su Xian suddenly discovered something. The iron rod seems to have a strange repulsive magnetic force that can bounce the
opponent's weapon away.
The stronger the opponent's weapon, the greater the repulsive force of the iron rod until the opponent's weapon is destroyed.
I'll be 70 in a few months. After hearing Su Xian's inquiry, old Butler Lu replied. He couldn't help but feel a little puzzled. Su Xian asked him what he was doing. I'm sorry.
Su Xian murmured to himself. The phantom he saw was from the Ming dynasty.
Call. Call. After Du Yuanzhang took a few heavy breaths, he became completely silent.
The man in the white coat checked Du Yuanzhang's breathing, put the ventilator on Du Yuanzhang's mouth again, and quietly left the ward.
Ah! He died. Can I borrow 20,000 yuan?
Zhao Ling thought for a moment and said a number of 20,000. Although he knew that Su Xian was extremely rich, he was too embarrassed to borrow more from Su Xian.
After all, they were enemies.
If he borrowed too much, he would not be able to seek revenge from Su Xian.
We will find a job right away and earn. It's okay to have a spare car.
He Yao subconsciously thought that Su Xian's spare car should be about the same price as his electric car, costing only a few 100,000.
Ride a shared bike.
Because it was not far from his home, Su Xian suggested riding a shared bicycle back to pick up the bike.
So angry, my friend. Su Xian smiled.
He was very experienced in such scenes and did not want to waste more time here. He casually placed the Koenigsegg key on the table and then said to Zheng Jian calmly, I don't know if I'm her boyfriend, but she really wants to be my daughter.
Boss? The big star looked at Su Xian's face and was stunned.
Su Xian raised his hand and pressed it down slightly, signaling the big star to keep a low profile.
And who is that big star? It was the former idol star Bai Ying who was severely punished by Su Xian for acting like a big star. What? Boss?
When he heard his uncle Chu calling him boss Su Xian, Zheng Jian suddenly stood up with disbelief on his face.
Uncle Chu, did you admit the wrong person? Isn't Su Xian the boss of Tianho Pictures? How could it be possible again? After receiving new rewards,
Su Xian was extremely happy and continued to run. What made him dumbfounded was that, just like before, the passenger became extremely embarrassed as soon as he sat on his Koenigsegg and did not dare to chat with him. He took the initiative to chat with the passenger, who also answered questions and answers.
However, Mr. Wei, how about booking at Long Mingxuan for the night? After talking to Su Xian on the phone,
Su Zimo called Wei Hongzhen again.
The reporter from Sioux University has such good taste. Wei Hongjin praised on the phone, Long Mingxuan is a very high-end restaurant. It's so awesome.
Seeing a group of people rushing towards him, Wei Hongjin immediately puffed up his belly and raised a greasy face, pretending to be disapproving. He also looked at his nephew differently. Such a welcome ceremony.
It makes him really look good. What suggestions do you have? Tell me. Wei Hongjin waved his hand grandly.
Now that he is getting better at pretending, he feels like he has stepped on Su Xian's feet, and Su Zimo must have been attracted to him.
This is why he likes to treat women to dinner. A man's money. What a rich man. How dare you order the diamond strawberry platter? Whoever invites me to eat this dish, I will definitely warm his bed. Who can eat that diamond?
The eyes of other customers of Long Mingxian fell on Su Xian's dining table, and they started talking.
Never mind what he does. Su Xian smiled and said to Su Zimo, stretch out your hand and I will do a magic trick for you. Magic? Su Zimo blinked and stretched out his hand. She didn't know that Su Xian could do magic. And she probably knows. Laugh. A flying knife cut through the air and pierced Su Xian's eyebrows. Su Xian frowned slightly and turned his head. The flying knife grazed his cheek and flew towards the road outside the alley. Just hear a jingle. A car that happened to be passing by had its glass shattered by a flying knife, and the driver slammed on the brakes. There's a thief. Zhao and Wei immediately regarded the man who came over the wall as a thief. In fact, that man not only climbed over the wall, but also had a black cloth covering his face. He looked like a gangster who was robbing homes. Our friends. Su Xian raised his hand and said to Zhao Wei. /R. Mom, are you catching a cold?
Hearing her mother sneezing, Bai Wei touched the air conditioner remote control on her pillow and turned up the temperature.
Maybe the person named Su is scolding me.
Madame Bai curled her lips and sneered, Mom's plan is enough to kill him, haha.
Su Xian, do you want to go to the hospital?
Wang Xuehan also suddenly discovered that there was something abnormal about Su Xian's eyes. His eyes were bloodshot, even the black pupils were bloodshot, and the white eyeballs were no longer visible, which looked quite scary.
It's okay, maybe it was me last night. Interesting.
Su Xian touched his chin with a complicated expression. As soon as the woman in red appeared in his passenger seat, the woman in red skirt at the intersection immediately pushed the bicycle away, and she walked very fast, as if she had disappeared from the world. In the blink of an eye, both the person and the bicycle were gone.
Gone. /R. Auntie, sit down, let's set off.
In the evening, Su Xian met an aunt in her 50s or 60s. He rarely picks up elderly people, and most of the passengers in online ride-hailing services are young people.
Young man, can we change our destination? The aunt was sitting in the back row.
Young man, take me home. After the old man returned to the grave, the aunt said to Su Xian sheepishly.
She was really embarrassed.
She came to visit the grave this time with the intention of not going back. But with Su Xian's help, she not only wanted to go back.
What is behind Shenhaonan?
Su Xian suddenly spotted a shadow behind Shenhaonan.
The phantom held a knife in its hand and was constantly cutting Shenhaonan's neck.
The shadow's face is full of ferocity.
It seems that he and Shenhaonan have a deep hatred. Being entangled in something like this. As soon as the woman in red took action,
it shows an extreme decisiveness in killing.
She grabbed Lu Shanlong's neck and squeezed it just so lightly. Snapped.
There was a slight sound in the air that both Su Xian and Shenhaonan could hear.
And a light as a firefly.
Escape. When the two men saw that their way forward was blocked, they fled in both directions without thinking.
But as soon as I turned around, they were both stunned.
Seeing two people, he respectfully helped Su Xian up from the ground.
Brother Su, you are tired. Those two people are exactly. There is still one alive.
Kai Ruifeng cast his eyes coldly on Bai Wei. But his goal was only to kill Mrs. Bai, not Bai Wei. He saw that Bai Wei was not very young, she was a weak girl, and she didn't have too much murderous intention.
Please don't kill me.
Phew. Mrs. Bai and her daughter seemed to be getting more and more accustomed to their new forms. They were fast, flying close to the ground like the wind, and their momentum became more and more powerful.
Kill him. Kill him.
The thoughts of revenge in their hearts are getting stronger and stronger.
And Su Xian. How scary. In the gaze of snakes and toads,
Mrs. Bai and her daughter exited the little brother and sister's room.
Both of them looked very unhappy. Aren't they the two most terrifying beings? Why does Su Xian's family look more scary? Mom! No way!
Su Xian spread his hands.
Why not?
Long Shiwen raised her hand and gestured in the air. They have all made trouble for you.
You are the victim. You should want both parties to die. Especially the Bai family. You seem to be in this matter. Two dogs fight, play off.
You were crying into his ear. Although it was broad daylight at this time. But when Zhang Shan said these words, it still made people's spines run cold and their hearts tremble with fear.
How did you deal with it afterwards? Su Xian asked.
I suspect that someone is playing a prank and deliberately trying to mess with us, Shiha.
Zhang. Master, please drink some water.
Zhang Shan had already turned on the lights in the morning room, took some water from the water dispenser and handed it to the master.
I don't drink this water.
The master shook his head, took out a small stainless steel pot, tapped it lightly with his knuckles, and said, I only drink rootless water.
Coming. Hearing the cry, Zhang Shan's face turned pale and his body trembled.
The cry was indeed strange. First it sounded in the west.
Then again to the east.
Then came north and south.
Old Man Zhou's face suddenly became serious. Tick-tock. Tick-tock.
It was the sound of water drops falling to the ground.
Old Man Zhou raised his nose, sniffed the air, then set his eyes on Zhang Shan's feet, and couldn't help but grin. Mr. Zhang, didn't you just say that you have no taboos? You can do it.
The beautiful eyes of the woman in red were full of encouragement. At this time, a fierce ghost happened to rush in front of Su Xian. This fierce ghost has disheveled hair and is covered with abscesses. His nails have obviously not been cut for a long time. They are very long and the tips are curled.
It swings. I'll wipe it.
Su Xian hurriedly stretched out his hand to pull old Zhou. He was sure that if old man Zhou pushed open that ghastly door and walked in, he might really have entered the underworld. There would be no old man Zhou like him anymore in this world.
Leave me alone. Old Man Zhou demon. Boss, this is a Taoist robe.
Old man Zhou's eyes were shining and full of mystery.
Aren't Taoist robes common in Xikong?
Su Xiandao said, aside from being suspected of being an ancient relic, is there anything else special about this one?
Have. Old Man Zhou nodded and said slowly. Can't read.
After watching it for about 10 minutes,
Su Xian looked away from the iron rod angrily.
When he looked at the lines on the iron rod, something suddenly moved in his heart, just like when playing a game. He was about to understand the essence of a certain skill, but then he became confused and couldn't figure it out.
I am. Did you take what you said in your dreams seriously?
After sending the message, Su Xian burst into laughter. Anyway, he didn't feel sleepy for the time being, so he started to think about the things in the dream, and there was something in it that made him feel strange.
Those people all want to enter that door. Maybe it's the alcohol that's bothering me.
Su Xian couldn't sleep peacefully while resting in the foot spa. Dongfang Hao, on the other hand, slept peacefully and snored loudly.
Brother Dongfang, you go to sleep first, I will withdraw.
At about 7 o'clock in the afternoon, Su Xian was fully awake and pushed.
Why?
Seeing the sad scene in the rain, Su Xian sighed softly, opened the door and was about to get out of the car, but he saw the girl shaking her head at him, signaling him not to come over. The man cried for a while, then finished the cake, then cleaned up the mess on the ground, holding the dog.
This thing of yours is also a cultural relic, right?
Long Shiwen looked at Su Xian's wishful stick with some evil intentions in her beautiful eyes.
I want to see your search warrant. Su Xiandao. Don't look at it. The search warrant is fake. I forged it. Long Shiwen actually said frankly, I'm really. Long Shiwen didn't know Su Xian's little thoughts. He followed Su Xian obediently and got into Su Xian's car. Su Xian drives a Koenigsegg. Su Xian didn't just want to earn some fame. It would be better if the Rui stick can be stripped of rust. He was interested in the thing on the wishful stick. Very scary. After all, Long Shiwen was a girl. When she heard Aunt Li's ghastly words, she couldn't help but sit next to Su Xian again. Her legs pressed against Su Xian's legs, a warmth came over her, and she felt much more at ease. That person is a woman with a big belly. /R. Click. The trigger of the gun was depressed. But what surprised Long Shiwen was that the gun didn't fire at all. You can try again. Su Xian said to the gun with a smile. Click. 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 The gun was pulled down continuously. Dead face. Long Shiwen suddenly saw a dead face in the quilt. She was so frightened that she immediately shouted. The quilt was suddenly lifted by Su Xian, and the wishful stick was smashed down at the same time. Boom! But the wishful stick just hit the sheets. One way. Su Xian, the clock is ringing. Long Shiwen, who had just sealed the rope, looked at Su Xian. Yes. Su Xian nodded and walked out of the room with the wishful stick. Long Shiwen also quickly followed. If that thing was trying to convey something to them. Aunt Li is not the nanny here. As soon as Long Shiwen investigated Aunt Li's identity, she made a surprising discovery. Aunt Li is actually the mother of the previous owner of the villa. She should be aware of everything that happens in the villa. And she still stayed in the villa, committed to herself. Laugh. The little girl only glanced at the foreign-loving woman before she turned into a black light and penetrated her body. Next. A scene that stunned Su Xian happened. The woman opened the car door and got out of the car. Walked to the car. Plop. /R. Ha! But Vice Principal Ho's daughter was extremely shocked when she saw Su Xian. At this time, Su Xian was sitting in the back row of the classroom, looking at her with a smile, and her father was sitting next to Su Xian, with a groveling look on his face and a flattering smile on his face. She suddenly understood. /R. The lounge has double doors. There is a door crack in the middle. One eye peered through the crack in the door at what was happening in the lounge. The owner of this eye is no one else. It's Vice Principal Ho. He wanted to see how his daughter would have a private chat with Su Xian. Can you see me? The female ghost looked at Su Xian with surprise in her eyes. I said I couldn't see you, do you believe it? Su Xian shrugged. You want to save him? The female ghost glanced at the young man under her control. Rather than say. She is good at calculating. He imagined writing on Su Xian's head like he was writing his ex-boyfriend. This is a new ability that she mastered after her death. Whoever you write controls. In this way, there is no fear that Su Xian will regret it. But she never expected that this self. Who are you? The man who came uninvited was a man in his 20s, with shiny earrings in his earlobes, and his stilted head. He looked quite unseemly. As soon as he sat down, he looked at me with vigilance and hostility. Looking at Su Xian. As soon as the man appears, Long Shiwen's expression became. Xiao Su, let me tell you something. The wine party in the restaurant has reached a fever pitch. Gung Feiping had 2 empty bottles on hand, and he suddenly reached the limit of 2 kilograms of liquor. I can't hold my tongue straight when I speak. And he also called Su Xian and Xiao Su. They want to kill our entire group. Long Shiwen was horrified as she looked at the sturdy man charging towards her like a huge bull. How big is the other party's background? How dare you have such cruel and vicious thoughts? It's a pity that Qi Xian was shot on the spot when he was arrested. Who are you?
The big man stared at Su Xian with his copper bell-like eyes and asked. He didn't feel proud at all because he could dodge bullets, but his expression was extremely ugly. When Su Xian fired the gun, it was as if he was deliberately playing tricks on him, playing like a gorilla jumping left and right. Plop! The sturdy man lay on his back on the ground, blood pouring from his mouth, and he was unconscious. And what is very miraculous is that the muscles on his body are contracting rapidly and returning to their previous normal appearance. The whole process is like deflating a balloon. Call. Su Xian let out a long breath. I'll stay with you tonight. Su Xian looked away from the window, sat in front of Long Shiwen's bed, and chatted with Long Shiwen. He was indeed a little worried. He was afraid that the cold woman who could climb the wall would suddenly climb in from the window and assassinate Long Shiwen. He comes into contact with this kind of Jianghu figure. Found you. As soon as the black smoke entered Long Shiwen's ward, Wei Juanhao, who was hiding on the roof of a building in Kongnai, raised the corners of his lips. But controlling the black smoke and finding someone seemed to be a big burden on him, and beads of sweat were already oozing out from his forehead. And the most amazing thing is, the world under the mountain is more powerful than I imagined. Wei Juanhao looked at the drone in the sky and the car that looked like it was covered in iron armor, and admired it. But that car was actually just an armed escort vehicle from a security company. Drones are also commonplace for ordinary people. What? Su Xian looked at the smiling little girl and asked. In fact, he didn't know beforehand that Wei Juanhao was hiding something under the stall. The little girl told him. After the little girl smoked Wei Juanhao's black smoke, she became very interested in Wei Juanhao, and she kept taking advantage of the chaos. There is a cold wind. When Su Xian approached those rocks, he felt a bit of cold wind coming. He hurriedly searched for the source of the wind, and finally found a palm-sized hole hidden in the grass. The wind blows out of the small hole. If it weren't for that bit of cold wind. Wow! When the incense was turned on, a supernatural phenomenon occurred in the house. After Su Xian witnessed it, he couldn't help but open his mouth and exclaimed in admiration. The smoke of incense lingers in the room, as if outlining a world of smoke. There are two things suspended in the smoke. They are blurry and cannot be seen clearly, but they are vaguely identifiable. Woo! There is nothing good about men. A female passenger started crying and cursing as soon as she got into Su Xian's car. She is also quite pretty, and her body is full of lines, which can stimulate men's hormones very much. Sister Zhong, remember to keep an eye on that big guy, they are too late. Come with me for a moment. When Su Xian asked him what he wanted to talk about, the old man thought Su Xian had given in, and then took Su Xian to a collection room underground. As soon as he entered the collection room, Su Xian narrowed his eyes. It's not that the old man's collection room is so luxuriously decorated. Ask him what he is. Yes, ask him what he dug up. As soon as they heard Chu Hongfang say on the phone that something had been dug out, Old Man Qin and Secretary Bai both urged Su Xiandao. Su Xian glared at the two of them. There's something about you're teaching me how to do things. They are all a bunch of cowards. Although Xiao Liang said this seriously, his tone was mixed with disdain. As a kamikaze security guard, he was personally trained by Chen Yuesheng. He thought that he could deal with 3 or 4 bodyguards who relied on firearms by himself. Then they. In my territory. You have no qualifications, act wild. The old man Qin, who was wearing silver armor, punched Su Xian with strong anger. Boss, get out of here. Xiaoliang was lying on the ground, looking anxiously. He knew how powerful old man Qin's fists were. One punch. I see. Seeing the door handle turning on its own again, Su Xian's eyes flashed with light. He wanted to open the door. Then the door opened by itself. It seems that his consciousness can turn into a kind of energy through the air and open the door. Take things as thought. Let's talk about money. Elder Qi shamelessly sat down and took a sip of tea. As soon as the tea was in his mouth, his eyes flickered. The taste of this tea is extremely fine. I have never tasted it myself.
Elder Chi couldn't help but take another sip. Elder Chi, do you want to sell your jars?
Su Xian held an ascending jar in his hand, looked at Elder Chi with a smile and said, if this jar is really as powerful as you say, I want to buy it all.
Ah!
Elder Chi and Zhao Wei were both stunned.
As Su Xian.
It was a strange feeling. It's like when you see something, you will unconsciously think of a certain person and that person's voice and smile. This is how Su Xian felt when he looked at the two pairs of red armor. He could even feel that the owner of the red armor was looking for him. Boss, still. How could there be no one? Wei Juanhao didn't see Su Xian in the car. He walked around the car and couldn't find Su Xian. The old man wearing a Mandarin jacket also looked everywhere but couldn't find Su Xian. Could it be that Su Xian also knows how to become invisible? There's no wind, /R. Click. There was a sound of fracture. Zhang Guinong's two fingers bent back 180 degrees, and the muscles on his face instantly twisted. His eyes were also full of intense shock. He actually had two of his fingers broken off by Su Xian's stick. What happened? They are here to find you? Zhang Guinong looked into the distance, his heart trembling. I saw two figures galloping towards me in the distance, like two wild beasts running wildly, dragging up two long lines of smoke and dust. Their momentum was unmatched. Could he be here to find you? Su Xian. Sister Zhong, something happened tonight. The guy who escaped from you before brought an old man to kill me. After answering Zhong Huilan's call, Su Xian told Zhong Huilan what happened tonight in detail, and of course, he also concealed many inconveniences. Shi Li. Zhang Guinong's expression became complicated as soon as he heard his nephew mention Shi Li's name. If finding that picture is the top priority on this trip down the mountain, then getting rid of Shi Li is a secondary task. This secondary task is equally important. Shi Li, go in. When he arrived at his residence, Zhang Guinong opened the door and made an invitation gesture. Shi Li hesitated and walked in. When she saw the guy who used to be quite charming, she was stunned. The other party's face was very scary. Stop crying like a child. Seeing Shi Li shed tears, Su Xian tilted his head and said something, then stood up and walked to the balcony, staring down. Zhang Guinong did not run away. As soon as he jumped downstairs, he was entangled by two red armors. Damn it! Say it! Su Xian leaned against the door and looked at Shi Li indifferently. Shi Li first returned the knife in his hand, then pondered for a moment and said, the words I just said are a bit too much for you, but in our mountain world, they are the most reasonable, but this doesn't. But how could Shi Li kill Master Jiang? Yes, Shi Li's combat power is not outstanding, right? Yan Xiaosong's senior brothers couldn't help but raise questions. Although Zhang Guinong's combat power ranking in the Yuling sect is not at the top, he is still a top figure. How can Shi Li, a girl in the movie? Tired? Then let's get down to business. Seeing Shi Li rubbing her eyes, Zhong Huilan brought the topic to the main topic and said, Su Xian has already told me what happened to you tonight. He said you want to make peace? Talking. Zhong Huilan placed a file in. Roll. The sturdy senior brother was attacked, with strong anger on his face, and he punched the two people. The reaction of the two people was also extremely fast. It was not like the reaction of normal people at all. They hurriedly retreated, but they only retreated 5 or 6 meters and stood still. They just looked at their hearts with smiles. Have you found Shi Li? Where is she? Lu Dongshan raised his head high as soon as he opened his eyes and asked Su Xian anxiously. But he didn't expect that Su Xian actually put down his phone. It's an advertising call. Su Xian looked at Lu Dongshan and shrugged. This driver is more handsome than me. As soon as he saw that handsome face, Yan Xiaosong couldn't help but admire and murmured, if he is also from the mountain, I don't know how many beautiful little junior sisters he can charm. He never thought that the driver was Su Xian. Zhang Guinong's nephew. Click. Click. The elixir was extremely easy to digest and began to act on the body instantly. A sound of bones colliding sounded in Su Xian's body. This surprised Su Xian himself and he couldn't figure out what was going on. He secretly thought that his body had been strengthened by the system too many times.
You put these in the tea.
As soon as Su Xian walked out of Zhong Huilan's box, he gave the powder to a waiter and asked him to put it in the tea, and then took it to Yan Xiaosong's group's box.
He himself walked into Yan Xiaosong's box as if nothing had happened. Master Yan. After entering, Su. What statement? The police officer driving the car asked Zhong Huilan interestingly, did he like that girl's appearance? How come?
Zhong Huilan gave a rare smile and said, the woman who has a relationship with Su Xian, who is so good-looking.
Although the one named Shili. Ta-ta. Su Xian's footsteps echoed gently in the room.
He searched the living room and the master bedroom, but couldn't find Shili. Finally, he set his sights on the bathroom door and walked over quietly.
Squeak.
The bathroom door was pushed open by him gently.
Junior brother, why did you come in?
Seeing Yan Xiaosong also climbing over the wall, Xia Yangshou asked worriedly. The two companions who came in earlier disappeared quietly. There was obviously something wrong with this house. Before the situation was clarified, Yan Xiaosong, the son of the head of the house, was really not suitable.
It's weird.
Su Xian scratched his head, puzzled. He had worked as an undercover agent for Yan Xiaosong and knew exactly how many people there were in Yan Xiaosong's group, but now he had only caught 4, 2 less. Where were those 2 people?
Could it be that he ran away from the battle? It's unlikely. This.
One of the people from the Lingmen Gate was shocked when he saw the heart in his hand and threw it out in a hurry.
What's this?
Another person from Yulingmen saw a piece of paper in his hand with a few words written on it.
Yan Xiaosong has.
Sister Zhong, this is what Qili left for you when she left last night. After meeting Zhong Huilan, Su Xian handed the copy of Floating Clouds Beginner's Mind Technique to Zhong Huilan.
Thank you for your hard work, Su Xian. I asked you to come and see me off in person.
Zhong Huilan reached out her hand to receive the magic method gratefully, but suddenly said, Su.
It's him.
Su Xian saw a man in black robes sitting cross-legged on the wing of a nearby plane, looking at him intently.
This scene is extremely abrupt. Just like in the ancient martial arts movies, suddenly someone is holding a gun. That black. Boom.
Su Xian's palm came first and hit Jeff directly. After Jeff was hit in the palm, his eyes widened, his body flew backwards quickly, and then fell heavily to the ground.
Amazing.
Jeff exclaimed in his heart, and at the same time his throat felt so sweet that he wanted to vomit blood.
I have something to tell you. Without Su Xian's consent, Susanna turned sideways, passed by Su Xian, and entered Su Xian's room on her own. Day.
She stepped on high heels and walked around the room, then stood by the window and wiped the window frame with her fingers.
Hi, little fella.
How come you are more beautiful than girls?
Would you like to play with us?
One of the black men, who was as tall as Lu Dongshan, stretched out his hand to Su Xian's shoulder.
The remaining black people were laughing sinisterly. The big guy was their boss.
Boss, we have contacted you several times. After shaking hands with Su Xian, the old man immediately said respectfully, we would like to invite you to come and visit our headquarters, but we have been unable to get through to your phone number.
Who is this old man?
It was Wilbur, the president of FedEx.
Boss, why did you let them do that? After the 3 people left, Wilbur couldn't help but ask Su Xian.
In fact, Su Xian's little request was about the rich man Richard.
Keep it secret.
Su Xian smiled at Wilbur rather mysteriously.
But...
Not only Edward was stunned, but also his father Baffert, who had no idea why Su Xian asked this. But Baffert is a man of his own, and he immediately realizes that there may be a problem here.
If an answer is not good, maybe it will be compared with another. Boom! After Edward's car was hit, the front of the car became unstable and hit a billboard on the side of the road. At the same time,
2 men in black got out of the Audi, carrying pistols with silencers installed on the barrels.
Brother Su, we are in trouble. Squeak!
The back door of the villa slowly opened. Su Xian and Edward stood outside the door with different expressions. Edward was very excited, but Su Xian's expression was a little weird. A well-dressed old foreign man then sneaked out from behind the door.
Boom, boom, boom. A burst of messy footsteps sounded.
Su Xian let go of Alice and focused on the door.
Several heavily armed bodyguards rushed into the room.
They did not take action after entering, but surrounded Su Xian in the center.
Immediately, Suzanne pushed and sat. What is this? Jeff didn't dare to make a move on Su Xian. He looked at the round pill in Su Xian's hand and said, "Do you want to feed it to Mr. Richard?" No.
The corner of Su Xian's mouth suddenly curled into a bad smile, and he punched Jeff with his fist.
Jeff had no idea.
You don't need to prepare a special plane. Just take my special plane to China.
Su Xian waved his hand at Richard, then walked to Alice and said softly, "You pack your things, we will go back tonight." Alice took a deep look at Su Xian and clicked hard. "Brother Su, are you back?"
As soon as Lu Dongshan saw the person entering the door, he smiled. If he could say who he admired most in the world under the mountain, it would be Su Xian. Not only was Su Xian more powerful than him, he was also kind to him. But he owed Su Xian a lot, after all.
Gudong!
A muffled sound came from the yard. Su Xian noticed the strange noise for the first time, quietly stood in front of the window, looked out, and then his expression changed. He saw a thin figure, covering his heart, staggering towards his room.
Although at this time, Su Xian. Alice opened her mouth in confusion. Is she the friend you want to introduce to me? Right.
Su Xian nodded seriously and said, "It's a pity that she has fallen asleep and can't introduce herself."
She is someone from the mountain world. Su Xian, do you have a good idea?
Shili's eyes shone with light, thinking that Su Xian must have an idea when he asked such a targeted question.
Let's analyze it step by step.
Su Xian did not directly explain what the solution was, but said slowly, "The strength of your Fuyan sect and Lingyu sect."
Master, China is really great. I thought this place was lagging behind.
After all, our media didn't say much about this place. But once I lived here, I realized that this place is very different from what I imagined.
Everything here is beyond imagination. /R. Mr. Wang, Mr. Baffert will be here tomorrow. Have you prepared the venue? After settling Baffert's schedule, Su Xian said to Wang Junming. Not yet.
Wang Junming hesitated and said that he had only submitted the deposit for the sky-high price meal to Baffert before, but he did not.
Finally come.
Su Xian calmly put the phone down and glanced at Chili and Lu Dongshan. Lu Dongshan stood up directly and walked out of the private room. Chili turned on an LCD TV hanging on the wall of the private room, then sat back in her seat, looking at it with beautiful eyes.
Be careful.
Seeing Chili getting up to go out, Su Xian warned him. But Chili was injured. Calculating time, she would never recover today. I wonder why Su Xian let her out. Chili glanced back at Su Xian and then left the private room.
/R. I'm the boss.
The leading senior brother was under anesthesia, his eyes were blurred, as if he had drunk too much. He even poked at the wounds on his body with his fingers, just like a child poking at mud.
Is there anyone else above you?
Su Xian narrowed his eyes. Village chief's son, he is a registered disciple of our Fuyan sect. Seeing something wrong with village chief's son's expression, Chili hurriedly stood in front of Su Xian and made up an identity.
Named disciple?
Village chief's son narrowed his eyes and looked at Su Xian up and down. The more he looked, the stranger he became.
What's on Su Xian's body?
The land below is under the control of another inn, so you can walk there on your own. The man stopped the car and woke up the people in the car.
Thank you very much.
Chili rubbed her eyes and asked Su Xian and Lu Dongshan to get out of the car. The man drove away in his car.
It's me. The voice was a little hoarse and a little sneaky. What's he doing here? Su Xian frowned. He recognized this voice. It was the voice of the old innkeeper. How did you get in? Su Xian asked immediately. Use it? Su Xian blinked in surprise. It was a very common thermos water bottle. I didn't know how Su Xian would use it. Su Xian didn't say much, picked up the thermos water bottle, poured out the water inside, and poured the anesthetic into it alone. Then he washed his hands again. Although Su Xian became a well-off man because of the system. But he hasn't forgotten his roots. In his heart, he still adheres to the good qualities of hard work and simplicity. He spent all his efforts to deal with these people who were chasing him. If he doesn't get some benefits, he would be sorry for his hard work. The three of them took a short break in the room. Your father is missing. The elder had gray hair and must be at least 70 years old. He sat in front of a low tea table with a plate on his face, his expression solemn, and there was a drop of water in the teacup in front of him. There is also an incense burner placed next to the tea table, emitting curls of smoke. Lu, you want to do something to me? The man with a sinister face soon stopped smiling. He saw Su Xian walking towards him step by step and clenching his fist. Are you stupid? Another thin man saw this situation and said, in the handyman disciple area, Master, who is the most powerful? Ah Chun, damn. Wang Shanhu, who was pinching Su Xian's feet, suddenly cursed secretly at Ah Chun. He never expected that Ah Chun would use his cultivation power to press Su Xian's feet, and the energy in his body would keep fluctuating. This is too flattering and too scheming. Brother Su, we should go chop down the trees next. After leaving Yifang Pavilion, Wang Dihu took Su Xian to the back mountain of Fuyan sect. He also repeated what he said before, so that Su Xian did not have to cut down the tree with his own hands. If nothing else, it would be very distressing if Su Xian's luxurious clothes were soiled. Anne? Your name is Kai Hui? Su Xian looked at Kai Hui's raised soles and asked with a smile. You can call me by my name directly? Kai Hui frowned and said, since you've come here to work, you don't even know my name, right? No? You still want to tell me about the door. Kai Hui, what are you yelling about? Hearing Kai Hui's shouting, an old man walked out of the inner hall of the law enforcement hall with a cigarette in his mouth. Uncle Xiao, I was beaten by someone. Kai Hui suddenly became respectful when he saw the old man's expression, and said, that person is a handyman disciple. According to Li is the manager of the law enforcement hall. You are committing the following crime. When the steward saw that Su Xian dared to despise him, he became furious. But how did he know that in Su Xian's eyes, his status as a manager was similar to that of a small project manager in the world under the mountain? Plum. Can. Finally someone came who spoke with weight, and Su Xian nodded. Xiao Changyun had no choice but to give Su Xian face like this. On the way here, Kai Hui kept telling him that Su Xian wanted to meet a big shot and asked him to tell him his name first, otherwise Su Xian would probably attack him directly. Why, can't it? Seeing the strange expression on Xiao Changyun's face, Su Xian became more and more certain that there was a big problem with Fuyun sect. Xiao Su. I don't know if Xiao Changyun didn't know Su Xian's name, or if he called it that on purpose, he said. Can you tell me, you and the two of them are? Yun Tao Pong? When the girl saw that Su Xian suddenly attacked her, using the introductory martial arts of the Fuyan sect, she narrowed her beautiful eyes and raised her little hands to fight back. After handing over his palms, Su Xian put down his hands and stopped looking at the girl. The girl took 2 steps back, her pretty face written all over. Do not believe. Su Xian directly threw these 2 words at the man. That man looked very weak, worse than Wang Shanhu. How could he escape from the dungeon? I have to think about how to get out of here. Muttering something in his heart, Su Xian sat cross-legged on the stone bed. Why should I kill you? Su Xian turned his hand to extinguish the eternal fire and sat back on the stone bed. The man from Yulingmen breathed a sigh of relief. He didn't expect Su Xian to have such terrifying martial arts skills. He was sure that if Su Xian threw that ball of fire on him, he would immediately turn into a ball of ashes. Do not come.
But Qili immediately suppressed her inner joy, raised her hand and quietly pointed at Elder Lu, and shook her head at Su Xian. Su Xian naturally understood and saw a half-meter-high earthen jar filled with water at the entrance of the dungeon, so he quietly hid behind the earthen jar.
He is currently in a state of shrinkage. Luoyue Village.
Su Xian quietly left the dungeon and carefully slipped down the mountain of Fuyan Sect to find a place called Luoyue Village. While in the dungeon, Qili told him that if her father was still alive, he would most likely be hiding in Luoyue Village, which was a secret hiding place for his father.
This is...
I do not know how long it has been. Su Xian woke up from a headache and brain swelling, and slowly opened his eyes.
But what I saw was... He was completely stunned. Oh, this delivery boy is so handsome. Why was he hit? Well... ZMO, do you still know me? Su Xian asked quickly after running to Su Zimo, who was doing an interview on the roadside.
If Su Zimo didn't know himself, then the world he was in now would be worth pondering. This little brother, please don't disturb our interview.
Actually,
if there was no previous world. It's not that Su Xian can't accept the current world.
Zhang Tingting is a considerate and virtuous woman.
She has no system to live an ordinary life and earn a little money for an ordinary life. But he is sure that this world is fake.
Click. Click.
As soon as Su Xian got the bracelet, there was a strange breaking sound in the air, like glass suddenly encountering high temperatures. At the same time, shallow cracks appeared out of thin air in the surrounding air.
Keep him. Can't let him go. /R. Invite the head of Yulingmen here? Do you think I can do it alone?
After listening to Qi Qingshan's words, Su Xian frowned. At present, the Yuling sect and the Fuyan sect are developing, and everything is heavily guarded. Asking him to go to the leader of the Yuling sect is no different than sending him to death.
Come and help.
Facing Dai Shou's fierce chops, Qi Qingshan called for help from Su Xian again. And the reason why he claimed to be Su Xian's father-in-law out of desperation was naturally because of the bracelet with great connotations. The bracelet was left by his late wife to his future son-in-law.
Coming. Snapped.
But Su Xian's fingers were much faster than the sword of the disciple of the soul-controlling sect, and he directly touched the opponent's forehead.
Look into my eyes. Look into my eyes. I am your father. I am your father. Su Xian cast a spell on the man.
The person who came was none other than Yen Peng, the head of the Yuling sect. Seeing the behavior of his wife and Su Xian, he used the word again when he scolded her. It seemed like his wife had fucked men behind his back before. Su Xian lowered his hands and took a few steps back, away from Mrs. Yen.
You let him sneak into the soul-controlling gate alone? Let him bring Yen Peng over to talk to you? I do not believe. That kid must be dead.
Dai Shou, the head of the Fuyan sect's law enforcement hall, squatted beside Qi Qingshan, dejected. He thinks Qi Qingshan said.
What's the meaning?
Su Xian was stunned when he heard Qi Qingshan say that he wanted to hold his and Qi Li's grandson.
Qi Qingshan came to my father-in-law for a while. Are you going to have a grandchild again soon? What is going on?
He and Qi Li did not have any indiscriminate relations between men and women.
Hallmaster Dai, what happened 20 years ago?
Hearing Qi Qingshan and Yen Peng having a lively fuss next door, Su Xian asked Dai Shoudao.
Hey.
Dai Shou touched his chin, smiled strangely, and said, it's all stupid things they did when they were young.
It doesn't matter if they don't say it or not. Woo. Yen Peng suddenly burst into tears without warning.
This made Qi Qingshan a little confused about what to do. Qi Qingshan thought so in his heart.
He brought all the past events to the table and talked about it. Even if he was beaten by Yen Peng, it didn't matter.
What he had done before was indeed.
How can I cooperate with you?
Yen Peng stopped and asked.
Elder Lu secretly seized power and drove me out of the Fuyun sect. All you need to do is...
Qi Qingshan lowered his voice and slowly told Yen Peng the plan. Qi Qingshan, our cooperation is still based on...
Can't see anymore.
There was deep regret in Elder Lu's eyes, and he closed his eyes, apparently dead, and did not tell Qi Qingshan the secret at all.
Master, I was too harsh.
Seeing that Elder Lu was dead, Daisho felt guilty and said to Qi Qingshan, I was too harsh.
I do not want it.
Shili shook his head when he saw what Su Xian took out. It was a bracelet that she had given him.
I'm a grown man, what do I want from you? Su Xianrang didn't know what the special meaning of this bracelet was.
This.
What is Yuexian stone?
Seeing that the two heads of Qi Yan reacted so abnormally to the Yuxian stone, Su Xian asked curiously. Moreover, the Filong villa did not hesitate to make elaborate plans to cause a fight between the two factions, just for the sake of the mineral vein.
What kind of mineral vein is it? Could it be? Oh, this disease is interesting. The bone spurs actually penetrated the skin, like ice picks.
It's like a crab's legs, extremely strange, extremely strange. When the alchemist named Wu Qiu saw the photos on his cell phone, he couldn't help but talk to himself.
We have an idea.
As soon as there was a shout from the other side, Wu Qiu went over immediately. Su Xian was concerned about everyone's research results and immediately walked over.
Master Wu Dan, we compared many medical records and finally found a clue. All the alchemists and doctors spread out the files one by one. What?
When Shili heard this, her pretty face changed immediately.
Isn't that mineral vein at the junction of the two factions?
At present, the two factions Fuyun and Yuling have reconciled.
There are no enemies for the time being. How can they disappear on their own territory? Could it be that the veins of minerals could swallow people? Those are human eyes.
But it exudes a chilling light. Su Xian's body and mind were already extremely strong, but after seeing that cold light, he still felt chills running down his spine, as if that gaze had affected his soul.
Su Xian naturally knew that look would. Su Xian, your absorption speed is so fast.
Seeing that Su Xian absorbed all the Yuexian stone in an instant, Shili let out a surprised sound. The Yuexian stone has lost its brilliance and turned into an inconspicuous stone.
Fast? This is the first time Su Xian absorbs Yuxian. Those who trespass into forbidden areas will die.
The sound was like a sound of urging, and like a sharp sword, it stung the minds of Su Xian and Shili, and buzzed and echoed in the space. Fortunately, Su Xian discovered the other party's bluff beforehand, so he and Shili were not too scared.
Su Xian. Noisy.
Just when the strange shadow's hand was about to touch Su Xian,
a faint figure suddenly appeared in front of Su Xian. As soon as I saw that faint figure, Su Xian's pupils shrank suddenly. He knew that figure. Forgive me.
The strange figure raised its hand, spread its palm, and a red bead appeared in the palm. The scholar waved his sleeve, threw the bead towards Su Xian, and said, "Take it." Su Xian reached out to take it, but he didn't expect that the bead melted the moment it touched his palm.
Su Xian.
Upon seeing Su Xian's actions, Shili, who was already a little frightened, actually misunderstood. She thought that in the face of life and death, Su Xian wanted to hug her.
Then, just give me a hug.
Shili closed her eyes and opened her arms.
Ta-ta.
A sporadic sound of footsteps came from the coffin room in front.
The sound sounded like several ants walking very slowly and lazily. What's coming again?
Shili let go of Su Xian and stared at the sound.
There is a corridor connecting the tomb. It's incredible.
Seeing with her own eyes the mummies reassembled into new creatures, Shili was amazed. I saw a large mummy coming towards me again.
She instinctively stepped back. She dare not face such an opponent head-on.
She also blamed herself very much.
If her floating cloud blade could have. Who? Seeing Su Xian standing behind him, Shili's big mummy suddenly turned around and roared at Su Xian, pointing to the wine vat next to him.
He probably wanted Su Xian to drink wine from other wine vats.
It is indeed somewhat selfish.
Because Qi Qingshan has the highest level of cultivation, he is.
Isn't this thing fake? Qi Qingshan looked at the coffin and took a deep breath.
Su Xian had just told him what he had seen and encountered along the way, and he was very worried that the coffin was also fake. According to the customs of the mountain world, after the death of a big shot, he often takes. Yes. Hearing the familiar system tone, Su Xian immediately agreed to the system to recognition. And he was extremely excited. The system has finally launched its third phase. The next second. As soon as he loosened his hand, the repulsive force on the sachet completely disappeared. And strange. Su Xian, please rest assured. When Su Xian accompanied Qili back to the sect, Qili said softly to Su Xian, I will definitely let you get the 10,000 moon mysterious stones. This is what you deserve. When will you go to Jiuding sect to find it? Xia Chang? She was not focused on Su Xian's 10,000 moon blackstone. Anne? Let's go and have a look. Shi Qingshan also knew that it was a blessing and not a curse, but that it was a curse that could not be avoided. He immediately got up and walked outside with Su Xian. Yan Peng was a little hesitant. The people from Feilong Villa came directly to the Fuyan sect and did not say they wanted to find him. Should he go out and get involved in this matter? But only. How can it be? How can it be? Ji Yongping didn't bother to wipe the blood from the corner of his mouth and muttered to himself in shock. How could a little protector from the Fuyan sect possess the strength of the late Zhantian? Since Meng Zhu gave the way of heaven, it has become easier for people in the mountain world to practice. Sorry. Qili obviously drank a little too much, so she threw herself into Su Xian's arms and said sorry to Su Xian for some reason. It doesn't matter. I'm just going to find the great alchemist. It's just a simple thing. Su Xian thought Qili couldn't accompany him to find someone. Did something in the woods scare it? Su Xian heard a story. It is said that horses are quite spiritual. They can predict certain dangers and can even see things that humans cannot. As a result, as soon as he asked this question, several black shadows disappeared from the forest. /R. Who? The golden-scaled crocodile seemed to be able to understand what Su Xian said. When Su Xian said that he was awesome, he roared happily. Su Xian was also looking at the golden-scaled crocodile carefully. This ferocious guy's head is shaped like a crocodile, with sharp teeth, his body is covered with golden scales, and he has strong limbs. Do you think that young master just now will come back? I can't see it anymore. I think so too. After Su Xian left, the two guards exchanged a few words in a low voice. They thought that what Su Xian said just now was just to protect his own face, and that he couldn't ride one. Sir, are you not satisfied? Seeing Su Xian's dull expression, the innkeeper couldn't help but ask anxiously. Satisfied, very satisfied. Those girls were all very good in figure and appearance, and Su Xian couldn't fault them at all. That young man. The innkeeper. I'm going to break through. The man pulled out his long sword with a clang, stabbed it into the ground in front of him, then sat cross-legged on the ground and closed his eyes. Rhythmic energy fluctuations poured out of him. Everyone behind was dumbfounded. What happened? No comment. When the young man in colorful clothes asked his name, Su Xian shrugged. Very good, just wait, we will meet again. The young man directly took Su Xian's behavior as contempt for him, gave Su Xian a cold look and followed his cousin away. Long queue. Su Xian saw a long queue extending from the front gate of Judingmen. There were hundreds of people in line. There are so many people asking for elixirs. This Jiuding sect really deserves its reputation. And Jiuding sect's wealth must be amazing. Because these come. It's easy to talk about. Although the third elder Xia Chang readily agreed, his eyes were still fixed on the golden-scaled crocodile, wishing he could take the golden-scaled crocodile as his own. Here's the thing. Su Xian took out his mobile phone and opened some photos to show to the third elder. Oh. Death row. Su Xian frowned, and his mood inevitably became heavy. He looked away from the outside of the cell and sat on a damp wooden bed. Brother, who did you hit and kill? The inmate in the corner couldn't help but ask. Because according to Huashui City, have Since Gu Yuze made no secret of the evil deeds he had done, Su Xian had nothing to hold back. Su Xian didn't have many friends in Huashui City. It was absolutely impossible for anyone to rescue him from prison. Self-rescue was the only way. But just when Su Xian wanted to use the power of cultivation, it's over, it's over. Tang Fu suddenly sat down in the cave. Just now, he was being held up by the golden-scaled crocodile, and he was running for his life like crazy. He was completely confused. The golden-scaled crocodile killed Gu Yuze and then attacked the entire Huashui City. He didn't even think about his daughter. Also, boom! The moment Su Xian entered the realm of immortality, a sharp wave of energy spread out from his body. His clothes are fluttering. Not like a mortal. Click. Su Xian clenched his palms and felt an unprecedented power, as if he had never. Young master, feel free to reveal your identity. Upon hearing that Su Xian was going to reveal his identity, the two guards couldn't help but look forward to it. I want to see where the person who can ride such an outstanding mount comes from. In their eyes, this white Pegasus is no less rare than the golden-scaled crocodile. Ancestor, we must kill him. Looking at the terrifying figure falling from the beam, Gu Qiulin's eyes sparkled. There are 5 powerful immortals in Huashui City, and he, the ancestor of the Gu family, is one of them. It is easy for our ancestors to kill someone. Mr. Lu, are you a friend of Mr. Su? Seeing Su Xian looking at her, Miss Su family gave her a gift and said, that crocodile riding Mr. Su has already killed my cousin, and you have already obtained all the property of the Gu family, why bother anymore? How about killing them all? Poetry. What do you mean, Lord City Lord? Su Xian was really stunned. Why did he attract the attention of the City Lord again? And what on earth did he inadvertently do to make these people come to curry favor with him? Master Lu, it's getting late now. Yuan Dafeng. Yes, I come from Shunfeng Fairy Mountain. Facing Ning Zhendao's inquiry, Su Xian could only conceal it. After all, when he entered the city as Lu Dachuan, he lied that he came from Shunfeng Fairy Mountain. Immediately afterwards, he asked Ning Zhen again, Master Ning, have you been to Shunfeng Fairy Mountain? Master Lu, this mount is really beautiful. Yuan Dafeng watched Su Xian fly away with an envious look on his face. Then he opened the bottle of wine that Su Xian gave him and poured it into his mouth happily. But as soon as he took a sip, his expression suddenly changed, and he immediately sat cross-legged on the ground to work on his mind, but the opportunity was still. Oh! Su Xian narrowed his eyes in surprise when he heard the girl spilling the big secret. But he immediately said to the girl, what does this have to do with me? It will matter soon. The girl looked at Su Xian and said slowly, since you have carefully disguised yourself, then you must not be submissive. You can't just go in and get in line. When Su Xian rode his white horse to the gate of Jiuding Gate, he encountered a blockage. An old woman in her 60s refused to let him in. But the girl Danton Xiaoyun from yesterday was not at the door. I made an appointment with the third elder yesterday. Oh, you're here. Hearing Su Xian's voice, the third elder looked up. Come here. Then the third elder waved to Su Xian. Su Xian walked to the third elder and saw that there were many papers written with the names of various herbal medicines on the table in front of him, including. What trial is it? Su Xian asked again. You do not know? Su Pei, the female head of the Yuxian sect, was a little surprised. The trial they initiated was known to almost everyone within 1,000 miles around. I don't know. Su Xian shook his head, I came out to practice. Snapped. Just when the man reached out to hold Su Xian's white horse, a hand suddenly rested on his shoulder. Who? The man trembled and hurriedly looked back, only to see a face that made his pupils shrink. Su Xian. Su Xian is back. You don't have that possibility? Su Xian raised his head, looked at the man in the same dormitory with him and said, Meng Zhu is actually dead? Where is the bull-headed horse noodles? If you can see a bull-headed horse face, what is it but death? What? Hearing this sentence, then. Come to the wrong place?
Can't you?
Hearing Su Xian's words, Ji Cece, who was lying on the ground, immediately sat up and then subconsciously looked at the green grass that she had just flattened.
Could it be that this hilltop is not an idle place, but a place where spiritual grass is cultivated? What are you going to do? What is that in your hand? No!
After Su Xian flew behind the stone, someone started shouting in panic.
Click! Click!
His shouts were also mixed with another strange sound.
Golden needle pricks the pulse.
It can help me enter the realm of immortality for a short time.
Once I enter the realm of immortality, that kid will never be my opponent.
Umber looked at the golden needle with a cruel look on his face. He hated Su Xian for killing him instantly with one move.
But, Umber, there's no way to gather here? Su Xian walked along the valley for more than 10 minutes and didn't see anyone.
The valley is really too big and covered with tree shades everywhere.
It is difficult to find even an elephant, let alone a person in it. Let's not gather together now, just go to the blood immortal vine. Robbing me? Do you have any strength?
The man glanced at Su Xian with a mocking look on his face. Just because Su Xian has thin skin and tender flesh, and his hair seems to have been carefully maintained. At first glance, he looks like a delicate young man from a big family.
He is a flower growing in a greenhouse.
If such a thing is with others,
I'm going to make a fortune.
Zhu Hongyun's eyes were shining and he looked excited. He once heard a similar sound at an auction. It was not made by animals, such as mice, but spiritual ginseng.
Some spiritual ginseng can grow into human form under the right conditions, and... No. No.
When Su Xian said that he had something on his body, Zhu Hongyun immediately denied it. But little did he know that Su Xian's eyes had mutated long ago and could see him clearly through his clothes. Su Xian could clearly see the few hairs on his body.
Silly boy. Su. Do not come. Do not come. Don't you fucking come over here. As soon as he saw the old man running over, Zhu Hongyun panicked.
Because the old man was none other than his old follower Umber.
And if Uber comes empty-handed, he still. Miss Cece, leave quickly.
At this time, Min Chun showed his brave side and stepped forward to stand in front of Ji Cece. Brother Min, be careful, you must escape safely. Ji Cece also knew that staying would only hinder Min Chun, so she decisively turned around.
Come on, let me give you something.
When Ji Cece and Min Chun recovered, Su Xian waved his hand, and with a burst of dreamlike beautiful flowers floating away, a lot of treasures were piled on the ground. These things were all despised by Su Xian and were temporarily stored in the sachet space.
Hiss. /R. Damn it, this kid really knows how to enjoy it.
The people who pushed open the small door of the wooden house were Zhu Hongyun and Wu Bo. As soon as they saw Su Xian sleeping surrounded by flowers and surrounded by beautiful women, they were immediately envious and jealous. He made himself a flower grave.
Boom.
That is, after Su Xian caught the mysterious object falling from the sky. A circle of air waves suddenly spread out in all directions.
The entire cabin was flattened in an instant.
Zhu Hongyun and Wu Bo, who were very close at hand, were also affected by the airwaves and were blasted out.
Umber, go check it out. Looking at the patch of grass, Zhu Hongyun whispered to Wu Bo. Good. Uber responded, drew out a dagger, and approached the grass step by step. Zhu Hongyun just stood there and watched with a solemn expression. If their plans leak. Boom.
Su Xian and the fire spirit sword seemed to merge into one, turning into a stream of fire and rushing towards the big white snake.
The big white snake's huge eyes seemed to have spirituality.
Their eyes were locked on Su Xian's figure, and for the first time, a hint of fear appeared.
Although Su Xian is small in size, his aura seems to be more domineering. Master.
Wu Bo wiped away his tears and ran to Zhu Hongyun to help him clean up the mucus on his body, like peeling off a silkworm cocoon until Zhu Hongyun was completely exposed. Seeing Zhu Hongyun unconscious again, Wu Bo hurriedly took out the elixir and gave it to him.
After a long time. Boss, drink water. This is the morning dew I specially collected from some kind of spiritual grass. It can nourish the mind. Boss, if you eat a warm blood fruit, you can get rid of the coldness in your body. In the morning, as soon as Su Xian woke up, Zhu Hongyun and Wu Bo diligently asked Su Xian, "Boss, do you want to weave vines?" Upon hearing that Su Xian was about to go into the pit, Wu Bo said hurriedly, "This sinkhole is bottomless and the light is dim. It is not suitable to blindly descend into the sinkhole with bare hands. If you accidentally slip down, you will most likely be shattered to pieces. You can weave vines down, I'll go in first. Don't come down." Su Xian hurriedly raised his voice to warn. Those blood fairy vines not only emit a strange fragrance, but also emit Lu Li's light and shadow. The two combined together create an extremely terrifying power that can directly confuse people's minds. Although he himself has a strong will, he is also very controlling. Tear him apart. Kill him. Don't let him leave. Just as Su Xian was about to leave, a ethereal and gloomy sound suddenly spread out from those weird blood fairy vines, echoing in the terrifying environment at the bottom of the pit. There seems to be something parasitic on those blood fairy vines. /R. Can you keep me? Looking at the monster riding a corpse armor that broke out of the ground, Su Xian stopped climbing the pit wall and walked towards him instead. He knew that if he didn't deal with this guy, he wouldn't be able to leave at all. In addition to riding a tall horse, the opponent is also dressed differently from other corpse armor soldiers. Yes. Su Xian curled his lips and took a walk back. Plop. The corpse armored general, with a fire spirit sword pierced through his heart, bent his knees and knelt on the ground. Then, the fierce and eternal fire continued to spread on the corpse armor general, quickly burning him. Buzz. As soon as the illusion of the Bodhisattva appeared, a fierce energy wave spread in all directions, covering the entire bottom of the pit. Whether they were corpse armor generals, corpse armor soldiers, or all the testers present, their bodies trembled violently and they were unable to move, as if there were some invisible rules. Su Pei didn't expect that GCC knew that Su Xian was pretending, and she would still protect Su Xian like this. And she herself didn't expect that Su Xian would pretend to be someone else and come to participate after she had already refused to participate in the trial. Is the blood immortal vine important to him? She does not. Cousin. While Su Pei was holding a meeting, Su Xian was lying in an attic of the Yuxian sect. GCC was standing by the bed, holding her cheeks in her hands, looking at Su Xian's face in a daze. She was sometimes melancholy, sometimes inexplicably happy. Feeling very confused. I'm not your cousin. How can it be? How did he come from the world under the mountain? Can a powerful person in the immortality realm appear in that smoky place? Everyone present was shocked and started talking. Some even stood up. Su Pei also never expected Su Xian. Really boring. After Su Xian left, he glanced back at the somewhat depressing hall and curled his lips. And what just happened in the hall was like a waste of time to him. The results of the trial really don't matter to him, all he cares about is the blood immortal vine. Everyone, be quiet. Master Su has something to tell everyone. Su Pei did not come alone. He also brought the protector named Kai Wei and the black-robed elder Gongsun. Kai Wei waved to everyone with a smile and said. Everyone made way for Su Pei and his party to pass. TSK. Bloodlight continued to condense in the night sky, slashing at the white horse intensively. Bang! With the help of Su Xian, the white horse dodged left and right, up and down, but suddenly his body trembled, one of its wings was cut by the bloodlight, a cloud of blood mist exploded, and the body began to fall from the night sky to the ground. A sneer appeared on the corner of the corpse armor general's mouth. Just because it can catch Su Xian's wishful stick with its bare hands at this time. What does that mean? This means that Su Xian's cultivation power has been almost exhausted by him. But the corpse armor general's eyes suddenly narrowed into a thin line for no apparent reason, and he actually. Did Munzu leave the Baisho sword to you? As soon as he saw the sword in Su Pei's hand turning into a streak of light, the expression of the mysterious old man suddenly changed. Then,
The old man didn't care about face at all, and he hurriedly urged the crows under his feet to rush into the night sky.
But who knows? That white. I'll give you another small gift.
Supe waved his slender hand, and the blood mist left by the white show sword killing the bloody bat suddenly quickly gathered together, shrank, and finally formed a bright red blood ball. Blood cells slowly fell from the sky,
falling in front of Su Xian. Ha! About to die of illness?
Hearing Xiaoyun's words, Su Xian glared, and then rushed into the third elder's house. He didn't believe that the third elder was suddenly going to die of illness. Moreover, he was about to die of illness as soon as he heard that his search for the blood immortal vine was not going well.
There is a lot of. What's wrong?
Su Xian quickly put the alchemy back into the secret grid calmly and asked Xiaoyun as if nothing had happened.
Master, he. Xiaoyun helped the third elder and walked over.
Just as she was about to explain something, she was interrupted by the third elder.
Xiaoyun, how many times has Master taught you, when you need? Is this the alchemy furnace?
As soon as he entered the alchemy room, Su Xian saw a large furnace.
It was unknown what material it was made of.
The furnace body glowed with an old and simple metallic luster, and it was also engraved with complicated and winding patterns, giving people a sense of an extremely mysterious feeling.
Yeah.
Third elder. Seeing the third elder personally using a towel to wipe Su Xian's sweat, Dantong Xiaoyun couldn't help but raise her hands and move her lips. You must know that the third elder is the elder with the most superb alchemy skills in the Jiuding sect. Almost everyone who comes to visit him is humble in front of him.
How have he ever seen? Have a grudge? What happened? Su Xian asked helplessly. I can't imagine that the third elder who was engaged in the alchemy industry can still have a grudge against others. Is such that.
The third elder took a breath and murmured, Jiuding sect originally had a deputy head, who was the main head.
Mr. Su, is your horse the same as Brother Lu's?
On the way to the city lord's palace, Yuan Dafeng, the guard commander of Huashui City, glanced at Su Xian's mount.
No.
Su Xian continued to make nonsense, this is my own, and it is a twin of Dachuan's.
Oh. This is very mysterious. Seeing the pattern on Feng Zhengyuan's arm, Ning Zhendao couldn't help but admire it.
It stands to reason that he has been the city lord for many years and has seen big scenes.
He shouldn't be surprised by this.
In fact, the pattern is indeed very mysterious. Not only can he appreciate a bit of the fairy mountain.
Senior Brother Su, goodbye.
Feng Zhengyuan and Su Xian had never known each other before, and they regarded Su Xian as a respected senior brother. When they left the city lord's palace together, Feng Zhengyuan bid farewell to Su Xian warmly.
Reunion. Su Xian waved to Feng Zhengyuan and watched him leave. Early next morning.
The third elder who originally made an appointment with Su Xian to go to the Shidingman to borrow the alchemy furnace behaved inexplicably.
Xiaoyun, look, the temperature is so low today, and you let me go out wearing clothes like this?
After the third elder washed up, he looked very gloomy at his.
I definitely don't need to apologize.
Xiaoyun tried her best to analyze the situation, scratched her head and said, if shopkeeper Tian is willing to lend the bank's carriage to Mr. Su for travel, nothing will be a problem.
Borrow? Shopkeeper Tian seemed to be confused by Xiaoyun, and glared. We really have to put an end to the past. Let tomorrow continue well. Please stop asking me for news.
Perhaps because he was about to borrow a reliable alchemy furnace, Su Xian was in a good mood and softly hummed an old song that was widely circulated in the world under the mountain.
On the mountain. Arrive. Arrive.
The third elder sitting in the carriage, although he did not look at the Shidingman mountain gate, his palms were still sweating.
He swallowed. The Adam's apple moved up and down. This little brother, could you please let me know?
Su. This place is really luxurious. It was already late in the afternoon, and the setting sun was shining on the Shiding Gate, making the buildings shine brightly.
Su Xian couldn't help but admire it.
The third elder did not speak. Take each step carefully and try your best to be as cool as possible.
Third elder, are you hungry?
Su Xian suddenly opened his eyes, looked at the third elder and said. The third elder moved his lips bitterly, but said nothing.
What can I do if I'm hungry? No one is serving food. Is it possible to make it yourself? And he, don't you want to go over and have a bite?
As soon as I heard my confidant say this,
Fu Yong's Adam's apple moved up and down. Swallowed. Why doesn't he want to go over and have a bite? I just want it too much.
But he and the third elder had a grudge to celebrate the festival, so.
Madam, I'm back.
Just as the woman looked away from the banquet hall, a female disciple from the Shitting sect suddenly walked over.
Ami, how is the situation in the palace?
As soon as she saw the female disciple, the woman quickly asked.
Madam, things. Brother Su, our trip went smoothly, right?
After eating hot pot in the banquet hall, the third elder and Su Xian moved into the accommodation arranged for them by Fu Yong. The accommodation is also luxurious. The floor is covered with hand-embroidered carpets.
The walls are hung by famous people. I have something to say to you.
Hearing the third elder say such words, it was difficult for Alien to control herself, and she focused her gaze on the eyes of the third elder. She really wanted to hear what the third elder said. I was also afraid of what the third elder would say.
Finally, she shook her head. What do you want to do?
Seeing Fu Yong, the head of the Shitting sect, who was following him, Su Xian asked him calmly. He had long realized that Alien's visit to the third elder was most likely a trap, so he had been secretly paying attention to the nearby movements. When he saw Fu Yong coming with a group of people in a menacing manner, he immediately.
Boom!
Suddenly, the banquet hall of the Scheidingman suddenly burst into flames, and then exploded. The bricks and tiles were blown around like a meteor shower.
It's not just the banquet hall.
The Shitting sect's Enlightenment Hall, Lingbao Pavilion, Disciples' Dormitories, and other places are also here.
Call.
Su Xian suddenly exhaled a breath of turbid air and tilted his body. In fact, he didn't have any strength left in him. When he had just sacrificed the sitting bodhisattva, he had left some remaining energy, but he turned the remaining energy into the bodhisattva's hand and slapped Feng Zhangyuan. At this time, he.
Several.
The Nirvana Phoenix won't leave for a long time. At this point, Alien lowered her eyes and her lips suddenly trembled.
Then,
she trembled and said something that surprised both Su Xian and the third elder.
If it doesn't go away, I'll catch it. 3 long. I want to make an elixir.
Since the third elder proposed to live in seclusion with Alien, Su Xian immediately proposed to make elixirs. After refining the elixir, he immediately returned to the world below the mountain, and no one had to worry about the mess at hand.
It's no problem to make alchemy.
Alien happily agreed to Su Xian's. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining a treasure from heaven and earth. Ding, reward the host Meng Zhu with the famous Taoist method, 1 finger to press the Shenmen. Ding, the progress of the third phase of the mission is May 10th. A series of system prompts sounded in Su Xian's mind.
Su Xian blinked in surprise.
The smoke and dust in the alchemy room gradually dispersed. After Alien had someone clean up the bodies on the ground, her expression suddenly became abnormal.
What's wrong? The third elder noticed something was wrong with Alien and asked with concern.
Alien raised her finger and pointed at the Huoyun stove and murmured, "The stove is dirty."
Good.
Su Xian carefully looked at the Nirvana Phoenix after the transformation of the white horse. He couldn't find any flaws for a while and nodded with satisfaction.
Then he left Alien's residence and walked to the Scheidingman Mountain Gate in a swaggering manner. The more people who see the Nirvana Phoenix, the better. So that the big. What's going on?
Seeing the girl's surprised expression, Su Xian asked calmly.
Could it be that riding the Nirvana Phoenix exposed a flaw? Isn't this thing a mount? Nothing. The girl stepped on her blue peacock and waved her little hands. Nirvana.
That cave is very special. The rocks inside seem to be mixed with some strange substance, and under the influence of the rain and cold air, they actually fluoresce in various colors. This makes the light inside strange and strange, like a fairy tale world.
It's pretty dry inside. Suitable for rest. I happen to be a little hungry too, hee hee.
A smirk appeared on Su Xian's lips, and he suddenly turned around and left the cave, taking out something from under a cliff outside the cave.
What he took out was nothing else but the Nirvana Phoenix obtained from Alien, the real Nirvana Phoenix. The purpose of my trip is to be expelled from the school.
Looking at the disciple on duty who looked contemptuously at him, Su Xian's eyes showed a hint of cunning. He didn't care why he was doing this to himself.
Anyway, he was happy. Because it gave him a chance to make a mistake. Wait.
When the two disciples quickly approached, Su Xian suddenly raised his hand.
Feng Zhangyuan, are you scared? One of the two people said coldly.
The two of them were extremely close to the late stage of immortality in cultivation, so if they teamed up to deal with Su Xian, they would have a great chance of winning.
/R. Yeah.
As soon as he heard that the other party asked him to go to the tough girl to express his feelings, and said that he was the real man, Su Xian, who wanted to be expelled from the school, suddenly became interested, looked at the pig-headed man and said, "Do you think I don't want to be a man, dare?"
I bet you don't dare.
That pig head grinning sausage.
Boom.
Because the two of them are very close.
Gongsun Miaodong took action again without any warning. Caught off guard.
Su Xian was slapped in the center by Gongsun Miaodong. The soles of his feet scraped the ground and he slid back a few feet. Su Xian lowered his head and looked.
My heart and clothes. Everyone, stop looking and disperse.
Seeing that Gongsun Miaodong was unable to get off the stage, several female disciples from Xianshan hurriedly shouted away the onlookers and walked up to Gongsun Miaodong. Some of them even wanted to take off their shoes and give them to the senior sister who was stunning from Xianshan.
He.
Forehead. Second elder Ma Beiqiu blared when he saw his female disciple whose cultivation had reached the middle stage of immortality realm. But little did he know that Yinglan, whose cultivation had been stagnant for a long time without a breakthrough, just ate the phoenix meat Su Xian gave her.
I don't want to be too high profile.
At this time Su Xian. The 7-day retreat period has arrived. Su Xian walked out of the Wudao Pavilion and took a deep breath of fresh air. He felt as if he had gained a lot of weight during these 7 days of seclusion. And junior sister Yinglan, who had been waiting for him to come out of seclusion for a long time, couldn't help but be stunned when she saw his energetic appearance and asked,
"Hello, Miss Ning."
Su Xian narrowed his eyes slightly and said hello to Ningguan.
Ningguan just nodded to him mechanically. It is very different from the weird appearance of the elves in the past.
After a while, Yinglan set up a table of food and wine, and Su Xian and Ning Zhendao drank in harmony on the surface.
Who? The night is dark.
Tang Heng, who was staggering down to the Golden Lotus Peak, suddenly found a figure standing on the road in front of him. He was seriously injured. It would be bad if someone caused trouble for him at this time.
Gigi. That black shadow is not.
This.
How can this be?
After putting out the fire, Ningguan was so shocked that she was speechless when she saw Ning Zhendao burned into a charcoal sculpture in a pile of rubble.
The enemy she deliberately planned to kill. Just burned to death? The other party is long. The next morning.
The mountain rain passes through the steaming clouds and mist. The patter of rain falls on Shunfeng Fairy Mountain.
Ma Beiqiu, get out of here. Sudden.
A shouting sound like thunder sounded from Golden Lotus Peak.
The second leader who was preaching to the disciples. There are actually so many Immortal Realm disciples. This power is terrifying.
After arriving at Xianshan Square with Yinglan, Su Xian couldn't help but narrowed his eyes. He saw that there were actually 400 to 500 Immortal Realm disciples gathered there.
Although they did not show any cultivation at this time. Brother, save me.
Yinglan never expected that the dangerous danger would hit her as soon as she entered the sinkhole.
Her cherished blue peacock was instantly blasted into a blue blood mist by a tentacle.
She was lucky enough to survive, but her body kept falling downwards.
Coming. One way. Fighting. Fight with me.
Gongsun Miaotong bit her lip and looked at the fellow student who had rescued her just now. Then, she followed a scream not far away, unfolded her body and rushed over. The fellow disciple also hurriedly followed. Their hearts. Boss, how about using its fangs as trophies? Boss, I think this pork kidney is good. Boss. After the pig monster fell to the ground, the people in Su Xian's team rushed to the wild boar and removed the memorable items from the wild boar. Run! There's going to be a big explosion. Even if Su Xian was stabbed in the heart by Tang Heng, but he still acted like a fine person. Run away! Everyone was stunned for a moment, then immediately turned around and ran away. They thought that Su Xian was right. The old man seems to be able to control the time rules here. He stretched out his hand and pressed it. All attacks stopped mid-air. At the same time, something even more terrifying happened. Pieces of skin on the old man's body fell off and turned into a mummy, and his figure suddenly became Mercy Palm. As soon as the illusion of the Bodhisattva appeared, he immediately turned around and slapped a palm towards the 5-story old man. The old man looked contemptuously and punched the Bodhisattva with his fist. There was a deafening loud noise, and the air wave rolled back. Gongsun Miaotong and others hid in the distance and looked at in shock. The weather is really nice today. On the third day after the battle at Fairy Mountain, a figure came out of a cave in a certain mountain. He bathed in the bright sunshine and stretched lazily. This person is Su Xian. He's not dead. Since Su Xian came home, 7 days flew by. During these 7 days, Su Xian was busier than the world on the mountain. In fact, after taking the top-quality elixir he refined, Old Man Richard got rid of all his illnesses in 2 or 3 days and became more energetic. He was very impressed by Su Xian, the general.